In February in Shidu, the spring rains fell gently, drenching the ground throughout the day. A chilly wind, laden with rain, caused Hua Banxia to shiver uncontrollably as she huddled beneath her umbrella, crouched at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. It was already 5 in the afternoon, and she wondered if the man would come. Thoughts of her grandfather, still confined to his hospital bed, filled her with anxiety. Had his 4 fluids run out? Would he need to use the restroom? Had he been discharged? Hua Banxia glanced at the deserted street before her. Perhaps it was best to wait just 30 more minutes until the bureau closed at 5:30. If he failed to appear, she could explain to her 2 grandfathers that it was not her choice to forego the marriage certificate. It was simply that the other party had not arrived. Hua Banxia's grandfather was ill, and as an esteemed traditional Chinese physician, he understood that his time was limited. His greatest concern was for his beloved granddaughter. Should he pass, she would be left utterly alone in this world. Thus, he reached out to an injured soldier he had saved many years ago, recalling the promise made that if ever in need, he should call upon him for assistance. To his surprise, after all these years, the numbers still connected. The very next day, the soldier, known as Shi, came to visit. The grandfather explained everything, hoping that Shi would look after Hua Banxia in the future. Shi, with an air of generosity, declared, "It is only right that I care for her. Here is my proposal. I have many grandsons, and to repay your kindness, I shall have my grandson marry Hua Banxia. Thus, she will not be alone." The 2 grandfathers were in unanimous agreement, rendering any objection from her futile. She was reluctant to marry, insisting that she could support herself and that living alone was perfectly acceptable. Currently residing in a graduate student apartment at her university, she received a monthly stipend of 2,300 yuan, and whether dining at the hospital canteen or the school cafeteria, her meals were quite affordable. 15 yuan per day sufficed for her sustenance. Yet her grandfather insisted that life was unpredictable. He could only find peace in death upon seeing the marriage certificate, allowing him to reunite with her parents in the afterlife, a reunion he deemed imperative. Her parents had perished while searching for the medicinal herb that would save Shi's life, tragically falling from a cliff. The rain that day had mirrored today's downpour, and she could vividly recall the sight of her parents embracing, their hands clutching the precious herb. Since their departure, she had remained steadfastly by her grandfather's side. That fateful day marked her abrupt transition into adulthood. She diligently pursued her studies, accelerated her academic journey, and at 17, passed the college entrance examination, gaining admission to the medical department of Shi University. With a 7-year combined bachelor's and master's program ahead, she was merely 2 years from graduation and entering the workforce. Everything seemed to be progressing positively, yet the specter of gastric cancer loomed over her grandfather, threatening to snatch him away. The sound of brakes interrupted Hua Banxia's reverie. She lifted her gaze to the imposing off-road vehicle before her. Its military green exterior was splattered with yellow mud, and its tires were caked in dirt evidence that had just emerged from the mountains. As the door swung open, it obscured the man's face, but his features were sharp and well-defined. With thick brows and a prominent nose, his piercing eyes glimmered with an eagle-like intensity, and the resolute lines of his face exuded an aura of righteousness. All Hua Banxia could discern were his black leather boots and camouflage trousers, which enveloped his long legs that on such a frigid day, he astonishingly donned only an olive-green t-shirt. Hua Banxia had yet to discern his features when a pair of leather boots appeared before her. "Hua Banxia?" The man's voice was low, imbued with an air of authority. "I am," she replied. "Let us proceed to obtain the marriage certificate." With that, he pivoted on his heel and strode towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. Hua Banxia attempted to rise, but after squatting for too long, her legs had gone numb. "What's the matter?" he inquired. "My legs are numb." No sooner had she spoken than she felt herself lifted off the ground, the unfamiliar scent enveloping her, causing her cheeks to flush. He gently placed her upon a chair. "Present your documents," he instructed. Bowing her head, Hua Banxia obediently laid her household registration and identification card upon the counter. "Shi Zheng," the staff called out. "I am," the man beside her responded. "Hua Banxia?" "Yes, that's me," she answered, lifting her gaze to meet the staff's eyes. The attendant examined the documents and then scrutinized the young woman before her. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with vitality, yet bore a tinge of innocent naivety. The girl had just turned 22, while the man was already 28, and the fact that she had been carried and raised suspicions that she might be coerced into marriage. "Are you here to obtain the marriage certificate of your own volition?" "Yes, I am," she affirmed. "Very well. Please step aside for a moment to have your photographs taken for the application, and once completed, return to fill out the forms." At 5:30 in the afternoon, Hua Banxia glanced down at the marriage certificate in her hand as she exited the Civil Affairs Bureau. The moment the staff affixed the official seal, she transitioned from single to married. Without any foundation of romance, she had gone from meeting the man for the first time to acquiring a marriage certificate in merely a few minutes. "Where are you headed now?" He paused to ask. She had been keeping her head down, unaware of the proximity between them, and collided directly with his chest. Pain radiated from her nose, and tears welled in her eyes. His chest felt as solid as a wall. "In returning to the hospital," she said, nursing her nose, her eyes glistening with tears. The man towered above her even at eye level. All she could see was his robust chest, which resembled that of a model from a textbook. "Get in the car," he commanded. She struggled to pull open the car door, but it remained obstinately shut. The man sat in the driver's seat, gesturing for her to step back, and in the next moment, he swung the door open from the inside. "Where to?" "To the Provincial Tumor Hospital, the one on Rinmin Road. Thank you." Hua Banxia settled into her seat, responding to his inquiries with deference. "Buckle your seatbelt," he reminded her. Complying, she fastened it as he started the vehicle. Hua Banxia noticed the man's hands gripping the steering wheel. They were a healthy golden hue, with prominent veins and muscles, exuding a sense of strength. Suddenly, a series of gurgling sounds emanated from Hua Banxia's abdomen, resonating loudly in the quiet confines of the vehicle. Instinctively, she clasped her midriff, her face flushed with embarrassment. What was happening today? Was she simply incompatible with this man? The intermittent sounds continued for several moments until the off-road vehicle finally came to a halt. Hua Banxia assumed they had arrived at the hospital, placing her hand on the car door as she gazed at the street scene before her. This is not the hospital. However, the man had already exited the vehicle, striding purposefully toward a nearby fruit shop without a backward glance. Before long, he returned, carrying a large bag brimming with an assortment of fruits. "I wasn't sure what your grandfather likes, so I just bought a variety," he remarked. "Grandfather can't eat. The doctor has him on a strict fast." Perhaps her tone was too calm, for the man looked up at her. Hua Banxia then noticed the depth in his eyes, his brows furrowing with a natural authority, imbued with a certain gallantry. "Then you should eat," he stated, placing the fruits on her lap. "Have a little," impressed for time. At his words, a warm sensation blossomed within her. Was he genuinely concerned for her? Hua Banxia peeled a banana and took a bite. It was deliciously sweet. Upon their arrival at her grandfather's hospital room, the nurse had just finished removing and four. At that moment, Shi Zheng held up 2 red books, placing them before Hua's grandfather with a cheerful demeanor. "Brother Hua, look, the marriage certificate, embossed with a seal, completely legitimate." Hua's grandfather smiled, nodding with difficulty. "That's wonderful. Now I can rest easy." "Ah Zheng, come here and let Grandpa Hua have a good look," he called. Shi Zheng stepped forward. "Grandpa." "Ah," replied Hua's grandfather joyously. He lifted his frail hand to grasp Shi Zheng's. "From now on, I entrust Banxia to you. She is gentle in nature, but stubborn. Please be patient with her and communicate with her kindly." Tears welled up in Hua Banxia's eyes as she stood to the side. "Yes, I will," Shi Zheng affirmed. "Brother Hua, rest assured, I will not let little Banxia suffer. We have a house and a car will take her to see my place, and when she has time, it will be perfect for her move-in." Hua Banxia was taken aback. Wasn't obtaining the marriage certificate enough? Why was there now a need to live together? Go on, go on. It's still daylight. You can check out the surroundings of the house," urged Shi Zheng's grandfather, prompting the two to head towards Shi Zheng's home. The residence was located in the heart of Shidu's central business district, where every inch was valuable. The surrounding medical and educational facilities were well established, and the largest park in Shidu was adjacent to the community. Hua Banxia surveyed the austere and uninviting decor before her, noting the dust that had settled on the black marble coffee table. "Is this your home?" she inquired. "Yes," Shi Zheng replied, glancing at the dust in his house. "I don't usually stay here." What kind of logic was this? How could one not reside in their own home? Hua Banxia was puzzled. This drawer contains the utility card for water, electricity, and gas. Shi Zheng opened the drawer of the TV cabinet to show her. If anything needs repair, just contact the property management. They'll have someone come to clean this up shortly. There are 2 rooms, you can choose whichever you prefer. Feel free to use the study as you like. Hua Banxia gazed at the well-decorated house. Yet it bore no signs of habitation, not even a pot or a bowl could be found. What am I to you? She inquired. Your wife, he replied. Yet I feel as though I am relegated to the status of a mistress. She boldly expressed her sentiments. Uncertain of whether this man had a girlfriend or not, she pondered that perhaps their marriage certificate was merely a result of her grandfather's pressure, for otherwise, he would not have made her wait an entire afternoon, only to arrive in the last few minutes. What do you wish to convey? Shi Zheng asked her directly. If you have another family, I can't divorce you after all. Both grandfathers have seen the marriage certificate. I do not wish to unwittingly become someone else's third party. She held great respect for the elderly, yet would not engage in anything morally reprehensible. Shi Zheng understood. I am single, residing in a military camp in the mountains. Hua Banxia recalled his rugged vehicle and the mud upon it, along with his attire, and instantly comprehended his identity. I apologize, I misunderstood. No matter, I shall take you back to the hospital. You can move in at your convenience. And you? Hua Banxia blurted out, only to internally scold herself for her audacity. How did his affairs concern her? I must return tonight. There is an urgent mission. This was the last statement Shi Zheng made to her. Not long after he departed, her grandfather's condition worsened dramatically. With the school year having just commenced, Hua Banxia found herself shuttling between the hospital and the school daily. On good days, her grandfather would grasp her hand and reminisce about the past, though they both tacitly avoided mentioning that fateful rainy night. He often advised her that life journey is long, and one must learn to live independently. Yet he also emphasized the importance of occasionally yielding and communicating well with one another. Shi Zheng seemed a fine young man, and coexistence required mutual understanding. Her grandfather had much to convey, but Hua Banxia yearned to reject it all, wishing to tell him, Grandfather, none of this matters. I only wish to be with you. Living in that quaint little town of Huaxi, immersed in the study of classics and the practice of herbal medicine. However, as a medical student, Hua Banxia rationally recognized that their shared existence could never return to that idyllic state. Each day's reports and data relentlessly informed her of her grandfather's deteriorating health. For an entire month, she wept almost daily, yet she concealed her sorrow well, never allowing her grandfather to perceive it. The sky was a brilliant blue, with clouds drifting lazily. Hua Banxia drew back the sunshade to let the sunlight pour in. Her grandfather was in good spirits. Banxia, what a splendid day it is. Perhaps you could remove my oxygen tube? He suggested calmly. Hua Banxia, while trimming his nails, froze momentarily, feigning ignorance and continuing to clip the next nail. Banxia, grandfather is truly unable to endure any longer. Despite the daily doses of morphine, the pain persists. Little Banxia, I implore you, please. Tears cascaded down Hua Banxia's cheeks, each droplet splattering onto the floor, blending silently into the wood. Her grandfather, a man of unwavering strength throughout his life, had never uttered a plea for help until now. It seemed she might truly have to let him go. She slowly closed her eyes, her voice trembling. Very well, grandfather, I will finish trimming your nails before I summon the doctor. The weather today is quite pleasant. I feel much lighter, her grandfather remarked, using the last of his strength to stroke her head with the hand that bore the 4. It reminded her of the times in her childhood when he praised her for reciting passages from medical texts. After signing all the necessary documents, the doctor removed her grandfather's oxygen tube. Hua Banxia stood by his bedside, holding his hand until it lost its warmth. With her grandfather's guidance, Hua Banxia organized his funeral. Subsequently, he encouraged her to move into her new home. Chapter 4. Mission 2 years later, in the emergency department. Dr. Hua, stop eating, we have a call. Hearing Nurse Ayu's voice, Hua Banxia swiftly placed the emergency manual over her unfinished bowl of instant noodles and exited the doctor's lounge. Where's my master? She inquired, following Ayu's footsteps while donning her mask. He's accompanying your master's wife for her prenatal checkup. I called him, and he'll be here shortly. Ayu, carrying a medical kit, handed Hua Banxia a bag of gauze and another of bandages. What is the situation that requires so many bandages and gauze? A jewelry store was robbed. The staff called the police, but the robbers discovered them and took 10 employees hostage. The main office has dispatched us for medical support. AU relayed the information to Hua Banxia, then cautioned her, "Don't rush in ahead. Your master will be there." "Understood. Thank you, Sister AU." Just as they alighted from the vehicle, Hua Banxia's master arrived, a tall, slender man with a somewhat receding hairline, looking particularly spirited in his white emergency uniform. "What is the situation?" he asked, shutting the car door. "A jewelry store robbery, armed," AU succinctly replied from the front seat. Silence enveloped the car, an uncertain anticipation of what lay ahead. Yet they all understood the gravity of their duty. Medicine knows no borders, and every life is precious. If there is life, it must be saved. By the time Hua Banxia and her companions arrived at the scene, it had already been secured. A crowd gathered outside the police cordon, each eager to witness the unfolding drama, while various media outlets congested the area. Vehicles marked by public security, police, and SWAT teams were neatly parked on a vacant lot in front of the jewelry store, alongside 3 dark-tinted buses. Following her master's lead, Hua Banxia disembarked, and a person who appeared to be a leader approached them, visibly anxious. The robbers need a doctor to tend to one of their injured comrades. "Which one you will go?" Hua Banxia gazed at the 3-story jewelry store, strategically located at a corner with a clear line of sight, knowing that the mall behind it likely housed alternative exits. "I'll go." Her master's voice broke through her thoughts. Hua Banxia turned to him, disapproving. "No, master. I should go. You have family to care for. Your wife is expecting another child. You cannot go. You lack experience," he retorted firmly. "The situation is complex, and I'm the only one who can handle it." Rather than argue further, Hua Banxia turned to the leader and self-recommended, "Sir, I will go. I have passed the medical examination and can practice independently. I am unencumbered by family obligations." The leader scrutinized the young woman before him, though her hands were clenched in tension. Her face remained composed. Her courage was commendable, albeit her boldness appeared somewhat lacking. "All right, you can go. Currently, we have no information on the situation inside. We must wait for the SWAT team to arrive before taking action. When you enter, your sole task is to treat the injured while ensuring your own safety and buy time until help arrives." "Understood," Hua Banxia replied, donning her dark blue surgical cap adorned with a Shiba Inu design, silently rallying her resolve. "Banxia, master, without experience, one must accumulate it. You must provide me with opportunities. Medicine is precisely this way. One must be both bold and meticulous, continually overcoming one's past self to become a better version for tomorrow." His disciple embodies this spirit, encountering a myriad of individuals during her rounds. Though some may berate her, she does not remain silent. However, her retorts leave much to be desired. For instance, when someone claims her skills are lacking, she might respond with, "Then I shall take my leave. Seek a doctor online." If insulted further, she retorts with, "You are the true fool here. Do you not possess any bulletproof vests? Let her don one." The master knows that any words would be futile. Upon hearing this, the leader merely exchanged a glance, and immediately, an officer in uniform presented a bulletproof vest. Banxia removed her white coat, donned it over her t-shirt, and then slipped into her uniform. Chapter 5. Silence if you wish to live. AU, exasperated, handed over the medical kit and draped the stethoscope around her neck. "Everything I said before you came is but a whisper in the wind. Your temperament will inevitably lead to hardship." "AU, no one is more suited for this than I am," Hua Banxia replied in a calm tone. "The military hospital is not devoid of doctors. If you decline their assistance, they will naturally send someone else. However, it's too far. It takes at least 30 minutes for the military hospital to arrive, which contradicts the principles of pre-hospital emergency care." AU, an experienced emergency nurse, understood that Hua Banxia spoke the truth. Given the circumstances, there was no other option. The leader raised a loudspeaker and shouted towards the interior, "The doctor is here. Open the store door." As soon as the leader's words echoed, a hoarse voice emerged, placed the box on the ground. With a swift motion, the individual turned and arranged the contents of the box on the floor. Hua Banxia complied, and, just as she set down the final piece of equipment, The hoarse voice commanded again, "Pack it up and come inside." Hua Banxia had just finished tidying up and was about to step inside when a gust of wind suddenly swept through, piquing her curiosity. In the blind spot of the jewelry store, she spotted a helicopter hovering in the sky, and a tall figure clad in camouflage descended rapidly down a rope, landing gracefully. All of this transpired within mere seconds. Hua Banxia, her tortoiseshell glasses framing her wide eyes, stared at the familiar figure. The man wore a black mask, and his piercing, hawk-like eyes briefly scanned her before he melted into the shadows against the wall. Another team member followed suit, landing with precision. "Come inside," the now impatient voice urged. More forceful than before, Hua Banxia understood that, given the current situation, they had yet to infiltrate the jewelry store. Thus, she had to enter. Resolute, she stepped forward without hesitation. As she pushed the door open, a wave of metallic scent assaulted her senses. Suddenly, she felt a vice-like grip around her throat, yanked inside, and unceremoniously thrown to the floor. A cold voice ordered, "Save him." Hua Banxia looked at the man on the ground. His pig mask lay discarded beside him as he struggled to breathe, his breath shallow and uneven, his complexion pale, and his fingertips tinged with blue, clear signs of respiratory distress. Through her examination, Hua Banxia quickly deduced that he was suffering from an asthma attack, with laryngeal edema causing severe breathing difficulties. She rummaged through his bag, muttering, "Where are the medications?" Asthma sufferers typically carry their inhalers, yet she found none. "What are you searching for?" A male voice, masked by a dog disguise, inquired. "The medication." "His medication." "None available. You must perform a cricothyrotomy immediately." Hua Banxia paused. "Who are you to him? Do you know the procedure?" In an instant, the man pressed the barrel of a gun against her forehead. "Silence if you wish to live. Follow my orders." The icy sensation tightened her heart, her mind momentarily blank, unable to formulate a response. "Hurry, do it," he insisted, kicking her shoulder with force. Hua Banxia winced in pain, her thoughts slowly returning as she endeavored to calm her emotions. After a deep breath, she began to meticulously dissect the situation, disinfecting the area before swiftly inserting a thick needle vertically into the membrane of the ring. Within mere seconds, the man's complexion slightly improved. Suddenly, a dark object fell not far from Hua Banxia. Before she could react, several more followed suit. In an instant, the shop was engulfed in smoke, cries echoed throughout, and alarms blared. Seizing the chaos, Hua Banxia attempted to conceal herself, only to be seized by a hand gripping her neck, a gun pressed firmly against her forehead. "Come with me," the voice commanded. Chapter 6. My mission abroad. The man led Hua Banxia to a secluded spot to hide, the frigid sensation compelling her to comply obediently. Concealed in the shadows, her palms had already begun to perspire, and she could distinctly hear the rapid beating of her own heart. Regardless of how anxious and frightened Hua Banxia felt, her only recourse was to trust the Falcon team and grip the needle tightly in her hand. In a matter of minutes, a beam of red light pierced the darkness. The man holding Hua Banxia emerged, and before she could fully comprehend the scene before her, a muffled grunt sounded, followed by a loud bang behind her. The man's gun-wielding hand fell before her. Before she could react, a trio of individuals swiftly surrounded her, and a familiar voice rang out. "Rabbit, take her out." "Yes, Eagle," came the response, a female voice. After Rabbit replied, she turned to Hua Banxia and instructed, "Follow me." As Hua Banxia walked, she glanced back and noticed the man ascending the staircase, his piercing eagle-like gaze locking onto her, reminiscent of the man etched in her memory. "Is the eagle you speak of Shi Zheng?" Rabbit paused momentarily, then resumed her vigilant advance without affirming or denying. Yet, Hua Banxia was already certain. It was indeed Shi Zheng. Upon emerging, the scene before her allowed no time for contemplation. She immediately immersed herself in her duties, as the staff members in the shop had sustained varying degrees of injuries. Her mentor was attending to the most critical cases, and she needed to tend to the minor wounds. One by one, the injured were carried past her as she diligently staunched bleeding, cleansed wounds, and bandaged them. Hua Banxia, while binding a tourniquet, she raised her gaze to the black combat boots before her and looked up to find Shi Zheng standing there. She averted her eyes and continued her work. "What is it?" Help me attend to this. Shi Zheng had removed his mask, revealing a dark visage devoid of any discernible emotion. After 2 years, encountering him again stirred an inexplicable unease within her. In her memory, he had been somewhat domineering, direct in both actions and speech. Right away, she hastened her movements, marking the time, then called out to Ayu behind her, "Sister Ayu, once the last one is treated, we can send them to the hospital. Sit in the chair." Hua Banxia disinfected her hands and scrutinized him from head to toe, finding no visible injuries. She could only inquire, "Where are you hurt?" Sighed. As he spoke, Shi Zheng lifted his shirt, revealing the bandage wrapped around his waist. Hua Banxia crouched down, discovering that the white bandage was soaked with blood. As she peeled back the dressing, she observed the sutured lines and the neat laceration. It was a knife wound. "How have you been these past 2 years?" Shi Zheng's voice was low and gravelly. "Quite well. I was abroad on a mission when my grandfather passed away, and I just returned recently." Hua Banxia's hands hesitated momentarily, realizing he was explaining his absence from her grandfather's funeral. However, her tone remained icy. "I see." The two fell into silence thereafter, Hua Banxia refraining from inquiring further about his wound. She quietly continued disinfecting the injury and reapplying the bandage, focused on her task at hand. She rose, removed her gloves, and tossed them into the medical waste bin, cautioning him that the wound needed time to heal. Otherwise, it would reopen repeatedly, hindering recovery. "Thank you. You're welcome." Their exchange was polite yet distant. "Is this yours?" A string of agarwood prayer beads manifested in Shi Zheng's hand, featuring a piece of mutton fat jade at its center, intricately carved with a figure resembling a plant not quite like Pinellia. "That was a bracelet my father made for me while he was still alive. It's mine. Thank you." As Hua Banxia reached for it, her icy fingertips brushed against his warm palm, sending a jolt through her heart. She instinctively retracted her hand, clutching the beads tightly. "I'm leaving." Shi Zheng stood, adjusted his attire, and turned to rejoin his team. Hua Banxia watched the airplane's propeller stir the air as it ascended straight into the sky, eventually vanishing from sight. "Dr. Hua, we're leaving. We'll take the police car back," called out Sister Ayu. Only then did Hua Banxia snap back to reality, realizing the helicopter had long disappeared, leaving behind only a wispy white contrail in the azure sky. She tightened her grip on the beads, gathered her belongings, including the medical kit and trash bag, and dashed toward the U. Following this incident, her master sought psychological counseling for her from the hospital and granted her a month's leave. However, Hua Banxia returned to work after merely 3 days of rest at home. "Go and rest." "Master, my hands are itching to work." Her master rubbed his forehead in exasperation and tossed her a pair of gloves. "Go to the debridement room to change dressings for the outpatients. You're not allowed to go on rounds anymore." "Why?" Hua Banxia was perplexed. Chapter 7. Departing the emergency department master gazed at Hua Banxia, who wore an expression of defiance, and pulled her into the fire escape, his tone imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. "During the robbery case, I advised you against going out there repeatedly, yet you disregarded my warnings. Someone has reported your insufficient qualifications. Where am I lacking in qualifications?" Hua Banxia protested. The report stated that although she had passed the examination, her registration procedures at our hospital were incomplete, thus rendering her unqualified as a doctor. She was deemed to be practicing medicine without a license. Master, overwhelmed, retrieved a cigarette and placed it between his lips, only to return it to the pack upon glancing at Hua Banxia. "The person who reported you must be unwell. I merely performed a simple cricothyrotomy, a procedure I have practiced hundreds of times." Before she could finish her sentence, Master interrupted her. "Banxia, this is not about your skills. The hospital has already acknowledged the report. You are aware of how the hospital handles such matters. Once a report is filed, they must take action until the investigation concludes. You cannot accompany me on rounds. You may only assist with outpatient medication changes." He spoke slowly and plainly, hoping her agitated emotions would allow her to comprehend. She understood, yet her heart brimmed with indignation. "Master, please do not interfere. I shall seek a resolution from the hospital leadership." With that, Hua Banxia exited the fire escape, ignoring Master's calls from behind. Upon arriving at the intern management office, she found it devoid of any personnel. Thus, she proceeded directly to the president's office. The president received her warmly, offering her a glass of warm water and patiently listening to her account and perspective on the matter. Hua Banxia maintained that her procedure was without fault. The cricothyrotomy was a straightforward operation, and the patient's condition had notably improved. Furthermore, the issue of practicing without a license was not hers to bear, as her registration was underway. Her arguments were sound and compelling. And just when she believed hope still lingered, feeling fortunate to have approached the president directly, his amiable voice broke the moment. "Dr. Hua, I am aware of the situation and understand your concerns. However, as you have just informed me, I must consult with the supervisor of the interns and review the specifics of the report before I can provide you with a response." Upon hearing this, Hua Banxia's intuition warned her that the outcome of this matter would likely not be favorable. Yet, she considered that perhaps, as the president suggested, he was indeed uninformed about the intricacies of the case. After all, he could not oversee every issue. She chose to trust him, albeit tentatively, and thus she rose. Addressing the president, "I shall take my leave for now, and I will await your findings." 2 days passed, and while assisting with medication changes for patients, Hua Banxia received a summons to the office of the intern management supervisor. The moment she took her seat, the female supervisor pointed an accusatory finger at her, exclaiming, "Hua Banxia, how could you bypass me and go directly to the president?" Hua Banxia opened her mouth to speak, but the stern supervisor interrupted her. "How can I manage the other students if you act in such a manner? Do not presume that your academic performance grants you the liberty to disregard protocol." She wished to elucidate the reasons for her direct approach to the principal, but was abruptly interrupted. "And in turn, insignificant in stature, dare to trouble me. Do you have any idea how severely I was reprimanded by my superiors due to your report? If you wish to graduate from this institution, you must adhere to my directives." After expressing herself with such fervent intensity, the female teacher, feeling parched, lifted her cup for a drink, her demeanor softening somewhat. "The outcome of your situation has been determined. For the remainder of your internship, you will return to the intensive care unit, and, effective today, you shall leave the emergency department." Chapter 8, Dining Out on the Weekend. Upon concluding her remarks, the female teacher handed Hua Banxia an A4 sheet, which contained her verdict. With a faint smile, Hua Banxia realized she had been denied even a single opportunity for explanation, effectively sealing her fate. As she observed the signatures of the teacher and another male administrator from the office, a smirk of derision crept upon her lips. "If my recollections serve me correctly, it was indeed the two of you present in that archive room that day. Did you hear?" The uncertainty in her tone, the evasive glances. Hua Banxia was now certain that the intimate sound she had overheard that day belonged to them. Yet, for her own safety, she refrained from uttering a word. Instead, she crumpled the A4 paper into a ball and discarded it into the waste bin, leaving the teacher in a state of palpable anxiety. Gathering her belongings, Hua Banxia sought out her mentor, her face awash with remorse. "Master, I am truly sorry. My actions have caused you to receive a reprimand. It is a trivial matter. The hospital's management is not comprised of those trained in medicine and lacks understanding of medical affairs. What is done is done, as long as you are unharmed. That is what matters," her mentor reassured her. A wave of emotion overcame Hua Banxia, and she gazed at the ceiling, struggling to suppress her tears. "Master, I must now report to the intensive care unit, and I promise not to trouble you any further." Her mentor was taken aback by the outcome, but, after a brief pause, found it somewhat reasonable, merely patting her shoulder. "In the future, take an additional 10 seconds before acting. Speak less and do more, and remain inconspicuous." "Yes, master." From the emergency department on the 1st floor to the intensive care unit on the 7th, Hua Banxia, clutching a box filled with various pamphlets, ascended step by step. Eventually, she could no longer contain herself. Silent tears transformed into uncontrollable sobs. Gazing at the brochures within the box, documents she had painstakingly transcribed during her time in the emergency ward, she realized they would likely become obsolete, destined to remain in the corridor, perhaps to be discovered by someone in need. Once she had composed herself, wiping away her tears and reddening her eyes, she continued her ascent. From that moment on, Hua Banxia in the intensive care unit spoke little. She adhered to the principle of saying less and doing more, donning a frigid facade. On Friday, after enduring 2 consecutive night shifts, she methodically tidied her belongings in the intern's lounge. "Dr. Hua, could you come here for a moment?" Professor Cheng Zue's voice resonated unexpectedly at the door. Cheng Zue, at 32, was the youngest professor at the School of Medicine, serving as the deputy director of the intensive care unit. The previously lively lounge fell into an immediate hush, the interns exchanging apprehensive glances. Surely, the formidable figure would not prevent Dr. Hua from finishing her night shift. After all, he could shoulder the burden, but our Dr. Hua is but a girl. Interns are mere free labor, especially those about to graduate, who are squeezed for every last ounce of effort. In the realm of single individuals, there exists a fierce competition, epitomized by the esteemed Professor Cheng Zue and the intern Hua Banxia. This duo seems to leave all other medical professionals in the department bereft of prospects. Observing them, one might feel that merely occupying a seat in their presence is a transgression. The dashing Professor Cheng, who typically refrains from mentoring interns, has taken it upon himself to personally guide Hua Banxia. Is this a manifestation of rivalry among the elite? The other interns watch her with expressions of sympathy as she strides towards Professor Cheng's office. Upon reaching, she gently knocks on the door and speaks with deference. "Professor Cheng, come in, take a seat." He gestures towards the chair opposite his desk. Once she is settled, he initiates the conversation. "Your internship is nearing its conclusion, and you have rotated through all the departments. Are there any that you wish to remain in?" "The emergency department." Hua Banxia responds without hesitation. "That is not permissible," Professor Cheng asserts decisively. "Then perhaps the intensive care unit?" she suggests. "Reasons?" "I appreciate tranquility. The ICU is predominantly quiet, save for the occasional commotion during visiting hours, with only the sounds of various alarms and notifications to break the silence. That rationale is insufficient. It will not suffice unless you are unwilling to stay at the hospital," he states bluntly. Understanding the implication, Hua Banxia offers a more formal justification. "I am passionate about the intensive care unit, relish the work environment and atmosphere here, and, more importantly, my Master-S specialization aligns perfectly with this field." The alignment of her specialization serves as an irrefutable argument. She knows she is the only graduate among her cohort specializing in critical care, thus presenting her with a distinct advantage. "Very well, I shall submit your name along with the other candidates. You may return and take your rest," he concludes. "Thank you, Professor Cheng." Hua Banxia adjusts her chair and prepares to depart. "If possible, let us meet for a meal this weekend." Maintaining her composure, Hua Banxia continues forward, feigning ignorance of his proposition. At the age of 24, she is far from the naive girl she once was, fully aware that his words suggest a date. Though she is somewhat reserved, she is not oblivious. She has long recognized the intensity of Professor Cheng's gaze upon her, transcending the boundaries of professional hierarchy. On the subway ride home during the midday lull, the carriage is nearly empty, save for herself and a solitary security officer. Hua Banxia closes her eyes to gather her thoughts, yet sleep eludes her. Her earlier expression of interest in the emergency department was merely a tentative exploration, and now that glimmer of hope has been extinguished, she realizes she will never again have the chance to return there. However, Hua Banxia is not one to cling desperately to a singular opportunity. If the ICU is to be her path, then so be it. She resolves to dedicate herself to her work, for this is the vocation she has cherished since her youth. As she disembarks from the subway, Hua Banxia saunters leisurely back home. Chapter 9. He has returned to the Liushi courtyard. Hua Banxia stood at the entrance, gazing at Shi Zheng on the sofa. He was clad in a black loungewear, reclining lazily, exuding an aura of elegance and cleanliness, his deep-set eyes softly fixed upon her. Hua Banxia found herself perplexed by his presence, uncertain of his thoughts, and at a loss for words to express to this suddenly reappeared husband. She moistened her parched lips, attempting to break the silence. "When did you come back?" "Yesterday," he replied, his tone equally subdued. "Oh." Silence enveloped them once more. She changed into indoor slippers, retreated to her room, and turned on the hot water in the bathroom, her heart heavy with unease. Although they had met a month prior, She felt ill-equipped to confront this unexpected husband who had materialized before her. After her bath, as Hua Banxia lay in bed, drowsily drifting towards sleep, a knock resounded at the door. "Coming," she called, rising to check her attire as she approached the door. "Instant noodles, do you want some?" Shi Zheng inquired. "Thank you. I would like to eat," she replied. "Why not eat the instant noodles that are ready?" She had just completed a night shift, having saved 2 patients and scribbled medical records until 5 a.m. without a moment's rest, and had then continued her work, drawing arterial blood for gas analysis, leaving no time for breakfast. Following the morning meeting, Director Chun had inspected the wards all morning, and now she felt the pangs of hunger. On the dining table lay 2 bowls of noodles adorned with vegetables and a fried egg, albeit slightly overcooked. However, this was inconsequential. It was cooked and would suffice to satiate her hunger. At the quiet table, they both focused on their meals, only the sound of chopsticks clinking against bowls punctuating the stillness. Shi Zheng ate rapidly, yet without a sound. Hua Banxia glanced at the remaining noodles in her bowl. She was already full, having been served far too much. Not wanting to waste food in his presence, she sought plastic wrap to cover her leftovers, intending to consume them later. "Is it unpalatable?" Shi Zheng raised an eyebrow. "No, I simply cannot finish it. It's too much. I want to save it in the fridge for a midnight snack," she explained. "You cannot finish it," he stated, extending his long arm to pull her bowl towards him. "Just right. I'm still hungry." With that, he picked up his chopsticks and swiftly devoured the remainder of her noodles. Hua Banxia was taken aback. Only her father had ever eaten her leftover food, yet she maintained a serene expression. After finishing, Shi Zheng remarked, "Open the other room. I will sleep there." With that, he stood, carrying a bowl in each hand as he made his way to the kitchen. It suddenly dawned on Hua Banxia that Shi Zheng had never spent a night there. He possessed the key to the house, allowing him entry, yet not into her room. The fingerprint and password for the room door had been set by her subsequently. Residing alone in this 160-square-meter abode, which comprised 2 bedrooms and 2 living areas. Each room boasted separate bathrooms and walk-in closets, as well as a spacious study. Hua Banxia, preoccupied with her studies and internship, had scarcely found time to tidy up. Thus, she had locked the larger room and occupied the smaller one. "All right, I will go at once." Hua Banxia promptly opened the door to the spacious room, simultaneously disabling the lock's password and fingerprint access. Inside, there was merely a bed accompanied by an untouched mattress. She returned to her own room and rummaged through her wardrobe, retrieving another set of bed linens. Gazing at the pink ensemble in her hands, she mused to herself, "Surely, I cannot allow a rugged man to rest upon such delicate sheets. The sight would be rather incongruous. I ought to procure a new set." Resolute in her decision, she prepared to venture out. Having lived independently for so long, she had grown accustomed to solitude and lacked the habit of informing others of her whereabouts. "Where are you going?" Shi Zheng inquired as she was wiping the dining table. "To buy a set of linens. The one at home has been used by me." "No need," Shi Zheng replied nonchalantly, "as long as it is clean." Upon hearing this, Hua Banxia turned back, activated the robotic vacuum, and ensured it was following the designated cleaning route before feeling reassured enough to return to her room to change the linens. After a satisfying meal, she found herself easily succumbing to drowsiness, especially since she had not slept the previous night, and thus lay back down on her bed. At that moment, the doorbell rang. A sense of irritation washed over her as she reluctantly rose to answer the door, grumbling to herself, "What is the matter today? Why are so many people suddenly appearing? And why does nothing seem to go smoothly?" Chapter 10. The first kiss lost. Hua Banxia stood at the threshold, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, which revealed a face devoid of any discernible emotions before she finally opened the door. Outside stood a man in his 50s, donned in a crisp white shirt and an impeccably tailored black suit, complete with an exquisitely tied bow tie. "May I inquire who you are?" "Young madam, I am the steward of the old residence, here to seek the young master." The visitor spoke with utmost respect, his demeanor reflecting a deep reverence. "The young master?" Hua Banxia pondered, bemused. There was no young master in her life, and such titles seemed archaic in this day and age. "It is Master Shi Zheng." The steward added respectfully. "Oh." The revelation that he was indeed the young master dawned upon her, prompting an instinctual invitation for him to enter. She intended to fetch him a pair of indoor slippers, yet he produced 2 shoe covers from his coat pocket, donning them before following her into the living room. "What brings you here?" Shi Zheng's displeased voice resonated, marking the first instance Hua Banxia noted a shift in his emotional tone. "The elder master is aware of your return and wishes for you to bring the young madam back for dinner, especially since she has not visited the old residence since obtaining your marriage certificate. I understand. You may leave now." His tone was icy, as he began to dismiss the steward. However, the steward showed no inclination to depart. "The elder master instructed me to escort you and the young madam together. Is he not aware that she just finished her night shift?" Shi Zheng inquired. "The elder master is aware," came the reply. "Then we shall wait until she has rested before we proceed." Shi Zheng's voice lowered, imbued with authority that brooked no argument. The pressure was palpable, felt by Hua Banxia as well as the steward. "Understood. I shall take my leave immediately." The steward turned to exit, his gaze inadvertently landing on the cloth in the young master's hand. My heavens, he thought. Though the young master may not be as delicate as the young master and miss, he is still the future heir of the Shi family. How could he be seen with a cloth in hand? "Young master, shall I summon a servant to clean?" "Unnecessary." Shi Zheng's refusal was resolute. The steward wiped the perspiration from his brow and promptly departed. "Go to sleep," he commanded her. Hua Banxia complied, retreating to her room. She glanced at the neatly arranged bedding on the bed, before relocating it to the living room sofa. She hesitated, unsure of how to address him. Was it young master, Shi Zheng, or Mr. Shi? Fortunately, he heard her voice and emerged from the room, handkerchief in hand. "The quilt is placed here. I shall retire now," she announced, turning to enter her room, forgetting to close the door, and flung herself onto the bed. As she drifted into slumber, Hua Banxia mused on how this man was indeed accustomed to issuing commands, with one directive. She instinctively obeyed, a testament to the effectiveness of such individuals. As evening descended, the figure on the bed showed no signs of awakening. Shi Zheng stood by the bedside, gently patting her shoulder. Hua Banxia awakened. No response. "Hua Banxia, is time arise?" Still, there was no reaction. Resorting to a different approach, he called out, "Dr. Hua, emergency rescue. How many beds?" Hua Banxia replied, sitting up abruptly, only to freeze mid-motion. A pair of almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment, her mind momentarily blank. The breath so close and the lips pressed together. This was not a situation that warranted artificial respiration. This was her first kiss, a cherished moment preserved for 24 years. Now so abruptly lost. What was she supposed to do now? Before she could formulate a response, instinctively she pushed Shi Zheng away, deftly turned, and swiftly dressed herself. She could leave now. After Shi Zheng spoke, he exited the room. Hua Banxia, not wishing to keep anyone waiting, tidied her hair, adjusted her clothes, and grabbed her phone before stepping outside. She followed closely behind Shi Zheng as they left the elevator. Suddenly, he turned and asked, "What mode of transportation do you usually use when going out?" "The subway," she replied. "And if the subway doesn't reach your destination?" "I take a taxi, then call one." Obediently, Hua Banxia opened the app, handed her phone to him, and requested he input the destination. Their exchange was simple and natural. Soon the car arrived, and they sat silently in the back seat. The number of vehicles on the road dwindled until, in the distance, a quaint, traditional building came into view. Under the night sky, only the lights on either side of the road illuminated the scene, while the low eaves cast a solemn shadow. Following Shi Zheng, Hua Banxia entered through the grand entrance, the stone path leading directly to a brightly lit living room. Flanking the courtyard were elegantly poised, welcoming pines, white stones, verdant grass, and a rocky waterfall, all contributing to a serene ambience. As she walked with her head bowed, a sudden crash startled her, causing her to look up just in time to see a teacup shattering on the ground, steam still rising from the tea within. However, her feet did not halt. She collided directly with the man in front of her, who reached out a hand to steady her. A sharp pain shot through her nose, and she instinctively rubbed it. The sensation of colliding with someone feeling oddly familiar. A powerful voice resonated. "So you've decided to return." Chapter 11. My retirement Shi Zheng, who had been shielding her with his hand, suddenly enveloped her fingers entirely within his palm. His hand was dry and warm, and the heat radiating from him gradually warmed her icy fingers. In the vast living room, only Grandpa Shi sat alone, his spirit vigorous and complexion rosy, though his hair had turned completely white. After they settled down, Shi Zheng spoke. Grandpa, your reports have reached the highest levels. How could I not return? Oof. After being away for more than 2 years, don't you feel wronged? Not at all. Then why, having obtained a marriage certificate, have you not returned for so long? Hua Banxia lowered her head, idly playing with the hem of her clothing, momentarily pausing. He had shared the reason with her. Just a month ago, during the jewelry store robbery, when he came to change her bandages, he mentioned he would be on a mission abroad for 2 years. But had he not informed Grandpa Shi? I told you, when you summoned me back, I was preparing for a mission. And now, has the mission concluded? Grandpa's voice brimmed with delight, his expression shifting from anger to joy. Indeed, Shi Zheng nodded. Then are you not leaving? I shall not leave. I have retired. Hua Banxia felt the large hand gripping hers tighten ever so slightly. Good, good. Grandpa clapped the table, his excitement palpable. The next task is for you to give me great-grandchildren, 5 or 8 of them. Hua Banxia felt a flush of embarrassment at such brazen words. Great-grandchildren were not cattle. One cannot simply have a litter. As Grandpa's words echoed, the living room fell into a profound silence. She raised her head in confusion, only to find both grandfather and grandson gazing at her, especially Grandpa Shi, whose smile was warm and benign, seemingly believing she hadn't overheard their previous conversation. And he reiterated, Little Banxia, could you please give Grandpa a few more great-grandchildren? What do you think? Internally, Hua Banxia shouted her refusal. No, absolutely not. Yet her face remained expressionless as she responded ambiguously. Grandpa, let nature take its course. Pregnancy requires preconception checks. It's a gradual process. Indeed, children are also a matter of fate. Grandpa agreed with her sentiment, allowing her to exhale a sigh of relief, her body relaxing somewhat. Yes, it is indeed fate, she confirmed emphatically before swiftly steering the conversation elsewhere. Grandpa, may we eat now? I'm quite hungry. Very well, butler Wei, please make the arrangements. Grandpa instructed with a hearty tone. At the dining table, only Grandpa, Shi Zheng, and Hua Banxia were present, creating an atmosphere of solitude. Grandpa Shi sat at the head of the table, with Shi Zheng to his left, followed by Hua Banxia. She quietly indulged in the food before her, a lifelong love. Faced with a spread of delectable dishes, her attention was wholly captivated, and she paid little heed to the conversation between the two men. Are they not back yet? Shi Zheng inquired. Not yet, perhaps in a little while. The second and third are about to graduate, and once the foreign company stabilizes and goes public, our family will truly be reunited, Grandpa Shi replied, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy. Little Banxia, is the meal to your liking? After chatting with Grandpa Shi, he affectionately inquired about Hua Banxia. Suddenly called upon, Hua Banxia, who had been diligently cracking crabs, immediately set aside the rich crab roe in her hands. It was indeed quite delicious, especially this crab, which was exceptionally fresh and laden with roe. Housekeeper Wei, please pack up all the seafood that has been delivered, along with those fruits, bird's nest, and donkey hide gelatin, and send them to little Banxia. As someone who is half buried in the earth, it would be a waste for me to consume them. Instead, let Banxia nourish herself, so she can bear me more great-grandchildren. Hua Banxia noticed that whenever Grandpa Shi mentioned great-grandchildren, he would become quite animated, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. However, she was not adept at preparing bird's nest. Grandpa, as for the bird's nest and donkey hide gelatin, let us skip those. I am not skilled in making them. Then let them remain at the old residence. In due time, Ajing's parents and siblings will return, and we will dine together weekly. When you come over, I shall have someone prepare it for you. Hua Banxia understood that there was no escaping this. It was Grandpa Shi's deep-seated desire for great-grandchildren. She had no choice but to acquiesce. All right, thank you, Grandpa. Oh, such a good child. Grandpa adores your obedient and clever nature. After dinner, the two of them kept the old man company for a while longer before he urged them to return. Shi Zheng walked ahead, while Hua Banxia attempted to summon a taxi with her phone, but the location was too remote for any vehicle to arrive. "Young master, young madam, wait." Housekeeper Wei's hurried voice echoed as he approached, holding a set of car keys. "This is a car the old man has bought for you." Hua Banxia glanced at the keys in the housekeeper's hand, but did not reach for them. "Housekeeper Wei, please convey my gratitude to Grandpa. But I don't possess a driver's license, so I shall forego the car." "Very well. Everything the old man requested is here, and I will have them loaded into the vehicle." On the journey back, Hua Banxia sat quietly in the passenger seat, securing herself firmly in place to avoid obstructing Shi Zheng's view of the rearview mirror. Just as they paused at a traffic light, his phone suddenly rang. Chapter 12. What is negative distance contact? Shi Zheng's voice was imbued with an unusual warmth and familiarity. "Just returned. All right, send me the address. I'll be there shortly." Hua Banxia understood that this was an arrangement, and the individual referred to as Big Mouth was likely a man. The car soon arrived at the underground garage, where Shi Zheng retrieved a box of ingredients from the trunk, cradling it in his arms. As he prepared to leave, Hua Banxia approached to assist him, but Shi Zheng sidestepped her outstretched hand. "Close the trunk." "How do I do that?" "Press the button above." Following his gaze, she indeed spotted the button, yet her height was insufficient to reach it, even on tiptoes. Suddenly, a large hand descended directly upon the button, and the trunk gradually closed. Turning around, she found herself face to chest with him, an unfamiliar scent lingering in the air. Hua Banxia placed her hands between them to avert any accidental intimacy and to spare her nose from further injury. Shi Zheng naturally stepped aside, carrying the box toward the elevator. After transporting it upstairs, he departed. Left alone, Hua Banxia began organizing the refrigerator, gazing at the box of exquisite ingredients and envisioning the family recipes from the Shi family's ancestral home. In the past, her family had lived in a small town, running a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, while her parents busied themselves with foraging herbs, concocting remedies, and studying ancient medical texts, and her grandfather attended to patients. At the tender age of 8, when she was finally tall enough to reach the stove, she began learning to cook. Fortunately, her parents and grandfather were not picky. They simply instructed her that as long as the food was clean, cooked, and edible, it sufficed. Now, she could effortlessly prepare a feast that was visually appealing and delicious. Yet they were no longer present. Sighing deeply, Hua Banxia lamented the past, reminding herself to look forward and persevere. She hastened her movements, observing how the refrigerator was filled to the brim, perhaps for the first time. Suddenly, she felt her heart swell with a similar fullness. After pouring herself a cup of warm water, she retreated to her study. Seated cross-legged in her office chair, she opened her writing software on her laptop and meticulously revised the chapter intended for release the following day, ensuring there were no typographical errors before scheduling the publication. Glancing at reader comments, she was relieved to find no negative reviews, yet one particular remark puzzled her. "There are no intimate moments. It's rather dry." Author: "The male and female leads need some negative distance contact. I feel the emotional connection is lacking." What is negative distance contact? Hua Banxia felt her time online had dwindled, and oftentimes, she struggled to comprehend the reader's sentiments. She clicked on the replies to this comment for clarification, discovering the answer. She realized she was incapable of writing such risky narratives. She had neither experienced such indulgences nor witnessed them firsthand. No, she had seen pigs run before, notably during that kiss with Shi Zheng this afternoon. The memory of that soft, cool sensation suddenly surged to the forefront of her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. Waving her hands, she attempted to dispel the feeling, repeatedly asserting in her mind, it was not a kiss, just an accidental brush. Yes, certainly not a kiss. Hua Banxia, engaged in mental preparation, took a sip of water to calm her emotions, and then began to type rhythmically on the keyboard, her fingers dancing across it intermittently. During her high school years, she had published numerous articles in the school newspaper and youth magazines, earning her first writing fees, a fact she had kept to herself. With the advent of the internet and the proliferation of smartphones, many had turned away from magazines and journals, preferring to indulge in novels on reading apps, which offered an abundance of genres and choices. Adapting to the times, Hua Banxia transitioned into a writer of online novels. Her works had always enjoyed a lukewarm reception. While she could not boast of purchasing a house or a car from her earnings, the monthly fees were sufficient for her to buy some fruits. Her typing speed was not particularly swift, and by the time she completed her daily word count, 2 hours had already elapsed. After taking a brief break to refill her water, she pondered the reader's comments regarding intimate scenes. Hesitatingly, she considered studying how other authors crafted such moments, contemplating experimenting with suggestive writing herself. With this plan in mind, she reclined on the sofa, legs crossed, leisurely swinging her slender limbs. In a quest for inspiration, she stumbled upon a reader's review that praised a story filled with enticing elements, and she eagerly clicked to delve into it. Just as she was engrossed in the narrative, her phone suddenly powered off due to low battery. Reluctantly, she moved her laptop to the coffee table and settled onto the carpet to continue her reading. While immersed in the text, she marveled at the eloquence of other writers, wondering how they could convey such depth and emotion, and how their works had passed scrutiny. Finally, the protagonist began to develop a flirtatious rapport, causing Hua Banxia to awkwardly fidget, for it was her first encounter with such risque literature. Just as she was captivated by the unfolding story, the doorbell rang, prompting her to rise and answer the door. Outside stood Shi Zheng, leaning against a man. Chapter 13. Sister-in-law, you are more beautiful than in the photos. Ah. Sister-in-law, it's me, Big Mouth. Today, the brothers are gathering, and the captain has had a bit too much to drink. I apologize for the inconvenience. The speaker, with a buzz cut and sun-kissed skin, was tall and robust, yet his demeanor was considerably gentler than that of Shi Zheng. Oh, thank you. Please come in, she replied. The newcomer placed Shi Zheng on the sofa and prepared to leave. Sister-in-law, I'll take my leave now. Hua Banxia, who had been fetching water, felt a bit unfamiliar with him, so she walked to the door to see him off. Thank you for bringing him back. No need to thank me, sister-in-law. You're even more stunning in person than in the photos. Huh? Photos? What photos? Big Mouth offered no explanation, simply stating, my wife is still waiting for me downstairs. Goodbye, sister-in-law. Hua Banxia watched as he closed the door, feeling awkward at being referred to as sister-in-law. She was merely 24 years old, yet already labeled as such. And what about those photos? Just as she had adjusted the honey water, she suddenly noticed Shi Zheng sitting up on the sofa, grimacing as he rubbed his forehead. She handed him the water cup, catching a whiff of the alcohol on him, and promptly opened a window to ventilate the room, hoping to dissipate the lingering scent. When she returned, she found Shi Zheng drinking water while gazing intently at her computer. It then struck her that she had been perusing some rather inappropriate material. Heavens, what a shameful moment. No, I was merely studying, she stammered, hastily closing the laptop and cradling it in her arms. Studying what? Shi Zheng frowned, his tone stern. At such a young age, you should not be looking at such frivolous things. Our perspectives differ. I truly have a purpose in my studies. Hua Banxia protested, disliking being misunderstood. Is it necessary for a doctor to study such material? Shi Zheng inquired, scrutinizing her with a skeptical expression. Hua Banxia felt a surge of annoyance. He had just returned and was already imposing his views. She had no desire to further clarify her intentions. She harbored a deep aversion to conversing with inebriated men. In the past, old Wang, who lived next to the clinic, would beat his wife after a drink, and she would tremble at the sound of her anguished cries while doing her homework in the yard. Not to mention, during festive seasons, the emergency room would be inundated with intoxicated men, exuding the stench of alcohol, often resorting to foul language and violence. In her mind, drunken men were inherently irrational. Therefore, let him think as he pleased. It was futile to try to correct him. It is necessary. In the urology department, I encounter many physiological conditions that are not typically discussed. To provide effective treatment, I need to study such material. In truth, she had never worked in urology. She was a doctor who saw patients as individuals, regardless of gender, focusing solely on their ailments. Her aspiration was to utilize her knowledge to heal and assist others. The words of a certain young man lingered in her mind. He had written, "Studying medicine is commendable. You will surely gain admission to the medical school of Shi University and become an exceptional doctor, capable of helping many." How could someone she had never met possess such unwavering faith in her potential? It offered her immense encouragement. Hua Banxia, Shi Zheng's voice suddenly elevated. reminding her not to forget the white coat she donned, nor the responsibilities and missions it entailed. Hua Banxia was momentarily taken aback by his tone, but swiftly retorted without showing any sign of weakness. "Mind your own business, you self-righteous man." After voicing her displeasure, she felt unsatisfied and downed the remainder of his honey water in one gulp. Then, like a proud peacock, she strode into her room, holding her laptop, and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Still feeling a surge of indignation, she abruptly yanked the door open again, adding, "You uphold your responsibilities and missions, and leave the affairs of the beautiful young lady to her." Humph. With that, she closed the door once more, securing it with a lock. The entire sequence of actions was executed in one breath. Outside, Shi Zheng stood before her door, contemplating whether this was indeed the same person he had received reports about. Was it the woman in the documents, composed, insightful, and resolute? She seemed to be behaving like a child. Inside the room, Hua Banxia found herself unable to continue reading her novel, lying on her bed, feeling vexed by her earlier childish outburst. What was wrong with her? Why engage in such dialogue with an arrogant man, when simply walking away would have sufficed? After much contemplation, she arrived at a conclusion. It must be the effect of Shi Zheng's intoxication that irked her, as she held a strong disdain for inebriated individuals, which had undoubtedly influenced her reaction. Just then, a sudden ringtone pierced through her thoughts, jolting her back to reality. Chapter 14. Hand wash your underwear. Hua Banxia gazed at the flickering name on her phone screen. "You Sean?" She promptly answered the call, her voice bright and melodious. Sean, what are you up to?" The affectionate tone unmistakably belonged to her dear friend Yushan. "Just lying in bed, doing nothing," Hua Banxia replied. "It seems I timed my arrival perfectly." Yushan's voice fluctuated, drawing closer. Hua Banxia, brimming with excitement, sat up, her volume rising significantly. "Are you coming over?" "Yes." "On a business trip?" "No, I've been transferred back to the headquarters." Yushan's return to Shidu meant she could see Banxia more frequently, and it would be much more convenient to return home. "Congratulations. Congratulations to both of us." Hua Banxia was overjoyed. She felt compelled to drink some sparkling water to celebrate and rummaged through the fridge while still on the call. The living room was devoid of Shi Zheng's presence, yet a faint scent of alcohol lingered in the air. "When do you arrive? Have you found a place to stay?" "I'll be there tomorrow at 1 in the afternoon. I'll stay at a hotel first, and on Monday, I'll report to the company for my accommodation. The headquarters has employee dormitories, single rooms with a bathroom." Hua Banxia felt a twinge of envy. "Your company's benefits are simply excellent." "All right, I want to keep you. I just finished extra hours, and my luggage is still not packed. Remember to pick me up at the airport tomorrow at 1. I have 3 suitcases, and I might struggle a bit." "Okay, 1 o'clock. I'll remember." After hanging up, Hua Banxia happily held her cup, ready to return her room. Suddenly, the door to Shi Zheng's room swung open. He was holding his discarded clothes in one hand and a towel in the other, drying his short hair. The critical detail was that he was not wearing a shirt, only black loungewear pants. Immediately, Hua Banxia's mind conjured up descriptions of male protagonists from Riska literature. The man's narrow waist was wrapped in a bath towel, and his abdominal muscles were sharply defined, each contour resembling a sculpture, exuding a potent aura of masculinity. When she first encountered such descriptions, her instinctive response had been to envision illustrations from an anatomy textbook. Yet, upon witnessing Shi Zheng's chiseled abs, she suddenly comprehended the distinction between illustrations and reality. His skin tone was several shades darker than his face, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. The enticing lines of his muscles flowed seamlessly, extending beneath the towel, subtly hinting at boundless strength. Hua Banxia deliberately glanced at his injured area, now transformed into a delicate pink scar. Shi Zheng raised an eyebrow, teasingly inquiring, "Do I look good?" Hua Banxia lifted her sparkling water, savoring a sip with an air of elegance. "It's rather average," she commented lightly as she brushed past him, adding, "Please hand wash your underwear." Returning to her room, Hua Banxia rated her earlier performance a perfect score, an impeccable display. The following morning, Hua Banxia awoke naturally, and upon rising, she noticed Shi Zheng's absence. After enjoying breakfast alone, she headed to the study to read and study. Although she had completed all her university obligations and merely awaited her graduation ceremony to receive her certificate, the field of medicine constantly unveiled new discoveries. Thus, she held herself to the daily task of reading the latest research papers from various journals. The study is adorned with sliding glass doors that face the entrance to Shi Zheng's room. As Hua Banxia tilted her head in contemplation, she chanced upon the foot of his bed through the ajar door, the sheets meticulously arranged and perfectly smooth. In stark contrast, her own room bore the marks of her hasty mornings. Upon awakening, she would merely toss off the covers to rise, and at night, she would bury herself under the blankets, which were piled high with freshly laundered clothes she had retrieved from the dryer. She was certainly not a paragon of refinement. Since her grandfather's passing, she had been incessantly occupied, a child without a safe haven, compelled to run even faster. Nevertheless, having lived this way for 3 years, she found little concern for a mere day or two. With this thought, Hua Banxia felt a sense of justification wash over her. To avoid distraction, she diligently crafted a mind map in her notebook. Yet, as she struggled to complete her analysis of a paper, footsteps echoed from the living room, prompting her to focus intently on her computer screen. She reminded herself not to utter any impetuous words in his presence, nor allow him to seize any opportunity to lecture her. Despite these resolutions, her almond-shaped eyes, framed by tortoise-shell glasses, involuntarily darted towards the door of his room. Chapter 15. A gentle nudge to the heart. Shi Zheng, clad in a black athletic ensemble and holding a white towel, had evidently just returned from his workout. He strode directly into his room, and soon the sound of water echoed from the bathroom. Instantly, images of his towel-clad form from the previous night flooded Hua Banxia's mind, along with the risque tales she had perused. Realizing her thoughts, she shook her head, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Ah, what a folly! I must refrain from indulging in such tales henceforth. They lead one astray. Hua Banxia lingered in the study for some time, yet not a single word managed to penetrate her thoughts. She contemplated her plan to pick up Yushan from the airport. The journey from home to the airport would take over an hour. Perhaps it would be prudent to prepare a meal first. She had brought back ingredients the night before, and could whip up 2 dishes and a soup. She rinsed the rice and set it to cook, gathering the necessary ingredients on the countertop. The kitchen was her favorite part of the house, spacious and thoughtfully designed with ample workspace. As Shi Zheng emerged from the bathroom, dressed and refreshed, his gaze fell upon the petite figure bustling in the kitchen. Her lustrous hair was elegantly pinned up, secured with a pin, revealing her fair and elongated neck. Sunlight streamed in, casting a warm glow upon her. The pink apron hugged her slender waist perfectly. This serene image stirred something within Shi Zheng, disrupting the calm waters of his heart with ripples of emotion. He made his way to the laundry room, tossing his sweat-soaked clothes into the washing machine and starting the cycle, before hanging his freshly washed underwear on the balcony. One set bore a playful strawberry pattern, while the other was a pair of mature men's boxer shorts, 2 contrasting styles that somehow harmonized. Closing the laundry room door, he lit a cigarette, inhaling quietly as his thoughts drifted with the curling smoke. He had never contemplated romantic entanglements. When his grandfather urged him to return and obtain a marriage certificate, he thought, why not? His absence from home rendered the act inconsequential. The first time he had encountered her at the Civil Affairs Bureau, she appeared so small and vulnerable, curled beneath an umbrella like a lost kitten on a rainy day, exuding an air of solitude and helplessness. The second encounter occurred during a mission, where she had been taken hostage, her hand gripping a glinting syringe, her gaze resolute. After the situation was neutralized, he had intentionally pressed on his wound, seeking an excuse to converse with her. Such irrational behavior was not an isolated incident. Upon returning to the team, he could not bear the thought of her being harmed. Thus, he leveraged his position as an investor in the hospital to exert pressure, ensuring her transfer from the emergency department. He even scrutinized the comments of her supervising instructor to glean insights into her life. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he extinguished the half-burnt stub, wrapping it in paper before discarding it in the trash. Just as Hua Banxia extinguished the flame on the stove, the laundry room door swung open. She glanced at Shi Zheng before washing her hands and setting the table. One by one, she brought the dishes to the table, finally serving each of them a bowl of white rice. Shi Zheng sat down, surveying the table laden with 2 dishes and a soup, stir-fried beef, garlic lettuce, and radish soup. The presentation was delightful, and he noticed his hunger had begun to stir as soon as Hua Banxia settled down. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. The sunlight cascaded over the dining table as the 2 individuals quietly indulged in their meal. It must be acknowledged that the dishes prepared by Hua Banxia were exceptionally delectable. Having grown accustomed to the blandness of communal cooking, his appetite had significantly improved. Just as he returned from fetching a 3rd bowl of rice, Hua Banxia had already set down her chopsticks. "I'm running out of time. Please tidy up and wash the dishes after you finish eating. I'll drive you." "No need," Hua Banxia replied decisively, rising to change her clothes. Slipping on her canvas bag, she stepped out the door. Shi Zheng stared at the closed door, momentarily dazed, before resuming his meal. Chapter 16. Reunion with a best friend. Hua Banxia transferred 3 times on the subway and finally arrived at the airport pickup area at 12:53. She did not wait long before spotting her best friend, Yushan, who emerged pushing 3 suitcases. At 26 years of age, Yushan had grown up on the same street as Hua Banxia. After Hua Banxia skipped a grade, the 2 of them attended their final year of high school together and took the college entrance examination as comrades. Yushan studied civil engineering in university. Standing at 175 centimeters, Yushan's height made her look stunning in anything she wore. However, due to her work in design, which often required her to visit construction sites, she had become accustomed to wearing a windbreaker, work pants, and sturdy hiking shoes. If Hua Banxia could be described as a delightful blend of genuine charm and feigned aloofness, then Yushan epitomized the regal essence of cool detachment. Her short hair was neat and crisp, and though her peach blossom eyes were meant to be enchanting, they radiated a hint of indifference when faced with strangers. "Hua Banxia." Yushan spotted her and waved enthusiastically. She quickly dashed forward, enveloping Hua Banxia in a warm embrace. "I missed you so much, sister." "Ugh." Hua Banxia feigned annoyance, but obediently allowed Yushan to drape her arm over her shoulder as they strolled towards the exit. "Do you have a weekend off?" Yushan inquired. "I don't have to go to the hospital for now. I'll decide after the graduation ceremony when the list of those retained at the hospital is released," Hua Banxia replied. Although she was aware of the high probability of being retained, she preferred to keep an open mind. "Don't worry. That top-ranking one will definitely keep you. Otherwise, how will he pursue you?" Yushan teased. Hua Banxia reminded her, "Sister, I'm married." "Then get a divorce," Yushan retorted, lamenting on behalf of Hua Banxia. "A delicate flower like you has been delayed for over 2 years. What difference does it make whether you are married or not?" "It makes a difference. I have a stable residence and don't have to worry about arbitrary rent increases or being asked to move out at night by the landlord," Hua Banxia explained, echoing the words of an intern doctor. "Divorce. I have money now. I'm transferring to a full-time position with a formal contract. My annual salary has doubled. And I'm close to buying a house," Yushan declared, thumping her chest in a manner that amused Hua Banxia. "You should just marry your Wentingchuan. I'm quite content as I am," Hua Banxia said lightly as she placed her luggage in the trunk, adding, "Yes, back. Is he the one you got the marriage certificate with?" "Yes." Once they were in the car, Yushan revealed, "I broke up with Wentingchuan." Hua Banxia looked at her in disbelief. "Why? Haven't you both met each other's parents?" Yushan and Wentingchuan had been together since university, known as the golden couple of their civil engineering department. "So what? Long-distance relationships inevitably encounter issues," Yushan replied, gazing out the window. "A new life begins here." Having grown up alongside her, Hua Banxia knew Yushan was not being entirely honest. "Did Wentingchuan cheat on you?" "No." "Did he die on the construction site?" Yushan and Wentingchuan shared a strong bond, and Hua Banxia could not fathom any other reason for their separation. "You smiled, Yushan, and I thought you would make me laugh to death." In such a large company, incidents leading to fatalities on construction sites are bound to attract media attention. But why is that? The 24-year-old single woman, Hua Banxia, is deeply curious about what could have caused 2 people who had loved each other for so many years to part ways. Water flows downward, while people ascend. The daughter of a company executive has set her sights on him, prompting her to suggest a breakup and urging me to let him go. Yushan spoke with a calm demeanor, yet tears streamed down his face in a tranquil manner. He stated that marrying that woman would enable him to leap straight to the pinnacle of his life's ambitions. Hua Banxia could not comprehend this. After all, life does not conclude at the age of 26. What is the rush to reach the finish line? However, she understood that different professions are like distant mountains apart. Civil engineering and medicine are not the same. They sketch plans and designs, and beyond their primary responsibilities, networking with clients is also a vital aspect of their job. Promotion is contingent not only upon years of service and certification, but also upon connections. Does that woman know of your existence? Probably not. She has never sought me out. It was always when Ting Chuan who informed me, and since I have returned, I decided to let him go. Yushan accepted the tissue that Hua Banxia offered, wiping away his tears. It's all right. I will be sad for a while, but it will pass. It's better to rid oneself of a withered flower early. Moreover, now that my sister has secured a stable job, I will work diligently to strive for home ownership soon. Before they even reached the hotel, Yushan's spirits had lifted, suggesting that he had shed tears on more than one occasion. The two of them handled their luggage and checked in together. Hua Banxia glanced at the time. The hot pot restaurant had yet to open. They decided to brew tea, chat, and enjoy each other's company in their room. The two had much to discuss after not seeing each other for over 6 months. Both were usually quite busy, and their conversations never seemed to afford them uninterrupted time. Their WeChat exchanges resembled a message board, with replies taking an eternity to come. Chapter 17, He Treats You Like a Child. How does it feel to have your nominal husband back? Yushan inquired with a smile, her curiosity palpable. The sound of the doorbell echoed in her mind, along with his presence in the house, leaving Hua Banxia feeling somewhat exasperated. It felt as if her sanctuary had been invaded, and she feared that tranquility would be a thing of the past. She lifted her teacup, took a sip, and continued. Moreover, he possesses a rather arrogant disposition, always believing that what he perceives is the absolute truth. Having shared a roof for merely a day, her emotions were already stirred. It seemed she had encountered him frequently. Hua Banxia confided in Yushan about her discovery of him watching adult films. Yushan erupted into laughter, finding the situation utterly amusing. You are quite the character, but this does align with your usual demeanor. Do you not think he is rather presumptuous? I believe his reaction is quite normal. Hua Banxia regarded her with confusion. Pray, how would you feel if you were to watch such films in your presence? A bit disgusting, Hua Banxia replied candidly, dismissing any physiological considerations, thus considering his perspective. His reaction towards you is rather mild. Yushan pondered for a moment and continued. I feel he treats you like a child. I do not require his guardianship. I am 24 years old, Hua Banxia asserted firmly. You seem to have a different sentiment towards him, Yushan remarked, drawing on her experience of having dated and having grown up alongside Hua Banxia, suggesting that she understood her better than she understood herself. The changes in Hua Banxia were evident to an observer. Hua Banxia paused in her tea preparation, realizing that indeed there was something different. However, it was the sudden return of this man that had disrupted her peace. She had been living quite comfortably and serenely alone when he unexpectedly reappeared, shattering her established routine and causing her to lose her composure. Seeing her silent, Yushan recognized that she was searching for justifications. Have you ever considered that the person you are with him is your truest self? Is it? Hua Banxia mused, contemplating the prolonged hours at work and the changes she had undergone. She recalled the words of the head nurse in the intensive care unit. Dr. Hua, you can connect with anyone, yet you always exude a sense of distance. Perhaps this encapsulated her current self. Waving her hand dismissively, Hua Banxia decided not to dwell on the matter. You, who have ended a 6-year relationship, should not concern yourself with my lack of emotional ties. Focusing on work is what truly matters. Do you still keep in touch with that young man? Not at all. I have sent several letters, but they have all been returned. By now, he has long graduated from Shi Zheng University, Hua Banxia replied with a sheepish smile. Yushan, feeling sympathetic, suggested, let us go. It's 4:30. We can head to the nearby hot pot restaurant. It's about time. The two sisters tidied up and set out together. After indulging in an abundance of hot pot, Yushan contemplated taking in the night scenery of Shi Zheng City. The dining location was not far from Hua Banxia's home. so she resolved to walk her back, simultaneously aiding digestion. As dinner approached, Shi Zheng pondered when Hua Banxia would return. He suddenly realized he had no means to contact Hua Xia. Thus, he warmed up the leftover food and, almost as if compelled by fate, found himself seated on the balcony. As night descended and the city lights began to twinkle, the vibrant neon signs flickered to life. It had been many years since he last beheld such a nightscape, prompting him to light a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, a familiar figure emerged below. Observing the two individuals entwined, he discerned a short-haired man clad in work attire. Shi Zheng's piercing gaze narrowed, exuding an aura of danger. Chapter 18, if I'm not mistaken, he embraced you. After Hua Banxia bid farewell to Yushan downstairs, she ascended directly to her apartment. She opened the door, and the living room was enveloped in darkness, indicating that Shi Zheng was not home. Illuminated by the faint glow of streetlights filtering through the window, she hummed a little tune as she opened the refrigerator to retrieve a soda. After finishing her drink, she closed the refrigerator door, plunging the room into darkness, when suddenly a shadow loomed before her. Startled, she stumbled backward, her waist colliding with the countertop, and the pain compelled her to confront the figure. "Why don't you turn on the lights at home? I thought a thief had broken in," she questioned him, her voice laced with trepidation. Shi Zheng replied in a calm tone, "The community security is quite good. Who besides family could possibly enter?" Upon hearing this, Hua Banxia felt as if he was implying her lack of intelligence. "People can indeed frighten others to death," she retorted. "It is you who were too engrossed in your happiness to hear my footsteps," Shi Zheng stated matter-of-factly, approaching her with the scent of smoke lingering around him. His hands braced on either side of her. Hua Banxia found the smell of cigarettes unpleasant and pushed against his chest. "Please step away. The smoke is suffocating." However, her feeble attempt to distance herself was inconsequential to Shi Zheng. "Who is the man you returned with?" he inquired. "I came back with Yushan," she replied, but then reconsidered, realizing she need not provide him with such an explanation. "It is none of your business who I return with." In the darkness, Shi Zheng seemed to emit a low chuckle, but Hua Banxia could not discern it clearly. Instead, she heard his authoritative declaration. "I am your lawful husband and your only family. I have the right to know about the people and matters surrounding you." Recalling what Yushan had said about treating her like a child, she stood her ground. "I am 24 years old. I do not require your oversight." With that, she crouched down to escape from under his arm, but after only a few steps, he pulled her back, forcing her against the refrigerator. Her hands raised and pinned against its surface. "If I am not mistaken, he embraced you." Shi Zheng's voice remained placid, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet an invisible pressure enveloped her. Hua Banxia felt his reasoning absurd. "What is wrong with hugging Yushan? Is that unacceptable? He is male, and you are my wife. Do you think that is permissible?" At his words, she pondered if Yushan would curse if he knew she was being perceived as a male. Shi Zheng, noticing her hesitation, grew displeased. "Why are you silent?" His deep voice intensified the pressure she felt, and recalling his previous demeanor with a firearm, she quickly clarified. "She's Yushan, a girl, my close friend." Shi Zheng was taken aback by the revelation of her being a woman, his expression faltering as he cleared his throat awkwardly. "My apologies. I failed to see clearly." In a good mood, Hua Banxia chose not to dwell on the matter further and returned directly to her room. As she showered, the warm water cascaded over her body, and it was then that she became acutely aware of the pain. Standing before the full-length mirror, she noticed a sizable abrasion on her lower back, likely from the earlier collision with the countertop. After her shower, she retrieved the first aid kit from the television cabinet, finding the living room lights illuminated, with Shi Zheng engrossed in financial news. As she passed by, she observed the fluctuating graphs resembling a heartbeat monitor, an incomprehensible sight to her, before heading back to her room with the medical supplies. She lifted her garment and turned to face the full-length mirror, attempting to spray hydrogen peroxide onto the abrasion on her waist. Yet she could not seem to reach the wound. Was that the injury? A sudden voice broke the silence, belonging to the man standing at the bathroom door. Hua Banxia turned to look at him, noting how silently he moved. She nodded slightly and murmured in acknowledgement. He stepped inside and took the hydrogen peroxide from her hand without hesitation. As a doctor, Hua Banxia found nothing amiss in his actions and allowed it. The cold spray of hydrogen peroxide met her skin, and a sharp pain surged through her, prompting her to inhale sharply. "It will subside shortly," he said, his tone softening. Chapter 19: The Beauty of Winter Snow in the Quiet of Night. A slender crescent moon hung in the vast sky, twinkling stars casting a gentle light upon a sleeping city. Shi Zheng lay awake in bed, a tempest of unease swirling within him. Each time he closed his eyes, images of Hua Banxia's snowy white figure, her delicate waist, and the two dimples on her back flooded his mind. Tossing and turning, it was past 1 in the morning, and sleep eluded him. Resolute, he rose to engage in some physical exercise. After completing over 100 push-ups, the agitation in his heart began to dissipate, prompting him to take a cold shower before finally surrendering to slumber. The following day, Hua Banxia awoke to find herself alone in the house once more. After a simple breakfast, she retreated to her study to write her novel, eager to accumulate words before her formal work commenced. By midday, Shi Zheng had yet to return, and recalling his assistance in treating her wounds the previous day, she decided to call him to inquire if he wished to join her for lunch. It was then she realized she had no means to contact him, and with a sigh, she prepared a bowl of noodles before resuming her writing. In the afternoon, Hua Banxia received an unexpected call from Professor Zheng. "Professor Zheng," she greeted politely, though with a hint of detachment. "Patient Lin, she in room 3 wishes to see you," came the professor's weary voice. And Hua Banxia understood immediately that the patient was in a terminal condition. Grasping her phone, she hurried out and hailed a taxi at the community entrance. Making her way swiftly to the hospital, Lin, she was a lung cancer patient, reliant on a respirator to sustain his vital signs. He and his wife were a touching elderly couple, often moved to tears when discussed among colleagues. A nuclear researcher, Lin, she had endured a lifetime in the harsh conditions of the desert. Upon retirement, he returned home, ready to cherish his twilight years with his beloved wife, only to be confronted with a late-stage lung cancer diagnosis. After a series of ineffective chemotherapy and radiotherapy treatments, he was admitted to the intensive care unit after much deliberation. When she first met the couple in the emergency room, Hua Banxia was accompanying her mentor, assisting the elderly pair, who had no children, with their belongings, paperwork, and examinations. Though these tasks were merely her duties as an intern, the couple expressed profound gratitude for her help. Later, when Hua Banxia transitioned to the intensive care unit, visiting hours were limited to just 1 hour each afternoon. When Lin, she was feeling well, he enjoyed engaging in conversation with her. With an oxygen mask over his face, his speech was slow, and most often, it was Hua Banxia who listened. Each day, after her rounds, he would beckon her over, handing her a whiteboard inscribed with his wishes, what he desired to eat, items he needed his wife to bring from home, and messages he wished to convey to her. The notes typically included, "Dear wife, I feel well today and had a good night's sleep. I'd like a small glass of orange juice. Please bring my book. Dr. Xia will read it to me. Also, dear wife, stay strong. I will endure. The snow this winter will surely be beautiful." Gradually, Hua Banxia became the conduit of communication between the devoted couple. His wife was a resilient and diligent woman, always arriving with the necessities and a warm smile, steadfastly by his side. However, only Hua Banxia knew that each time she finished speaking those words, the voice of the old lady on the other end of the line would tremble, stifled by tears as she expressed her gratitude. After alighting from the vehicle, Hua Banxia sprinted to the ward, donning her white coat before entering the patient's room. When Lin Shi saw her, he smiled. Hua Banxia immediately positioned herself beside him, grasping his frail, cool hand. He parted his lips, and she understood his unspoken thoughts. "I know. I shall often accompany the old lady, and I will read the books you recommended." Lin Shi nodded in satisfaction. His wife stood beside his bed, smiling gently. "Old Lin, do not worry. I have lived alone for many years. In your absence, I will simply pretend you have gone to the research institute. I will continue to purchase groceries and flowers, and I will read books and observe the clouds." As the various monitoring devices and the oxygen mask were removed from him, the ward filled with the sound of quiet sobbing. Hua Banxia and several other young nurses lowered their heads, wiping away their tears. Chapter 20. Love is being together. Lin Shi's nephew, Lin Yi, along with his grandmother, organized the funeral arrangements. Hua Banxia remained by her side throughout, never shedding a tear. With a gentle smile, she greeted each mourner who came to pay their respects. Supporting her grandmother's trembling arm, she felt the frailty of her form, her eyes reddened. Yet she offered no words of comfort. As night descended, Hua Banxia shared a meal with her grandmother, observing her composed demeanor as she ate. A pang of sympathy welled within her. "Grandmother, you need not suppress your emotions. If you feel like crying, then cry." Her grandmother lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening, holding Hua Banxia's stare until the tears were stifled. "I shall not cry. Old Lin would not approve of my tears. He preferred my laughter." Upon hearing her grandmother's words, Hua Banxia found herself in tears. Her phone vibrated in her bag, an unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. Stealing her emotions, she answered. "Where are you?" It was Shi Zheng, his voice devoid of emotion. "At the municipal funeral home." "You've been crying? Whose funeral is it?" Hua Banxia glanced at her grandmother, elegantly eating across from her, and chose not to respond to Shi Zheng's inquiry. His voice broke the silence again. "I will be there shortly." "All right," she replied before he hung up. "Dr. Xiaohua, if you have matters to attend to, you should leave. It's difficult to get a cab here. I will have Ear drive you." "No need, grandmother." Hua Banxia hesitated. "My husband will be here shortly." Upon hearing of her marriage, her grandmother expressed surprise. "Married so soon? But then again, you are a well-behaved, charming child with a respectable job and beauty. It is only natural for you to marry early." Hua Banxia offered no further explanation. After finishing their meal, she accompanied her grandmother to the altar to burn paper offerings while listening to her speak. "Dr. Xiaohua, when love is present, cherish it fully. Old Lin often said, 'Love comes with the wind, yet I wish to love you slowly.' Love is about being together. There is little time to linger." Hua Banxia merely nodded in agreement, pondering the true essence of love. Is it the unwavering bond of parents who stand together through life and death, or is it the silent devotion of her grandmother, enduring separation by the hands of fate? After spending a bit more time with her grandmother, she was urged to leave. "You should go back. After old Lin's funeral, I will move abroad with Lin Yi." "Okay." "Dr. Xiaohua, your heart is too tender. Being a doctor can be exhausting," her grandmother observed with concern. "I have no regrets," Hua Banxia replied, to which her grandmother smiled. "What noble sentiment. All the love and good fortune are rewards for you, my kind-hearted child." "Thank you, grandmother. Go now. If we continue this conversation, your husband will surely grow anxious." As Hua Banxia reached the entrance of the funeral home, she noticed a solitary orange light glowing quietly by the roadside. With a security guard seated in a booth, listening to the news broadcast, she found a flower bed to sit quietly, her heart heavy with melancholy. It was here that her grandfather had been cremated, before being returned to Huaxi town for burial. The sound of tires crunching on the gravel path broke the stillness. Hua Banxia looked up to see Shi Zheng's black car approaching. He descended from the vehicle, striding towards her against the backdrop of the car's headlights. It was only then that Hua Banxia discerned the elegance of his black suit, which accentuated his physique to perfection, the broadness of his chest instilling a sense of reassurance. Shi Zheng came to a halt before her. This scene mirrored their initial encounter over 2 years ago, on the day they obtained their marriage certificate. "Shall I go in and take a look?" Shi Zheng inquired. Chapter 21. The first hand-holding. Hua Banxia rose, declining assistance, stating, "I am merely accompanying a family member. I shall return alone." Shi Zheng observed her desolate figure retreating, understanding that her grandfather had also been cremated here. Contemplating this, he matched her pace and, once in the car, started the engine and departed. Shi Zheng watched her silently seated in the passenger seat, her profile turned towards the window, lost in thought. "I haven't had dinner. Is there anything you would like to eat?" he ventured, attempting to shatter the stillness within the vehicle. "Just eat what you enjoy." "I've already had something," Hua Banxia replied, having just consumed a light meal, lacking any particular cravings. "I've just returned and am unaware of the local dining options." "Do recommend something?" he prompted. Though Hua Banxia seldom dined out due to her modest salary, she pondered briefly before suggesting, "On the 4th floor of the mall, there is a commendable Chinese restaurant. from the advertisements on the storefront. It seems the flavors should be delightful. Upon hearing this, Shi Zheng drove in silence, choosing not to engage her further. Once the car was parked in the underground lot, they ascended the elevator one after the other. As they reached the first floor, the crowd thickened. A stroller occupied a significant portion of the elevator, prompting everyone to squeeze in. Shi Zheng shielded Hua Banxia in the corner, and she gazed at his broad back, reminiscent of her father's similar stature. Each time they ventured into the mountains for herbs, fatigue would prompt her to request her father to carry her. Nestled against his expansive back, she would gaze upon the undulating peaks, feeling as though she possessed the entire world. Upon reaching the fourth floor, Shi Zheng turned and naturally grasped her hand, saying, "Excuse me," as they navigated through the throng. Once outside the elevator, he showed no intention of relinquishing her hand, leading her towards the restaurant. Hua Banxia observed their intertwined fingers. An unfamiliar sensation coursed from her palm, gathering at her heart before surging through her limbs. She felt a bit dazed, overwhelmed by this unprecedented emotion. Before she could delve deeper in her thoughts, Shi Zheng's voice inquired, "He Tang, is this the place?" Seizing the moment, she withdrew her hand and checked her phone for confirmation. "Yes, this is it." Upon entering, they were greeted by a service attendant clad in an exquisite qipao, who welcomed them. "Sir, madam, please follow me inside." Hua Banxia surveyed the restaurant's decor. Carved screens, cascading rockeries, artistic potted plants, and traditional square tables surrounded by chairs, all exuding an antique charm. She realized this establishment was beyond her financial means. She contemplated urging Shi Zheng to leave, but he had already taken a seat. The server presented them with menus, and Hua Banxia lowered her gaze, feigning interest in her phone to mask her embarrassment. As Shi Zheng placed their order, she quietly opened her banking app, revealing a balance of just over 20,000. Though it pained her slightly, she resolved to indulge this time, promising herself to economize on fruits and soda in the future. Initially uninterested in dining, she was soon drawn to a large plate of spicy pickled fish, her mouth watering. Disregarding her reservations, she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Midway through, as the spiciness overwhelmed her, Shi Zheng ordered a bottle of soda for her. When he handed her the open soda, she realized he hadn't touched the fish at all. "Are you not eating the fish?" "I'm not fond of spicy food." Initially, Hua Banxia intended to express her distaste for the dish he ordered. But then she pondered whether his choice was influenced by the fact that during their meals at the old residence, she had consistently indulged in seafood and selectively chosen dishes with chili peppers. Perhaps that was why he had specifically ordered fish for her. With this realization, she gazed at Shi Zheng and sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. Let's eat and fill our stomachs. It may lift our spirits." Shi Zheng's words resonated with a sense of familiarity, yet Hua Banxia could not recall where she had encountered them before. Nonetheless, she soon recognized that he had suggested this meal in response to her evident discontent. Touched by his thoughtfulness, she no longer fixated on the expense of the dinner, considering the enjoyment derived from exquisite cuisine as a worthwhile investment in her well-being. After they finished their meal, Shi Zheng proceeded to settle the bill, while Hua Banxia intentionally sought out a server to request a receipt. Chapter 22. I can afford to support you upon returning home. Hua Banxia took the initiative to request Shi Zheng's WeChat. "By the way, how did you obtain my phone number?" she inquired. Shi Zheng replied, "I asked my grandfather for it." Understanding, Hua Banxia added him on WeChat and promptly transferred half of the meal expenses to his account. Shi Zheng, holding up his phone, asked, "What is this money for?" "It's for the meal we just had. We should split it," Hua Banxia stated matter-of-factly. Shi Zheng gazed at her. "Since we got married, I never considered having you financially support our household." Uncertain about his sudden seriousness, Hua Banxia hastily clarified, "No, this is for my own expenses. I ate too. I can still afford to support you. You should save your money for things you enjoy," he said, and then opened a drawer, placing a bank card in Hua Banxia's hand. "Use this card for household expenses from now on. I'll leave you the password when I go." "Why haven't you used it?" "I forgot the password," she admitted. "That's not true. I remember it, but I haven't needed to use it since I have minimal expenses." Another reason, of course, was that she could not reside in his house while spending his money, It felt like taking advantage of someone and living off unearned benefits, which she found unacceptable. All right, use the money on this card. Buy whatever you want to cook. By the way, I start work tomorrow, so I may not come home for dinner every day. Okay, Hua Banxia replied, taking his card and retreating to her room. Lying on her bed, she stared at the bank card in her hand, her thoughts swirling. It felt as if she had been entrusted with someone's entire fortune. Is this what married life entails? She recalled her grandmother's words. Love is about being together. In truth, one could live together without genuine affection. Never mind, regardless of love or not. Shi Zheng provided her living expenses, and she resided in his home rent-free. From now on, she would prepare an additional dish each day and wash an extra set of dishes, considering it her contribution to the household. With this perspective, Hua Banxia felt a sense of clarity. The next day, while she was still lost in slumber, Shi Zheng's knocking on the door roused her from sleep. Grumpy from being awakened, she opened the door and snapped. What is it? It's Monday. It's 7 o'clock. Aren't you going to work? Hua Banxia blinked sleepily at him. My internship is over. I'll start working after graduation, then have breakfast first, and then go back to sleep. He extended his arm to block her from closing the door. But I'm really tired, she protested, yawning to emphasize her exhaustion. Breakfast is important, Shi Zheng insisted. Reluctantly, she complied, washed up, and sat at the dining table, biting into a dumpling while grumbling incoherently about him. You really remind me of my father. Then you should listen to your father, he replied. Hua Banxia was taken aback. That was not her intention, nor was she implying he should take advantage of her. Suddenly, the morning news on the television reported. Academician Lin, she passed away yesterday. The funeral will be simple, and no public condolences will be accepted. Hua Banxia looked at Lin, she's black and white photograph on the screen, realizing that the elder's influence was far more significant than he had ever acknowledged. Did you accompany his family yesterday? Shi Zheng inquired. Yes, Hua Banxia replied, recalling his concern from the previous day. She continued, what saddens me is that despite his numerous achievements, he still endures the torment of illness in his twilight years, unable to enjoy a peaceful life with his loved ones. Shi Zheng, uncertain of how to console her, felt a flicker of relief in his heart. The primary reason for his retirement had been his grandfather's insistence that he return to take over the family business. Now, upon hearing Hua Banxia's words, he felt grateful for his choice to retire. As Hua Banxia noticed the sound of him rising, a moment later, his voice reached her, I'm off to work. She lifted her gaze and observed Shi Zheng at the entrance, changing his shoes. Chapter 23 Dinner at home. Upon returning home for dinner, Shi Zheng had changed out of his casual attire. The fitted vest and tailored trousers accentuated his slender waist and well-defined posterior, while the impeccably pressed pants enveloped his long legs. Though a seemingly ordinary suit, it exuded an air of restraint and asceticism when worn by him. Hua Banxia mused to herself that he was truly a natural model, considering his defined abs and chest coupled with that pert rear. One could say he embodied the ideal physique, muscular when undraped, yet elegantly slender when clothed. When her gaze met Shi Zheng's, she realized he was observing her with a knowing smile. Caught in the act, Hua Banxia sheepishly lowered her head and resumed nibbling on her bun. I told you, young ones shouldn't indulge in such literature, he remarked, his tone deep and laced with amusement. How typical of him to bring up such a topic. Hua Banxia shot him a pointed glance, her eyes brimming with defiance. It's not what you think. I merely sought to learn. Why would you need to learn that? He inquired, leaving her momentarily speechless. She couldn't very well confess that her desire to write such narratives was the reason behind her reading them. Should I catch you again indulging in such literature, you will see how I handle it, Shi Zheng warned before departing. Hua Banxia glared at the closed door, thinking, I want to be foolish enough to let you catch me a second time. Yet, despite her bravado, inspiration suddenly struck her, and she abandoned her dumpling to rush to her study and write. While artists often find their muse in divine figures, she found hers in Shi Zheng. Though he could be domineering and overly involved in her affairs, as long as he ignited her creativity, she could overlook those traits. Today, her writing flowed effortlessly. Upon completing her burst of inspiration, she had nearly 20,000 words. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was already past 2 o'clock. the consequence of her mental exertion manifesting as a dull headache. The sky outside was clear and serene, with clouds drifting lazily by. She decided to take a stroll downstairs to refresh her mind, intending to purchase some fruit and return to simmer corn and ribs. As she passed by the bank, she recalled that she had only a few dozen yuan on her. Thus, she confidently wielded the card Shi Zheng had given her and approached the self-service ATM. She preferred using cash, as it fostered a tangible connection to her finances. Mobile payments diminished the joy of spending. After withdrawing cash, curiosity led her to check the balance. Upon seeing a long string of numbers, her hands trembled as she counted 10,000, over 1 million. The revelation that such a sum resided on the card transformed it into a veritable hot potato. Hua Banxia proceeded with utmost caution, clutching her bag containing the card tightly, fearful of inadvertently dropping it. Even the notification sound from her phone startled her. It was a message from Shi Zheng. In the chat interface, she noticed that he had yet to accept her transfer for their shared meal expenses. The subsequent message read, "I'll be home for dinner." She replied affirmatively and tucked her phone back into her bag. Meanwhile, Shi Zheng, who was touring the company departments, smiled at his phone screen. The assistant Yi, observing the new president's smile while explaining the job, finally felt a sense of relief. After a day had passed, she finally observed a change in the expression of the new president. Upon returning home after purchasing fruits, Hua Banxia began to prepare a delicious pork rib stew. Anticipating that Shi Zheng would return for dinner, she decided to additionally prepare garlic broccoli and mapo tofu. This harmonious combination of meat and vegetables catered to both their palates. Despite having taken a stroll outside, she still felt a lingering soreness in her shoulders and neck, as well as a discomfort in her lower back. Thus, she changed into her yoga attire, ready to stretch and invigorate her body. Chapter 24. Normal physiological reactions upon returning home from work. Shi Zheng was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of braised pork ribs as he stepped out of the elevator. The apartment, being a single unit per floor, left little doubt as to the source of the delightful scent. Upon pushing open the door, he beheld Hua Banxia clad in form-fitting attire, engaged in her workout. Perhaps alerted by the sound of the door lock, she turned to face him, a sheen of perspiration glistening on her brow. Kneeling on the mat, her hands and chin resting on its surface, her rounded dairy was prominently displayed towards the entrance. The visual impact of the scene was overwhelming, prompting Shi Zheng to instinctively reach for his indoor slippers. Hua Banxia stood up and, noticing the somber expression on his face, thought to herself that he must be fatigued from work. Silently, she tidied up her yoga mat before retreating to the bathroom for a shower. Shi Zheng settled onto the sofa, sipping ice water, his gaze fixed upon the closed bathroom door. After a considerable time, hearing the sound of running water cease, he rose and returned to his own room. At the dining table, Hua Banxia observed Shi Zheng with caution. His complexion had improved significantly, yet his emotions remained inscrutable, compelling her to bow her head and eat in silence. It was understandable. He had barely rested since returning from service, and the pressures of his first day back at work must have weighed heavily upon him. After finishing their meal, Hua Banxia swiftly cleared the table, placing the dishes into the dishwasher and rolling up her sleeves in preparation to wash the pots. Shi Zheng's large hand appeared, indicating his intention to assist. "I'll do it," she insisted. "You look quite exhausted from work." Shi Zheng chuckled. "How did you discern my fatigue from work?" "Your face was frighteningly grim when you returned," she replied. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "It's because you were dressed rather alluringly." "What? Alluring? How is what I wear alluring?" She questioned, bewildered. "Just now, when you were exercising," he clarified. Hua Banxia was taken aback. The yoga attire was merely practical, designed to offer support and allow visibility of muscle movements. "Indeed," she replied, still puzzled. "What do you mean by alluring? If you find it so, perhaps it reflects a lack of purity in your heart." Shi Zheng raised an eyebrow slightly. "I am a normal 30-year-old man. Experiencing physiological reactions in the presence of my wife is hardly shameful." Hua Banxia's face flushed crimson, unprepared for his forthrightness. She thrust the dishcloth into his large hand, saying, "You wash. I have a stomach ache," and without another word, retreated to her room, shutting the door behind her. Shi Zheng leaned against the sink, perplexed as he gazed at her closed door. Having indulged in a plethora of steamy literature, why did she react so strongly to his words? Hua Banxia did not emerge from her room for the entire evening. The following morning, Shi Zheng refrained from knocking on her door to awaken her for breakfast, opting instead to send her a message. Remember to eat breakfast. Please tidy up the study. I'll need half for work. Within her room, Hua Banxia had not slept well at all. She had dreamt of intimacy with Shi Zheng, a first in her 24 years of life. In the dream, he had urged her to fulfill her wifely duties, and to her astonishment, she had complied, shedding her yoga attire and standing before him, completely unclothed, surrendering to his desires. Hua Banxia was utterly exasperated. She had audaciously shed her garments. Even more infuriating was her online search for the query, "Why do I have embarrassing dreams?" The answer revealed, what one contemplates during the day often manifests in the night. Hua Banxia began to blame Shi Zheng, attributing her predicament to his careless words that had led her astray. As she gazed at the message from Shi Zheng on her phone, she waited for the sound of the door closing before emerging for breakfast. To her astonishment, just as Shi Zheng had seemingly departed, he unexpectedly reopened the door. Startled, Hua Banxia instinctively clasped her hands over her chest. Observing her defensive posture, Shi Zheng chuckled softly and reminded her to tidy up the study before finally closing the door and leaving. Chapter 25. Emotions can be cultivated slowly as Hua Banxia busied herself. The dream she had faded from her mind. The study was spacious, with a 2-meter-long solid wood desk positioned centrally, facing the floor-to-ceiling windows, flanked by towering bookshelves. This arrangement was perfect, with one bookshelf for each person and one side of the desk each to themselves. She possessed only a laptop, uncertain if Shi Zheng would opt for a desktop computer. Yet she left ample space on the desk for him. After finishing her tasks, she prepared a bowl of noodles using the leftover rib soup from the previous night for lunch. With Shi Zheng absent from home, she felt considerably at ease. Indulging in her meal while perusing reader comments. Wildflowers of the West. The author is steering this ship steadily. Right? I felt the male lead suddenly become so captivating, it's incredibly alluring, especially in that suit. The Laughing Millionaire. Author Tsong, please don't hold back anymore. Good things should be shared with everyone. Nana of the Mountains. Author, have you taken this to the field? Your driving skills are top-notch. Field work? She had not. Reflecting on the dream from the previous night, Hua Banxia resolved never to write or read risque literature again, as such dreams could easily mislead. She mentally endorsed Shi Zheng's sentiments, affirming her decision to avoid such content in the future. In the afternoon, Hua Banxia received a message from the class group, wherein the class monitor requested everyone to provide their sizes for graduation gowns. Accustomed to solitude, she found little to discuss with her classmates, who were all interning at various hospitals, leading to infrequent communication. After locating her name, she filled in her details and exited the form. Just then, the monitor sent another notification urging family and friends attending the graduation ceremony to dress appropriately. However, Hua Banxia had no relatives or friends attending. Thus, she easily disregarded this notice. Despite leaving the class group, thoughts of her family and friends attending the ceremony lingered in her mind. Having just returned from a mountainous excursion, she was perpetually busy, and no one would attend her graduation, send her flowers, or take photographs with her. This contemplation inevitably cast a shadow of melancholy over her. Lost in her thoughts for a while, her phone suddenly chimed. It was a message from Shi Zheng, simply stating, "I'll be home for dinner." She replied, as usual, with a brief okay. To divert her attention, Hua Banxia resolved to prepare a splendid meal, seeking comfort in culinary delights. After rummaging through the refrigerator, she decided to make steamed abalone with vermicelli, beef brisket with potatoes, loofah and mushroom soup, and boiled black rice. These ingredients were gifted by her grandfather during her last visit to the family home, alleviating her need to shop for groceries recently. When Hua Banxia devoted herself to a task, she found it easy to forget her troubles. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the hour when Shi Zheng finished work. As he stepped out of the elevator, the aroma of home-cooked meals enveloped him. Standing at the door, he inhaled deeply. This was the essence of domesticity, the scent of home. Shi Zheng had no concept of what home truly was. being 3 years older than his younger siblings, who were premature twins and thus drew most of their parents' attention from birth. He was raised by his grandfather and a nanny. Wherever one goes, there are dining halls. In my childhood, I dined in the company cafeteria with my grandfather. During my schooling years, I savored meals in the school canteen, and upon entering the military, I was served communal fare. Yet now, upon returning home from work, I am greeted by the enticing aroma of home-cooked meals, accompanied by someone who patiently shares the meal with me. No matter how many bowls I consume, she remains there, waiting for me to finish. As dusk descends, it no longer evokes a sense of melancholy with its setting sun, but rather presents a table laden with delectable dishes that stir the appetite. This marriage has turned out quite well. Emotions can be nurtured gradually. Setting aside these reflections, I effortlessly press my fingerprint to unlock the door. Chapter 26. A scalded hand Hua Banxia was preparing the sauce for the abalone when she heard the sound of the door opening. She merely glanced up and said, "You're back." Shi Zheng changed into his indoor slippers and stood in the living room, watching her. She was clad in an oversized black t-shirt and gray sweatpants. Her long hair tied up, and her petite figure resembled that of a child. Yet this person, 6 years his junior, somehow evoked a sense of home within him. The word feeling is indeed a curious concept. It could render him irrational. Hua Banxia turned off the heat, covered the sauce, and, donning oven mitts, reached for the abalone from a steamer. As she turned, her gaze met his dark eyes. The sharpness that once resembled that of an eagle had softened into a gentle satisfaction. "Go take a shower first. I still have one more soup to prepare for dinner," she suggested. Shi Zheng's gaze flickered slightly. "I'm hungry. I don't want to move." "Then sit tight for a bit. I'll be quick," Hua Banxia replied before turning away. She was acutely aware of his eyes on her, her heart racing with an involuntary nervousness. Fortunately, her culinary skills were proficient, and she soon completed the final soup. She chose suitable plates and brought the dishes to the table. Shi Zheng entered, retrieving utensils from the dishwasher. Unexpectedly, as he stood, he accidentally bumped into her hand, causing her wrist to brush against the edge of the iron pot. The burn elicited a gasp, yet she still held the bowl of potato and beef brisket, frozen in a moment of panic, unsure of what to do. Hearing her cry of pain, Shi Zheng quickly took the bowl from her hands and guided her to the faucet, running cool water over her wrist. He saw the large red patch on the inside of her wrist and immediately apologized. "I'm sorry." Hua Banxia frowned. She had a low tolerance for pain. Yet she reassured him, "It's fine." According to the training regimen for new recruits, such minor pain would warrant reprimands or even punishment for Shi Zheng. However, upon seeing her pained expression, he couldn't bring himself to speak harshly. Instead, concern slipped from his lips. "Does it hurt?" "It stung a bit at first. Now it's cool and doesn't hurt. There's burn ointment in the first aid kit. I'll be fine after applying it." She often burned herself while cooking, so they always kept supplies at home. After rinsing her wrist under cool water for a while, Shi Zheng led her to the living room. He squeezed ointment onto a cotton swab, holding her delicate wrist with one hand as he gently applied it to the reddened area. Hua Banxia, his almond-shaped eyes lingered on his face. His sharp brows and starry eyes, deep and filled with tenderness, reflected his focused demeanor, as if he were handling something fragile. It had been a long time since anyone had treated her with such care, and a warm sensation surged within her heart. "All done." He looked up, their gazes locking. Hua Banxia averted her eyes, murmuring, "Thank you." The atmosphere at the dining table remained as quiet as ever. Yet it felt subtly different. She couldn't quite discern what had changed. Noticing that she had set down her chopsticks, Shi Zheng said, "Go ahead and play. I'll clean up after I finish eating." Hua Banxia hesitated, feeling that sitting in the living room might not be appropriate, as Shi Zheng preferred to relax there to catch up on the news. Returning directly to her room felt somewhat impolite, so she ultimately made her way to the study. She casually picked up a book from the shelf, opening it without any knowledge of its contents. The sounds of dishes clattering in the kitchen, as Shi Zheng tidied up, filled her ears, and soon, the rush of water ceased abruptly. Hua Banxia's thoughts began to settle as she focused intently on the book laid open before her. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Shi Zheng's indoor slippers appearing beside the desk. Chapter 27. the flowers sent to you in the next moment. His hand rested upon the book of Hua Banxia, turning it around to remind her that she was holding it upside down. Embarrassed, Hua Banxia stammered. It's not upside down. It's easier for me to see the illustrations this way. Oh, Shi Zheng replied, his tone laced with an awkward chuckle. It was then that Hua Banxia noticed the illustration depicted the male pelvis from frontal view. Goodness, there was no way to clear this up. As a doctor, examining colorful anatomical images was merely a part of her normal studies, yet she had momentarily lost focus and flipped to this page. However, Shi Zheng had not forgotten her previous interest in Riska literature, and now that he had caught her studying this image, he likely assumed the worst again. To mask her embarrassment, Hua Banxia quickly turned a page, but upon seeing the content, she shut the book entirely, pretending as if nothing had happened while returning it to its place. Is this space meant for me? She wondered. Hua Banxia lacked the courage to glance back at him. Watching Shi Zheng retreat to his room, she let out a sigh of relief, grabbed her laptop, and headed to her own room. The following day, with no disturbances from Shi Zheng, Hua Banxia awoke naturally. A message from him appeared on her phone. Be careful with your hand. Let us eat out for lunch. I'll cook dinner when I return. She switched off her phone and lay back on her bed, feeling as though an adult had left for work, leaving a child at home. Unsure of how to occupy her day, she had completed her novel and was merely waiting for it to be published. Yesterday, she had asked her readers what kind of epilogue they would enjoy, intending to write a few based on their responses, thereby concluding the book. The editor had encouraged her to start a new book, but Hua Banxia remained at a loss for ideas. Deciding to take the day off, she resolved to watch some of her favorite television dramas. After preparing snacks and soda, she comfortably reclined on the sofa, embracing a day of leisurely indulgence. Before Shi Zheng returned from work, she tidied up the house, restoring it to its original state. Though her hand had been burned and had formed a large blister, she merely needed to be cautious not to rupture it. As she pondered what to have for dinner while gazing into the refrigerator, a noise at the entrance caught her attention. Shi Zheng appeared at the threshold, holding several gardenias. Their eyes met, and he said, "These are for you." It was the first time Hua Banxia had received flowers from someone else, and she joyfully approached to accept them, expressing her gratitude with a simple thank you. He walked to the refrigerator, eyeing the potato and beef stew in a container. "How about we make some noodles?" he suggested. "Sure," she replied. With relief that he could cook noodles, she went to retrieve a glass vase, placing the flowers inside before setting them on the coffee table. The fragrance of the gardenias wafted through the living room, adding a touch of beauty to their home. While they were eating noodles, Shi Zheng suddenly inquired, "When is your graduation ceremony?" "Next Wednesday," she replied. Shi Zheng merely nodded, and the conversation fell silent thereafter. Hua Banxia lowered her gaze, concealing the shadows in her eyes. Perhaps he was simply curious about when she would start working. Time passed quietly in their mundane lives, and soon it was the eve of Hua Banxia's graduation ceremony. Throughout this period, Shi Zheng had been exceedingly busy, working late, and even traveling for business these past 2 days, causing her life to revert to the state it had been in before his return. Hua Banxia gazed at the parcel box on the ground, revealing a pair of nude, low-heeled shoes and a delicate, lotus-pink satin brocade cheongsam. Could this truly be the graduation gift that Yushan had mentioned? Contemplating this, she attempted to initiate a video call to Yushan, but there was no response. Reluctantly, she decided to send her a message instead. Shan, I have received the graduation gift you sent, and it is simply exquisite. Thank you." Chapter 28. Entanglements with Lin Ling on the day of the graduation ceremony. Hua Banxia awoke early. Upon opening her phone, she noticed a reply from Yushan. "As long as it looks good and is functional, you'll be doctor. Hua from now on. Keep it up." The message had been sent just after 2 in the morning, a testament to Yushan's busy schedule. With her friend's encouraging words and thoughtful gift, Hua Banxia felt more radiant than ever. After preparing herself, she changed into a qipao and donned a pair of mid-heeled shoes. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, she mentally praised Yushan for remembering her measurements despite their long separation, a true sign of a good friend. She took a taxi to the school, where she collected her academic robe and cap at the designated meeting point. Sitting quietly by herself, she awaited the arrival of her classmates to head to the playground together. "Isn't that our academic prodigy?" Hua Banxia, why are you sitting here all alone? A voice rang out, drawing the attention of her classmates who had been busy taking photos and joking around. What had been a moment of solitude for her instantly transformed into a spotlight moment, thanks to Lin Ling's loud interjection. Lin Ling, the belle of their clinical medicine department, had become the center of attention since her first day at the university, not only for her beauty, but also for driving a Porsche 911. Hua Banxia looked up to meet her gaze, noting Lin Ling's opulent attire that radiated affluence. When Hua Banxia remained silent, Lin Ling sneered, "Apologies, but my memory isn't the best. Your only grandfather has passed away, right? You took quite a long leave for that. My condolences." Upon hearing Lin Ling mention her grandfather, Hua Banxia decided not to indulge her and struck back with piercing words that touched a nerve. "My chances of staying in the ICU at the affiliated hospital are quite high. My final internship is under Professor Chung, and the application form was signed by him." Professor Chung was the very reason Lin Ling held resentment towards Hua Banxia. Years ago, Hua Banxia had secured an internship at the prestigious affiliated hospital by achieving the top score, while Lin Ling had fallen short in second place. Lin Ling had attempted to negotiate with her, urging her to relinquish her internship slot in favor of a position at Lin Ling's father's private hospital, which promised higher pay and better benefits. At that time, it was well known that Lin Ling harbored feelings for Professor Chung, often declining suitors with the excuse, "I'm interested in Professor Chung." Hua Banxia was not naive. She chose the reputable affiliated hospital over a mere private establishment, politely refusing Lin Ling's proposition. However, Lin Ling, unwilling to accept defeat, approached her again during a particularly challenging time when Hua Banxia's grandfather was gravely ill and she had just signed the doctor's notice of critical condition. With tears streaming down her face, Lin Ling implored Hua Banxia to grant her wish of working alongside Professor Chung, expressing her deep desire to collaborate with him. Hua Banxia believed her previous rejections had not been sufficiently direct, so she made it clear that she could not abandon her aspirations for the internship. Even if she did not become a doctor at the affiliated hospital in the future, securing an internship there sufficed for her, and she would never voluntarily relinquish that opportunity. This incident had led to Lin Ling's continuous mockery and disdain towards her. However, Hua Banxia was not preoccupied with such trivialities and chose to ignore Lin Ling's taunts. Yet, now that Lin Ling had mentioned her grandfather, Hua Banxia felt justified in bringing up Professor Chung. Indeed, upon hearing the possibility of her being retained for a position in the hospital, Lin Ling's tone turned acerbic. "How could that be? You are merely academically proficient." Hua Banxia intended to provoke her. "The ICU is seeking personnel, and those who have participated in the civil service examination may have simply been fortunate enough to coincide with the openings." Lin Ling shook her head, her demeanor haughty and assured. "Unless you have committed some unspeakable act or have shared intimacies with someone of influence, it is inconceivable for someone emerging from a small town, lacking connections and support, to ascend." Hua Banxia observed the peculiar gazes of her classmates, taken aback by Lin Ling's outrageous remarks. Chapter 29. She is not someone you can afford to offend. Hua Banxia was acutely aware of the formidable power of rumors in this digital age. Once a topic captured the attention of netizens, even the purest of truths could be distorted into a lie. No one was immune to the reach of hearsay. She rose to her feet, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing as she fixed a piercing gaze upon Lin Ling, demanding, "Pray tell, with whom have I been said to have slept? What clandestine deeds have I committed?" Her classmates, witnessing this unprecedented display of assertiveness from Hua Banxia, found it starkly contrasting with the quiet, almost invisible persona they had come to know. Lin Ling, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure, retorting, "As if I would broadcast such sordid details. They are, after all, unspeakable." A cold laugh escaped Hua Banxia's lips. "You ought to be mindful of your words. Even the most fragrant utterances require substantiation." She continued, "You wretched creature, masquerading as virtuous, I shall demonstrate today that I can strike you, and none shall dare to object." With that, Lin Ling raised her hand, but Hua Banxia deftly stepped back, leaving Lin Ling's slap to meet only air. "Hua Banxia," a commanding male voice interrupted the unfolding drama, capturing everyone's attention. She turned her gaze towards the source, her eyes landing on Shi Zheng, who stood outside the throng, clad in a sharp black and white suit. He exuded an air of dignified authority, his ruggedly handsome features radiating an impressive charisma that silenced the onlookers. Hua Banxia felt a flicker of confusion. Was he not supposed to be on a business trip? What was he doing here at this hour? Shi Zheng strode confidently through the crowd, addressing Lin Ling with an assertive declaration. She is not someone you can afford to offend. Lin Ling, taken aback by this unexpected intervention, scrutinized the man before her. Accustomed to the opulence surrounding her, she quickly recognized his refined attire, particularly the meticulously chosen cufflinks and tie clip, though she could not pinpoint the brand at that moment. Curiosity piqued, Lin Ling inquired, "And who might you be?" Shi Zheng's gaze settled on Hua Banxia, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I am her legally recognized husband, the one with whom she has exchanged vows." Hua Banxia was astonished by his boldness in revealing their relationship in front of their peers. As Lin Ling opened her mouth to retort, Shi Zheng's unwavering stare silenced her, the weight of his presence compelling her to retreat into silence. With a gentle tone, Shi Zheng asked, "Do you wish to take photos with your classmates?" "Not necessary," she responded, fully aware that such a task was superfluous. "Then, allow me to escort you for a stroll," he suggested, retrieving her academic gown and cap from the table before wrapping his arm around her waist and leading her away, leaving a cluster of astonished classmates behind. As they walked side by side through the campus, they passed numerous graduates in their gowns, capturing memories with family and friends. Shi Zheng broke the silence, asking, "Do you not have any classmates with whom you wish to celebrate?" Hua Banxia offered a bittersweet smile, confessing, "No, I was perpetually busy with my studies. Nearly all my time was consumed in the library or the laboratory, leaving little opportunity for socialization." As a student hailing from a small town, competing with peers raised in the bustling metropolis required her to invest significantly more time and effort than others, often double, if not triple. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves standing before an abandoned office building, enveloped in an unexpected tranquility. "Here lies the office of the student council from my university days." Hua Banxia expressed her surprise. "You are also a graduate of Shi University?" "Indeed, from a department of finance." Hua Banxia was not well acquainted with the student council, having never joined any associations. Shi Zheng opened the red mailbox before him, only to find it empty. It had been so long since anyone had visited, perhaps even the lamp of the station had not been lit. Her eyes brightened at the thought of a station's lamp. A lamp symbolizes a beacon of light, serving as a communication channel for students preparing for the National College entrance examination. They write letters to us, and we, members of the Student Council, respond to their inquiries or offer advice regarding their studies. A bold idea blossomed in Hua Banxia's mind as she gazed at Shi Zheng with hope. "Have you ever replied to anyone's letters?" Shi Zheng pondered for a moment. "I believe I have perhaps 1 or 2 letters, though I can't recall precisely. I tend to be quite busy and respond infrequently." Hua Banxia felt as though the strings of her heart were being plucked, unable to contain the tremors of anticipation. Chapter 30. How wonderful you are! Hua Banxia ascended the steps, her gaze aligning perfectly with Shi Zheng's as she earnestly inquired, "Have you ever replied to a letter from someone named Songyi?" After a moment of contemplation, Shi Zheng shook his head, lacking any recollection. Hua Banxia's eyes sparkled as she reminded him, "My letters were always written on blue stationery, folded into the shape of a leaf." Suddenly, a memory stirred deep within Shi Zheng's mind. He recalled the leaf-shaped letter, which he had inadvertently torn apart. "Was that you? You were testing the students of our medical department." The medical program had a higher admissions score than the finance department, prompting him to pen numerous words of encouragement at the time. Upon hearing this, Hua Banxia's almond-shaped eyes gleamed brightly as she excitedly affirmed, "Yes, it was me." Shi Zheng affectionately ruffled her hair, his voice tinged with a playful lilt. "How wonderful you are!" As she smiled under his gaze, the atmosphere grew slightly intimate, causing her to stifle her laughter and inadvertently evade his large hand, moving toward another direction. Shi Zheng quickly caught up with her, saying, "Congratulations on realizing your dream." "Thank you. Your encouragement and shared experiences during my preparations provided me with immense confidence and support." Her gaze fell upon Shi Zheng's pink diagonal striped tie, and she felt a curious connection to her own Shi pal. Shi Zheng ventured. Have you been searching for the person who replied to you all this time? Hua Banxia candidly responded. Yes, I wish to thank him in person. After I entered the school, I wrote a letter but received no reply. Is that all you wanted to convey, just a thank you? She countered with a question of her own. What else could there be? Shi Zheng chuckled self-deprecatingly. After I enlisted, the school changed its student council president, and perhaps the correspondence was discontinued. Hence you never received a reply. In truth, as Hua Banxia calculated the timeline, it coincided perfectly. She was attending university just as Shi Zheng graduated and enlisted. A tinge of melodrama washed over her as she realized that the person she had long sought was, in fact, the man with whom she had entered a hasty marriage. Regardless of the circumstances, she felt it was time to sincerely express her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Shi. At 30, addressing him as little brother seemed rather inappropriate. Mr. Shi felt more fitting. I have already told your classmates that you are my husband. Calling you Mr. Shi feels rather distant now, doesn't it? Hua Banxia looked at Shi Zheng, hesitatingly asking, husband. Yes, he replied, his voice deep and resonant, a captivating allure lacing his tone, momentarily rendering her speechless. He took her hand, suggesting, let us head to the playground. The ceremony is about to commence. As Hua Banxia glanced at their entwined hands, she questioned, weren't you on a business trip? I returned just in time after wrapping up my matters, perfectly coinciding with your graduation ceremony. You came back specifically for my graduation? He responded affirmatively, leaving her heart in a tumult of emotions, unable to organize her thoughts. Yet, she managed to express her gratitude once more. Thank you. You've already thanked me numerous times, Shi Zheng teased. If you truly wish to show your gratitude, something tangible would be quite nice. I have little to offer you, she replied, knowing full well that he was far wealthier than she. You can cook for me, or give yourself to me. Upon hearing these words, Hua Banxia felt as though a myriad of fireworks had erupted within her mind, leaving her utterly bewildered. Did Shi Zheng mean for her to fulfill her duties as a wife? Her heart became even more tumultuous. It was not that she was incapable, but this seemed rather precipitous. However, upon reflection, compared to the swiftness of their marriage, the notion of intimacy did not appear quite so hasty. Observing her dazed expression, Shi Zheng realized he had acted too hastily, inadvertently frightening her. I merely suggested it. You need not feel pressured. I will respect your feelings. Thank you, Hua Banxia managed to utter. Yet under Shi Zheng's unwavering gaze, it transformed into a reluctant, all right. If I hear another thank you, I shall kiss you. Chapter 31. If I hear thank you again, I shall kiss you. Shi Zheng and Hua Banxia made their way to the playground together. The graduation ceremony was adorned with festive decorations. 2 large balloons floated gracefully in the air, while students donned their caps and gowns, their faces radiating anticipation and enthusiasm for the future. Assistant Yi, upon spotting the president's long-awaited appearance, hastily approached with a bouquet in hand. Shi Zheng, this is my wife. Hua Banxia, he introduced. Yi's assistant was taken aback. When had the president married? Hadn't the former president mentioned he was always stationed in the military? Greetings, Mrs. President. I am the president's assistant, surnamed Yi. Hua Banxia, slightly apprehensive while observing Yi's assistant, who appeared to be of a similar age to Shi Zheng, replied, hello, Yi assistant. Shi Zheng placed the bouquet into her arms. This is for you. Composed of white roses and jasmine, the bouquet was exquisite. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, she met Shi Zheng's warning gaze and swallowed her words. It's lovely and fragrant, she managed to say instead. President, the principal inquired about your speech. I've postponed it. I have other matters to attend to. Understood. Yi assistant prepared to leave, but was halted by Shi Zheng. Please take a few photos of us. He took the president's phone and noticed the cap and gown Shi Zheng was holding. His admiration for the president grew. Not only had he married in secret, but his wife was also a university student. No wonder he had rushed back this morning despite his busy schedule, with his beloved by his side. The resolute man found it hard to restrain his joy. Hua Banxia stood beside Shi Zheng, beaming at the camera while he assisted her in donning the cap and gown and tidying her hair for the photographs. Go on. I should take my place now. She nonchalantly moved to the last row of her class, disregarding the curious gazes of her peers. She spotted Shi Zheng seated among the distinguished alumni, engaged in conversation with those beside him. Hua Banxia pondered that since Yi's assistant referred to him as president, he must hold a significant social standing. His current position, along with the absence from the stage, might be due to the incident with Lin Ling earlier. Throughout the ceremony, she was preoccupied with thoughts of recent events until she noticed her classmates rising one by one. She placed the bouquet on her seat and followed suit, ascending the stage with measured steps. When her name was called, she instinctively glanced towards Shi Zheng's location, meeting his warm, smiling gaze. In that moment, her world brightened, as if infused with boundless energy. As the photographer captured her alongside the dean, she observed Shi Zheng holding up his phone, his lips curving into a radiant smile. Someone beside him uttered a remark, causing his gaze to return to her, his lips still smiling in response, prompting the other person to look her way as well. Upon returning to her seat, she received a message from Shi Zheng. "Wait for me. Let us leave together." After the graduation ceremony concluded, Shi Zheng exchanged pleasantries with a group before leading Hua Banxia away. Due to the high volume of attendees that day, private vehicles were prohibited from entering the campus. And thus, Shi Zheng and Hua Banxia walked ahead, with Yi's assistant trailing behind. "I must return to the office for a meeting shortly." "Where are you headed?" "Home." Hua Banxia is unsure of any place to go. "Very well. I shall take you out for dinner to celebrate your graduation." "Sounds good." Remembering Shi Zheng's words, "If I hear you say thank you again, I will kiss you," she instinctively restrained herself from expressing her gratitude. Just as the two arrived at the school gate, Hua Banxia's phone rang. Seeing the name Yushan on her screen, she quickly answered the call. Shan. Upon hearing her excited tone and affectionate address towards someone else, Shi Zheng furrowed his brow. Chapter 32. The affection between men and women. The voice of Yushan resonated through the phone. "Hua Banxia, has your graduation ceremony concluded? I noticed a multitude of people exiting, but after wandering around, I failed to locate you. I shall wait for you at the main entrance." Hua Banxia glanced around, unable to discern her friend Yushan's presence. "Where are you?" "I am also at the school gate. I am by the fountain. Do you see me?" "I shall come immediately." After hanging up, Hua Banxia informed Shi Zheng, "My best friend has arrived. I will depart with her." "Is she the one who accompanied you home last time?" Shi Zheng recalled, having mistakenly perceived Yushan as a man. "Shall I introduce you to?" "Yes." Thus, she led Shi Zheng to seek out Yushan. Upon their meeting, the two embraced warmly, causing Shi Zheng's brow to furrow in discontent. "What brings you here? Aren't you quite busy today?" "The owner canceled, and the meeting has been rescheduled for tomorrow, so I hasten here to find you." Sensing the gaze behind her, Hua Banxia promptly introduced, "This is, Shi Zheng." "Hello, Yushan, Hua Banxia's best friend." "Greetings, Shi Zheng, Hua Banxia's husband." Yushan responded with a playful wink. "Shall we depart?" Hua Banxia linked arms with Yushan, preparing to leave. She glanced back at Shi Zheng. "I am going now." Shi Zheng took the bouquet from her hands. "I shall bring this back for you." As soon as Hua Banxia and Yushan entered the taxi, Yushan began her appraisal. "Your husband looks rather impressive, tall and robust, mature and composed, even thoughtful enough to bring your graduation gown and flowers. A quintessential husband material. My mind has been overwhelmed all day." In the company of her dear friend Yushan, Hua Banxia wished she could unveil her tumultuous thoughts, revealing the chaos within her mind. Expressing it might cool things down, lest we overheat our Hua Doctor's CPU. Hua Banxia recounted how Shi Zheng had defended her, revealing his identity to classmates, and disclosed the discovery that he was indeed the charming young man. Naturally, she omitted the blush-inducing and heart-racing details. "Your connection seems like a match made in heaven," Yushan exclaimed, slapping her thigh. "He undoubtedly harbors feelings for you." "What kind of feelings?" "A grandfather's trust?" Yushan corrected her. "The affection between a man and a woman. Love. Is this truly love? It seems rather absurd, does it not? We have hardly interacted to develop such feelings." The driver, who had been listening, interjected eagerly. "From a man's perspective, I concur with the beautiful lady. Your husband clearly possesses feelings for you. Love is an elusive concept, an instinctive sensation. A mature man can discern with a single glance whether the woman before him is the one he wishes to share his life with. Just like my wife and I, love at first sight, We endured 4 to 5 years apart, yet remained inseparable. Hua Banxia, lacking understanding of romantic relationships, pondered, "What should I do?" Her inquiry left Yushan momentarily stumped. Her own campus romance had never reached the altar, and she too was at a loss for an answer. The enthusiastic driver began to impart his wisdom. Without explicitly declaring his affection, he allowed her to remain oblivious to his feelings. This stage of a relationship is often the most enchanting, where even the simplest exchange can quicken the heart. A quickening heartbeat? She had been experiencing such sensations frequently lately. Did she harbor feelings for Shi Zheng? A silence enveloped the car momentarily, prompting Hua Banxia to shift the conversation. Shan, thank you for the exquisite qipao. If it's perfectly, why send was a stamp? The two exchanged bewildered glances. Did you not check the delivery address? I did. It was sent from a tailor's shop. Yushan suddenly comprehended. It must have been sent by your husband. Aside from him. She glanced at the driver in front and leaned closer to Hua Banxia, whispering, "Who else would know your measurements? Custom qipaos require precise dimensions." Chapter 33. Has he liked you for a long time? Hua Banxia shook her head just as the driver reminded them they had arrived at their destination. After politely expressing their gratitude, they exited the vehicle. "What did your head shake mean?" Yushan inquired. "We sleep separately," Hua Banxia replied. Yushan looked at her incredulously. "You two truly can endure it. You're already married." She appeared bewildered. Does being married mean one must engage in such activities? What else would it suggest? Hasn't his family pressured you about having children? I have only met his grandfather once, who mentioned it briefly. I have not encountered the rest of his family. Yushan recalled the time she met when Tingchuan's parents, who candidly expressed their hope for the couple to conceive within a year of marriage. At that time, Hua Banxia was just beginning her career and had no intentions of starting a family, leading to some unpleasantness. However, when Tingchuan's thoughts diverged from hers, he persistently desired to consummate their marriage. In retrospect, the sweet nothings he whispered during their intimate moments now seemed utterly insipid. Fortunately, she had consistently refused, insisting that they should only engage in marital relations post-wedding. Although living in modern society, she still harbored some traditional values, unable to accept premarital intimacy. Putting the past behind her, Yushan calculated, "Your husband is already 30. It is improbable that he lacks physical desires," unless Hua Banxia interrupted, contemplating. "He has indirectly hinted at it, but I managed to evade the topic. That is a sign of his respect for you. With your delicate stature, he could easily overpower you with a single hand." She recalled the strength exhibited in Shi Zheng's arms while washing dishes. Indeed, quite formidable. Upon this analysis, Yushan remarked, "Your husband seems quite considerate. Has he liked you for a long time?" "I have no idea," she confessed, unable to decipher Shi Zheng's thoughts, or perhaps she sometimes lacked the courage to meet his gaze and explore his intentions. Realizing they had strayed from discussing clothing sizes, she pondered who besides Yushan and Shi Zheng would bestow her with graduation gifts. Seizing the moment while Yushan placed their order, she took out her phone and messaged Shi Zheng, "Thank you. The qipao is beautiful." Before she could exit the chat, Shi Zheng responded with the photos and videos he had just taken, accompanied by the words, "As long as you like it, you look lovely in it." After viewing the messages, she showed her phone to Yushan. "Look, he just sent this." As Yushan observed, she remarked, "This qipao truly suits you. It accentuates your scholarly aura and gentle demeanor." "I think it looks great too," Hua Banxia agreed. Yushan returned the phone to her, a look of satisfaction on her face. "Xiao Banxia, I am genuinely happy for you. From now on, you will have someone to care for you. Live well. I believe your grandfather and the others wish to see you happy as well. Now that you are married, do not isolate yourself. I believe he is a good person, and you will undoubtedly be well cared for in his presence." Hua Banxia fiddled with her fingernails. "I do not comprehend what love is. This is the source of my confusion." As the driver just remarked, love is inherently delicate. Otherwise, how could there be so many unrequited affections and heartbroken souls? There is no need for panic. Simply heed your true feelings, for time shall unveil the answers. I understand now. While traversing the mountains, I raise my cup to dispel the shadows within my heart, a smile gracing my lips as I congratulate little Banxia on her graduation. After dining, My close friend and I ventured to the cinema and indulged in shopping until Shi Zheng's call interrupted us, inquiring about her whereabouts. Shan and I are still out enjoying ourselves. She replied, shall we invite her to join us for dinner? Shi Zheng's deep voice resonated through the receiver, echoing in her ears, causing her heart to flutter. Chapter 34. The kiss in the car. Hua Banxia gazed at Yushan with a questioning look, inquiring if he would accompany her for dinner. Yushan chuckled softly. You silly girl, are you suggesting I be a third wheel while you and your husband dine together? Are you really not coming? She pressed. He said it's a Japanese restaurant that serves sushi. Both she and Yushan shared a fondness for sushi. How can we call it third wheeling? You're my best friend, like family to me. Yushan felt a tug at her words, but replied, I cannot go. I still have design sketches to finish. I need to go back to the dorm and work for a while. Resigned, Hua Banxia returned to Shi Zheng. Shan isn't coming. Share your location with me. I will come pick you up. Okay, she replied obediently before ending the call. The two gathered their things and waited by the roadside outside the mall for Shi Zheng. As they watched his car make a U-turn and head their way, Hua Banxia pondered her upcoming work commitments. Although they lived in the same city, she and Yushan rarely found time to meet. She felt a pang of worry and urged, Shan, if anything comes up, give me a call. Make sure to eat well. I know, the food in our cafeteria is quite good, reminiscent of home, and I am eating well. Yushan reassured her with a bright smile. I'm doing really well on my own now, with a decent income and a goal to buy a house. You need not worry. Hua Banxia got into Shi Zheng's car and noticed Yushan also entering a taxi in the rearview mirror. The ride proceeded in silence towards their destination. When Shi Zheng's car came to a halt, she prepared to exit, but the door was locked. Confused, she looked at him. Shi Zheng gazed back at her with a playful smile. We still have an account to settle. What account? She asked, but he did not respond, merely displaying their chat interface to her. What about this? You said thank you. Before she could complete her sentence, Shi Zheng's lips sealed hers. Staring into his dark eyes, she saw her own stunned and awkward reflection. This was no longer merely a peck. It was a kiss. Be serious. Shi Zheng's husky voice broke through. His hand cradled the back of her neck, his dark gaze holding hers captive as their lips met again. This time, with a fervor unlike the initial tenderness. His lack of restraint felt to Hua Banxia like a runaway train, sparking sensations that raced through her body, leaving her tingling in its wake. Beside her, his heavy breaths mingled with the intimate sounds of their lips brushing against each other. After what felt like an eternity, Shi Zheng finally released her, leaving her breathless. Foreheads touching, his fingertips caressed her flushed lips as he quietly praised her. So good. Hua Banxia could only focus on inhaling the air within the confined space of the car, unable to think or do anything else as her body felt numb. Shi Zheng opened a bottle of mineral water and placed it in her trembling hands, urging her to drink a little. He rummaged through his belongings and pulled out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, looking at her with a restrained intensity. I'll step out for a smoke. It won't take long. Hua Banxia remained in the car, sipping water in small gulps, her gaze fixed on Shi Zheng's silhouette as he stood outside, smoking, his posture tall and upright like a pine tree. Her heart continued to race wildly, embodying the sensation described by the driver, an exhilarating feeling born from romantic affection that quickens the pulse and brings a flush to the cheeks. Shi Zheng was indeed swift. He did not finish an entire cigarette, but merely took a few puffs before discarding the remainder into the ashtray atop the trash bin. He opened the car door on her side and leaned in to inquire gently, Are you feeling better? She could not bear to meet his intensely fervent gaze and lowered her head, responding with a soft Let us go. It's time for dinner. Chapter 35. The inability to sleep apart upon returning home, Hua Banxia allowed the warm water to cascade over her. Reflecting on the care Shi Zheng had shown her during the gathering, she felt a twinge of guilt for so readily accepting his attentiveness. Once certain conclusions are unveiled, they take root and blossom within the heart. She suddenly yearned to comprehend whether that kiss in the car was an act of punishment for her gratitude or a genuine expression of affection. Hua Banxia replayed the events from their first meeting at the Civil Affairs Bureau to the present. If he harbored feelings for her, then perhaps he had kissed her under the guise of punishment. Yet, what was there about her that could possibly attract Shi Zheng? Why would he be drawn to her? Her hand rested on her lips. The heat and fervor of his kiss still lingered. His technique was certainly more refined than hers. At 30, he must have had girlfriends before. Why then did he end up single? Realizing her thoughts were wandering, she tilted her head to face the warm water, chastising herself for having been out of work for too long, leading her mind to dwell on romantic entanglements. Before bed, she checked the hospital's official website, only to find that no employment announcements had been made. It seemed she should prepare her resume for the following day and begin applying to various hospitals for job opportunities and interviews. Banxia, Shi Zheng's voice called from behind the closed door. Coming, she responded, rising to open the door. Shi Zheng emerged, freshly bathed and dressed in black loungewear. I need to ask you something. She followed him into the living room, taking a seat on the sofa, awaiting his inquiry. You've graduated. What are your plans for work? To her surprise, Shi Zheng seemed more anxious than she was. While interning in the ICU, my instructor applied for me to stay on, but I haven't seen any notification yet. Tomorrow, I plan to start job hunting. Do you want me to make a call to inquire? Shi Zheng reclined on the sofa, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if everything were under his control. Thinking of Assistant Yi, she countered with a question. What does your family do in Shu? Shi Zheng chuckled. It's been over 2 years since we got married, and you're only now curious about my family background. She murmured softly. There wasn't an opportunity before. He considered her words. After obtaining their marriage certificate, they had not been in contact for 2 years. This was the first time she had inquired about his family, so he patiently elaborated. The Shi family owns a company with diverse business interests, both domestic and international. I primarily manage the domestic side, while my parents oversee the international operations. Does that mean your family is incredibly wealthy? She felt no need to embellish her inquiry. Sort of, at least in the generations I know, we have never lacked for money. Hua Banxia felt a jolt of surprise. How could Shi's grandfather have permitted someone with nothing to marry into their family? Did he not fear that she and Shi Zheng would eventually divorce and divide the Shi family assets? Noticing her silence and pondering expression, Shi Zheng asked again, Do you need me to inquire about the job? No, I will manage it myself. Job hunting in medicine is unrelated to your business dealings, so there's no need to trouble others. Shi Zheng smiled lightly, having no intention of revealing to her that he held 2/3 of the shares in the affiliated hospital of Shi University, and that securing a position there was merely a matter of a single word from him. All right, take your time to search. Just show me the contract when you sign it. Very well, Hua Banxia replied, noticing that he had nothing more to say, and prepared to return to her own room. Since you have already graduated, we can no longer sleep in separate rooms, Shi Zheng reminded her. Chapter 36. My dear wife, why are you so obedient? Hua Banxia remained silent upon hearing his words. If you do not harbor any intentions of divorce, then sharing a bed is merely a matter of time. He calmly stated the facts. She licked her lips, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Well, I will heed your words. In contrast to her hesitance, Shi Zheng appeared remarkably composed. With his assurance, Hua Banxia regained her composure. I have a few questions for you. Go ahead, he replied. Have you ever had a girlfriend? She asked, her gaze unwavering. No, he responded with an expression of tranquility, though his heart swelled with joy. Hua Banxia gazed at his handsome, exquisite face, pondering how someone so attractive had never experienced romance. She felt a surge of happiness, relieved that she would not have to contend with ex-girlfriends or past loves. Shall I move into your room? Do as you wish. I can sleep anywhere. Considering the stark contrast in the tidiness of their respective rooms, she decided against subjecting him to her disarray. I will move into yours then. Shi Zheng's lips curved into a smile as he stood and approached her, leaning down to meet her gaze. Dear wife, why are you so obedient? His deep, affectionate voice lingered in her ears, the warmth of his breath brushing against her face, causing her heart to race once more. The way he addressed her as wife sounded so sweet, even the air around them felt thick with intimacy. Shi Zheng's large hand rested on her shoulder, gently guiding her toward the room. Come, let us move our belongings together. As the night grew quiet, the moonlight streamed through the partially drawn curtains, illuminating the room. Hua Banxia lay with her back to Shi Zheng, experiencing the unfamiliar sensation of sleeping in a man's bed. Her restless mind stirred by his presence. Shi Zheng, 2. Found slumber elusive, acutely aware that she was still awake. With one hand cradling his head, he inhaled the faint, unique fragrance that belonged solely to her. His dark eyes wandered, thoughts drifting aimlessly. He recognized that he had acted irrationally throughout the day. Upon returning from his business trip, the moment he laid eyes on her, he could no longer bear to wait, wanting to bypass the moment she discerned his affection for her. While other matters lay within his control, the kiss shared in the car earlier had utterly shattered his self-restraint, nearly leading to. There seemed to be an enchantment about her, compelling him to claim her for himself, though he still retained a modicum of self-control. It was likely past 11 o'clock at night. By biological clock standards, he should have been drifting into slumber by now. However, with her lying quietly beside him, her breaths gentle, his mind was consumed with wild thoughts of possession. Every pore in his body screamed for her, and the physical response made him regret suggesting they share a bed. Yet, without his initiative, the situation could not evolve in the direction he desired. Hua Banxia attempted to turn over, only to realize that her hair was trapped beneath him. His breathing was steady. He must have fallen asleep. She gently and slowly tugged at her hair, careful not to disturb him. "What's wrong?" came Shi Zheng's deep voice, resonating with an unusual richness and tenderness in the stillness of the night. "You're on my hair." Sorry, Shi Zheng replied, shifting toward the edge of the bed and turning over. Hua Banxia tidied her hair and turned as well. Thus, they lay facing each other, his gaze fixed upon her, and hers upon him. In the darkness, his eyes sparkled like stars against the night sky. Her gaze fell upon his lips, and the scent of his masculinity lingered at the tip of her nose, evoking memories of the kiss they shared that afternoon. His breath, the sensation of his lips and tongue. Chapter 37. The human-shaped pillow Hua Banxia lay sideways, her back turned to the window, quietly gazing at Shi Zheng. Her heart racing uncontrollably. She pondered whether this rapid heartbeat was indeed the sensation of love. As she became lost in her thoughts, Shi Zheng shifted his sleeping position, lying on his back with one hand naturally cradling his head. "Sleep," he said, his voice soft and soothing, touching the very core of her heart like a feather delicately landing on the surface of water. "Good night." As the words fell, she grasped the cylindrical pillow she had brought from her room, holding it close to her chest, and peacefully closed her eyes. It was only when she heard her steady, slow breathing that Shi Zheng rose to sit up. Bathed in the moonlight, he rummaged through the nightstand, retrieving a long-neglected pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Recalling the way she had frowned at the scent of smoke on him earlier that afternoon, he resolved to quit smoking. Tossing both the cigarettes and lighter into the kitchen trash bin, he then headed to Hua Banxia's bathroom to shower. Standing beneath the cascading water and observing her array of toiletries. With so many bottles and jars, it was no wonder she always smelled delightful. Earlier, as she had gazed at him with her doe-like eyes, he felt an alarm within him. He knew he must honor his promise to respect her. Despite her playful nature, he wondered if she were testing him, and any misstep could lead to regrettable consequences. The cold water gradually extinguished the fire within him. After drying himself off, he casually slipped into a pair of boxer shorts and returned to bed. He had grown accustomed to sleeping in the nude, relishing the liberating sensation that facilitated his slumber. As dawn's light crept in, the regimented schedule of military life was etched into his very being, and he awoke at the appointed hour. His gaze fell upon a cascade of lustrous black hair. She was a restless sleeper, tossing and turning, inadvertently sending the pillow to the floor and wrapping her arms around his arm, eventually draping her legs over his. This position persisted throughout the night. Reluctantly, he wished to linger in bed a little longer, even as his arm grew numb, savoring the moment with her. Hua Banxia gradually stirred, stretching languidly. "Wait, why does the pillow feel different?" she murmured, her foot inadvertently pressing against the warm flesh beneath her. The sensation jolted her awake, and, as she opened her eyes, she beheld a sturdy chest before her, adorned with a pinkish hue. Hadn't she been clutching a pillow? How had she ended up wrapped around Shi Zheng's arm, her foot resting on his leg? Yet the feeling beneath her foot was undeniably pleasant and comforting. She playfully pinched his thigh with her toes, but alas, it was all muscle. If he remained still, perhaps he was still asleep. A mischievous thought crossed her mind, and her daring hand ventured towards his sensitive spot. A suppressed moan escaped him, startling her into an upright position, the blanket slipping from her grasp. Hua Banxia stared in astonishment at the handsome figure before her, quickly checking her own attire. Thankfully, she was still dressed in the same outfit from the previous night. "Why are you not wearing clothes to sleep?" she asked. Her cheeks flushed as she took the initiative to chastise him. "I'm not used to it," Shi Zheng replied, reclining comfortably as he gazed at her with a cheerful demeanor. Well, she could actually understand, for she too preferred the freedom of sleeping without attire. The comfort of slumbering in the nude was unparalleled. It was merely his return that instilled a sense of hesitation within her. In times past, when she was alone at home, she would forego even her undergarments, donning nothing but an elongated t-shirt and a pair of panties throughout the day. At night, she would shed her clothing and cocoon herself in the blanket, relishing the sheer bliss of it. Just as she was lost in her reverie, Shi Zheng suddenly kicked off the covers, propping himself up on his hands, and to her astonishment. Chapter 38. Wise beyond her years, Hua Banxia gazed at Shi Zheng, her dark brows framing her strikingly beautiful water-like eyes. Engrossed in her academic research, she suddenly heard his stern voice. "Hua Banxia, are you not ashamed?" "What?" She was taken aback by his audacity to question her shame. It was he who had neglected to dress properly for bed, causing her to witness such a sight. Though she too preferred to sleep without attire, she would always adorn herself appropriately, feeling constrained otherwise. Yet here he was, prioritizing his own comfort over propriety, and now had the gall to inquire if she felt shame. "I feel no shame. It is not like I wish to see it." "Close your eyes," Shi Zheng insisted. "Step away," she retorted. Who would not instinctively shield themselves or flee when caught in such a situation? His demands were utterly tyrannical. Shi Zheng chuckled. "My hands and legs have been pinned beneath you all night, numbed." This implied his immobility. Hua Banxia pointed at the pillow on the floor, accusingly stating, "It was not I who initiated this. You clearly sought to take advantage of me. You even tossed my pillow aside, you rogue." Though she voiced her grievances, Hua Banxia complied and closed her eyes, refraining from looking at Shi Zheng, fearing she might develop a case of shyness. Throughout her life, she had always cuddled her pillow while sleeping. Even during her school days when her dorm bed was a mere meter wide, her pillow seldom falling to the floor. Yet on her first night sharing a bed with him, her pillow lay discarded on the ground. She refused to believe he had not thrown it. It defied logic. It had to be his doing. "I did not take advantage of you. The pillow fell because of your own actions, and you were the one who clung to me first. I did not initiate anything." How could she forget her supposed initiative? "You did. I did not." Before she could finish her protest, she was pressed back onto the bed, a sudden weight on her legs causing her to open her eyes in alarm. He loomed above her, his gaze fierce and penetrating, like a storm ready to unleash its fury. "If I desire, you shall yield." Hua Banxia clearly perceived the desire in his eyes. This was not merely a natural physiological reaction. He forcefully captured her lips with his. A fervent kiss that enveloped her completely. She pushed against his chest with both hands, but Shi Zheng remained unfazed, swiftly seizing control of the rhythm. After struggling for a considerable time, Hua Banxia realized that her resistance was inconsequential to him. Resigned, she wrapped her delicate arms around his neck. Yet he suddenly withdrew from her lips, taking her hands and pinning them on the pillow, fingers intertwined. His bright, flushed eyes bore into hers as he softly inquired, "Why have you ceased to move?" "I fear that the more I resist, the more excited you become, and the worse my predicament will be." Shi Zheng chuckled. "My dear wife, you are quite perceptive for one so young." "I am not young. I am already 24. Hua Banxia emphasized once more. "In the eyes of this older man, you are still but a child." "Old man," she mused, realizing he was perturbed by her earlier remark. "Not young. You merely perceive me as such." Shi Zheng's dark eyes glinted with mischief, the corners of his lips curling into a wicked smile. "If you're not young, does that imply I may indulge?" "Absolutely not." Hua Banxia resolutely rejected the suggestion, pulling the blanket over herself. "Fine, I shall heed my wife's wishes." Shi Zheng placed a gentle kiss on her forehead before turning and heading to the bathroom. Hua Banxia, feeling quite bewildered, marveled at how agreeable he was. Contemplating the task of crafting her resume for job hunting, she too decided to rise from bed. Chapter 39. Job hunting for breakfast. Hua Banxia prepared a simple sandwich, and after finishing, Shi Zheng departed for work. Alone in the study, she focused on crafting her resume, perusing the job listings from various hospitals on employment platforms, and subsequently submitted her resume to the email addresses of hospitals that aligned with her career aspirations. By the time she completed her tasks, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. She checked the data of her completed book on the writer's assistant platform. Although the readership during serialization was modest, it seemed that many continued to read after its conclusion. Did people truly prefer to read finished works? The editor had inquired about her plans for a new book, yet inspiration eluded her amidst the graduation season and job hunting, prompting her to temporarily set aside her aspirations for writing. Every day, the completed book continued to generate income, which brought her a sense of satisfaction. Hua Banxia rose to prepare a meal for herself, pondering whether Shi Zheng would return for dinner. Cooking alone, she decided to boil some frozen dumplings. If he intended to join her for dinner, he would surely send her a message, and she could prepare the meal then. After fulfilling her hunger, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, and she naturally retreated to her room for a nap, only to remember that they were now sharing a bedroom. Gazing at the disarray of the room, she summoned the robotic vacuum cleaner, intending to tidy up the space before closing it off, as it was unoccupied. Her belongings were few, merely scattered and not placed in their rightful spots. As she hung her clothes in Shi Zheng's wardrobe, a fleeting sense of reality washed over her. She had not only obtained a marriage certificate with him, but if all went well, she would reside in this home for a considerable time, embracing the responsibilities of a wife, including motherhood. Her life seemed to be gradually mirroring the path of many: graduation, employment, childbearing, and eventual retirement. It felt as if the entirety of her life could be glimpsed in a single glance. Just as she was lost in these thoughts, her phone rang. An unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. She pressed the answer button, adopting a cold and distant tone. "Hello, this is Hua Banxia." "Hello, Dr. Hua Banxia. This is the HR department of the Shi Zheng University affiliated hospital. We are pleased to formally inform you that you have been accepted for a position in the intensive care unit. When will be a convenient time for you to come in for the onboarding process?" She had mentally prepared for the possibility of rejection, having submitted her resumes that morning. Thus, receiving this sudden news of employment filled her with excitement. "I'm available anytime." "Then how about tomorrow at 10 a.m. in the conference room on the 10th floor of the office building?" "All right, thank you. See you tomorrow." After hanging up, Hua Banxia joyfully bounced on her bed. Having interned at the hospital for 3 years, she possessed a modest understanding of the hospital's salary structure. For someone with her qualifications, her net salary, after deductions for social insurance and housing fund, would be approximately 8,000 yuan, a figure far superior to her previous subsidy of 2,300 yuan, albeit not particularly high for a first-tier city like Shi Zheng. Moreover, she had always been frugal with her expenditures, which would enable her to save a considerable amount. Though she remained uncertain about the purpose of her savings, merely observing the balance in her account elicited happiness. This flurry of activity had dispelled her sleepiness, prompting her to prepare to purchase some fresh fruits and vegetables. For the first time, she took the initiative to text Shi Zheng, inquiring if he would be having dinner upon his return. Replying, "Yes." "All right. Have you submitted your resumes?" "The hospital where I interned called to inform me of my employment." After sending this message, Hua Xiao waited several minutes for a response, but when none came, she set her phone down and entered a fruit shop. As she passed by a flower shop, she was captivated by the vibrant and delicate blossoms on display, and could not resist stepping inside to purchase pink tulips, lilies, and calla lilies, along with 3 exquisite vases. Lacking knowledge in the art of flower arrangement, she simply placed the flowers in the water-filled vases according to her own preferences, adorning the entranceway, dining table, and coffee table with them. Chapter 40. Little Hua, you have finally returned. Shi Zheng returned home, cradling a magnificent bouquet of flowers. Upon seeing the newly added blossoms in the house, it became evident that the vase was somewhat inadequate. "Why did you purchase such an extravagant bouquet?" she inquired. "Congratulations on securing a job." As there was no space left to arrange the flowers, they were placed on the console table in the entrance hall. After Shi Zheng set the bouquet down, she cast another glance at it. Today, she had paid attention to the bouquet's price. Such a splendid arrangement, so exquisitely wrapped. Must have cost over 1,000 yuan. Please refrain from buying flowers in such grand quantities in the future. Purchasing them one bouquet at a time is quite expensive. Shi Zheng nodded in agreement and retreated to his room. During dinner, Shi Zheng inquired about her job. Hua Han detailed every aspect, concluding with, "The hospital I am familiar with. I want to show you the contract, but I should be signing it on-site tomorrow." Shi Zheng responded affirmatively. Hua Han arrived half an hour earlier than the scheduled time of 10 a.m. She sat in the conference room with other new recruits, awaiting the arrival of the HR personnel. Quietly observing her peers, she chose not to engage in their conversations. After 3 years of rotations in medical internships, she had come to understand that colleagues are merely that, colleagues. While relationships can be amicable, they do not extend to the sharing of personal minutiae. Soon, several HR representatives in formal attire entered, carrying documents, and the room fell into silence. "Greetings, I'm the manager of the HR department at our hospital. The primary agenda for today is the signing of employment contracts, followed by orientation training. As today is Friday, I prefer not to summon everyone over the weekend, so we shall consolidate everything into today." Hua Han appreciated the efficiency of the proceedings. Matters that required urgency were attended to promptly, while others were dealt with leisurely. Recognizing that many were signing contract for the first time, HR highlighted key points within the documents for thorough understanding. By the time the contracts were signed and the training concluded, lunchtime was fast approaching. The HR personnel suggested, "How about this? Now that the timing is suitable and the doctors have finished their tasks, we will take you on a tour of the various departments. Monday will be quite hectic with the head of the department conducting rounds, so today will serve as a familiarization opportunity." A large group then set off towards the inpatient department of the hospital, with Hua Han's critical care department being the last stop. By the time HR guided her to the 7th floor, she was already feeling quite famished. HR pressed the doorbell for the department, and the lively head nurse opened the door. "Head nurse, we have brought you a new recruit." HR greeted with a warm smile. "If there is no new nurse assigned to us, I want to open the door." "Of course there is." The head nurse joyfully swung the door open. Her expression won a surprise upon seeing Hua Han. "Is this little Hua assigned to our department?" "Indeed." Upon hearing HR's response, the head nurse disregarded the formalities and affectionately pulled Hua Han closer to share her grievances. "Little Hua, you have no idea. During your absence, I nearly ran out of things to say. Mrs. Li in bed 3 has been seeking my company daily. She even complained that I am not as charming as you. How could a woman of my age be considered charming? Thankfully, you've returned. Please go and keep Mrs. Li company." As the head nurse concluded her remarks, they arrived at the bedside of Granny Li in bed 3. Nurse Shi Zheng was gently feeding her rice porridge. Due to her prolonged confinement to bed and poor digestive health, she could only consume such soft foods, relying on intravenous nutrition for sustenance. After sanitizing her hands, she approached Granny Li and affectionately called out, "Granny Li, little flower, you have finally returned. I have been waiting for you for so long. That Chen always pokes me with needles every day." Granny Li, with a playful tone, replied, "Please don't portray me as the villain. All right?" Chapter 41, I was married 2 years ago. The voice of Chengze echoed as he leaned against the hospital room door, arms crossed, leisurely observing the few individuals inside. He had changed out his white coat and was dressed in casual attire. Professor Cheng, Hua Banxia greeted him politely. "Welcome back." "Thank you," he replied. Aunt Li teased him. "Cheng Zue, you're already 32. Aren't you planning to find a girlfriend?" He shrugged, exuding an air of helplessness. "I'm too busy with work. Pursuing a relationship would only burden someone." "Not at all. My granddaughter is quite wonderful. She is independent, has her own job, and is quite attractive. I believe you two would be a good match," Aunt Li insisted, once again promoting her granddaughter. The others merely exchanged amused glances. They had all met Aunt Li's granddaughter, a powerful businesswoman whose commanding presence could easily intimidate the average nurse or doctor. Cheng Zue did not respond directly. Instead, he jested, "Aunt Li, aren't you worried I might poke her with a needle?" Upon hearing this, Aunt Li promptly reconsidered. "Perhaps not. I'll introduce her to Dr. Yang instead." He is so gentle and a bit younger than my dear grandson. Nothing wrong with a May-December romance. Oh, Aunt Lee, you seem to know quite a bit. The head nurse complimented with a laugh. Indeed, I'm not an old curmudgeon. Just because I'm lying here doesn't mean I don't get along with the younger crowd. They're always willing to share with me, Aunt Lee replied, eliciting smiles from everyone present. The nature of that sharing, whether voluntary or otherwise, remained a subject for further contemplation. Xiaohua, it's good to have you back at work. You must come and chat with me every day, Aunt Lee cooed, pulling Hua Banxia's hand affectionately. Once my weekend is over and I officially return on Monday, I'll be the first to seek you out, all right? Hua Banxia promised, to which Aunt Lee reluctantly agreed, aware that Aunt Lee was soon to take her afternoon nap. The group began to disperse from the room. Cheng Zue and Hua Banxia exited the department together, standing in the elevator area. Dr. Hua, since I'm finishing my night shift, would you like to join me for dinner? Cheng Zue suggested. Sure, I'll treat you. Thank you for your guidance during my internship, Hua Banxia acknowledged, knowing well that this meal was inevitable. She cleverly transformed it into a teacher-student banquet. Since we are colleagues, it's best to clarify any misunderstandings to avoid unnecessary complications in the future. Cheng Zue sighed in agreement. Cheng Zue drove her to a tranquil local delicacy restaurant. Upon entering, the attendant respectfully addressed him as young master. Following Cheng Zue into a private room, Hua Banxia seized the opportunity while the waiter went to fetch tea. Is this your family's restaurant? She inquired curiously. Yes, my parents own it. I thought I'd bring you here to sample the flavors, he replied. Hua Banxia gazed out at the traditional pavilion, the lotus pond, and the delicate bamboo fencing. The ambience was delightful, and dining here felt like a form of healing. My mother adores these things. She takes care of everything herself. Cheng Zue spoke in a matter-of-fact tone, yet his gaze upon her was intensely warm. It's truly lovely, she remarked, before falling into a moment of silence. To avoid eye contact, Hua Banxia focused on her tea. Hua Banxia, Cheng Zue called her name, prompting her to meet his gaze. You're no longer my mentee. Might you consider becoming my girlfriend? Hua Banxia met his gaze and replied, I cannot entertain that notion. I'm already married. What? Cheng Zue's voice rose in disbelief, unable to fathom what he had just heard. I got married 2 years ago. I apologize. You are quite young, and I haven't seen you wear a wedding ring or met your husband. I assume. Hua Banxia thought of Shi Zheng's handsome face and smiled. It's quite all right. We had a whirlwind marriage, and he has just returned. Cheng Zue nodded in understanding. Hua Banxia was a loss for words, but fortunately, at that moment, the waiter began to serve the dishes. Ah, darling, you've brought your girlfriend back. Chapter 42. The doctor's duty. A delicate voice resonated as a middle-aged woman, adorned in a linen dress, appeared before the dining table. At this age, the only one who could affectionately call the esteemed Professor Cheng darling would undoubtedly be his mother. Hello, Annie. I am Hua Banxia, a student of Professor Cheng. She introduced herself. Cheng's mother's eyes sparkled with delight as she grasped Hua Banxia's hand, exclaiming, Oh, how wonderful! A student indeed. Such a treasure. Hua Banxia found herself somewhat bemused by Cheng's mother's exuberant demeanor. Mom, Cheng Zue called out twice to capture his mother's attention. I'm no longer a student, but rather a colleague now. What? Not even a girlfriend yet? Cheng's mother lamented, her tone tinged with disappointment. Mother, Hua Banxia and I have matters of work to discuss. Perhaps you might step out for a moment? Cheng Zue suggested. No, I absolutely cannot. I wish to keep this lovely young woman as my daughter-in-law. She is simply too charming. Cheng's mother insisted, refusing to leave the private room. Dad, your wife. Cheng Zue began to call toward the door, but his mother had already dashed away in a flurry. Hua Banxia chuckled at the dynamic between mother and son. Your family atmosphere is truly delightful. Yes, my mother's personality is rather vivacious, Cheng Zue replied, searching for a fitting description for his mother's spirited nature. Hua Banxia sensed his unabashed gaze upon her and promptly lowered her head, focusing on her bowl of rice. Cheng Zue used his chopsticks to serve her some dishes, saying, These are the restaurant specialties. Do give them a try. Thank you. I have sampled a few, and they are indeed exquisite. The natural flavors and aromas of the ingredients are beautifully brought forth, she acknowledged, having cultivated her culinary skills from a young age. As they dined and conversed, the topic shifted to Li Shi's situation, and Cheng Zui's expression turned somber. Being a doctor cannot be approached with your mindset. In critical care, most patients are teetering on the brink of life and death. Each day, we witness lives slipping away. Do you intend to weep daily? Hua Banxia hesitated, setting down her chopsticks. This is precisely why I was reluctant to pursue a career in critical care. Cheng Zui was perplexed. What do you mean? My grandfather succumbed to stomach cancer, ultimately passing away in the intensive care unit. It was I who consented to remove the oxygen mask. I signed the papers, she revealed, pausing to gaze at the ceiling, forcing back tears that threatened to spill. Every time I see elderly patients, I am reminded of my grandfather. I am acutely aware that I mishandle the doctor-patient relationship, becoming overly emotional. Each time I draw arterial blood for gas analysis, holding their withered hands, I cannot bear to decline their invitations for conversation. Cheng Zui listened patiently, remaining silent, merely offering her a piece of paper and pushing the tissue box toward her. Each day, their families are granted but an hour of visitation. For the remaining 23 hours, they must combat their suffering alone. Is it not pitiful and helpless if they have no one to converse with? Cheng Zui felt as though he had been jolted by an electric shock. He possessed comprehensive medical knowledge and proficient technical skills, yet he had overlooked something profoundly significant, something that Hua Banxia inherently understood. She reminded him, striking him like a wake-up call, bringing him to a moment of clarity. In their very first class, the teacher urged them to remember Trudeau's famous saying, "Sometimes the doctor goes to heal. Often he goes to help. Always he goes to comfort." Hua Banxia, you have done remarkably well. It is I who have forgotten my original intentions. It is most affirming to speak openly, yet I realize it can be quite exhausting. Wiping away the tears from her face, Hua Banxia smiled gently. It's all right. Li Shi and her family have helped me understand that all of this is worthwhile. By expressing her innermost thoughts, Hua Banxia gained greater clarity about her future path. I too have come to understand that whether in the emergency department or the intensive care unit, the responsibilities remain the same. Only the environment differs. I possess a strong ability to adapt to my surroundings. Thus, I shall work diligently and treat my patients with patience. Apologies, Professor Cheng. I may have spoken too much today. Professor Cheng's voice was warm and gentle. It is my honor to hear your heartfelt words and to witness you release your emotions. I am fortunate, and I thank you for allowing me to revisit the duties of a physician. Chapter 43. I will come home to fetch you as the meal concluded. Cheng Zui escorted Hua Banxia to the entrance, gesturing for a taxi to be summoned. Only after ensuring her safe passage into the vehicle did he turn to depart. Cheng's mother, standing at the counter, seethed with frustration. Foolish boy, why did you agree to let her pay the bill? It was her treat to celebrate my mentorship. Cheng Zui replied matter-of-factly. His mother, exasperated, tossed a pen at him, lamenting, "No wonder you remain single." Cheng Zui merely chuckled, bending slightly to conceal the glimmer of sadness in his eyes as he retrieved the pen and returned it to her. "Mom, I'm heading to bed. I didn't sleep well after last night at shift." His mother, noticing the redness at the corners of his eyes, felt a pang of concern. "Go on, dear." Just as he exited, a tall figure emerged from the adjoining private dining room, his expression grave. "Mr. Shi, a pleasure to collaborate." A middle-aged man mustered the courage to extend his hand. Shi Zheng clasped it firmly, responding likewise. The man winced in pain, maintaining a facade of cheerfulness, pondering whether Mr. Shi's somber demeanor stemmed from dissatisfaction with the meal or the dining environment. Surely, it must be the latter. The inadequate soundproofing had allowed them to overhear the conversation from the neighboring room. Shi Zheng entered the car with a dark expression. An assistant Yi observed his icy countenance for the first time, feeling perplexed and opting to concentrate solely on driving. "What are the arrangements for this afternoon's work?" Shi Zheng inquired suddenly. Assistant Yi quickly recalled the president's itinerary. An afternoon meeting lasting approximately 3 hours, followed by dinner with Mr. Chen in the evening. "Cancel all evening engagements." "Understood, sir." Assistant Yi was uncertain as to why the president made such arrangements. Yet, as his assistant, he recognized that his role was to execute orders, not to question their rationale. Silence enveloped the car once more, as Shi Zheng gazed out at the passing scenery, reflecting on Hua Banxia's earlier words, feeling a tumult of emotions. Upon returning home, Hua Banxia opened her refrigerator, assessing the available ingredients. With her work schedule commencing soon, typically from 8 in the morning until 5 in the evening, she would still have time to prepare dinner. However, she needed to plan the week's meals over the weekend to avoid haphazard dining from Monday to Friday. While she could subsist on cafeteria meals alone, she resolved to cook for Shi Zheng, necessitating a well-prepared menu. She meticulously drafted a meal plan for the week and affixed it to the refrigerator door. Household cleaning would occur during the weekend, while the robotic vacuum would suffice for tidying during the weekdays. Living together, she noted that Shi Zheng was a cleanliness enthusiast. Maintaining a tidy home for a week should not pose challenge. With everything organized, she took her shopping list and prepared to head to the supermarket. At that moment, a message from Shi Zheng popped up on her phone. Shi Zheng, are you still at the hospital? Hua Banxia, I'm home now, getting ready to go to the supermarket for some supplies. Shi Zheng, let us dine out tonight and head out together afterward. Considering her need for laundry detergent, oil, and rice, and knowing that Shi Zheng could assist with the bags, she readily agreed. Shi Zheng, I shall return home to fetch you. Hua Banxia, indeed. If it is merely the two of us dining, the destination ought to be nearby. She could very well make her own way, thus sparing him the unnecessary expenditure of fuel and time. Yet, his insistence on coming back to collect her must surely stem from some rationale of his own. Observing that she still had ample time, Hua Banxia resolved to take a shower and change her attire. Chapter 44. Purchasing wedding rings. Hua Banxia followed closely behind Shi Zheng, sensing his discontent, likely stemming from challenges at work. In the afternoon, he mentioned returning to pick her up, and she assumed he had pressing matters to attend to. However, upon arriving upstairs, it seemed he only intended to escort her down, without engaging in any tasks. During dinner, he fixated on her, serving her food, yet remained silent, which left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Mr. Shi, a deep voice interrupted Hua Banxia's thoughts. Recognizing him, Shi Zheng shook hands with the newcomer. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen's gaze fell upon Hua Banxia, and he remarked, no wonder Mr. Shi declined my dinner invitation. He must be dining with his sister. Shi Zheng extended his hand towards her, and Hua Banxia stepped forward obediently, her hand enveloped in his. He introduced her, saying, this is my wife, Hua Banxia. She smiled politely, acknowledging the introduction. Mr. Chen, slightly shorter than Shi Zheng and of similar age, appeared astonished. Mr. Shi is married. There were no rumors circulating in our circle. Shi Zheng replied, we obtained our marriage certificate, but have not yet held a wedding. Mr. Chen, realizing this, added, I wouldn't want to intrude on your dinner with your wife. Farewell. As Shi Zheng took her hand and continued walking, he suddenly inquired, what were you about to say? Surprised, she and T expected him to have heard her. Are you feeling unwell? A bit. Why? Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear. It's a secret. His warm breath grazed her cheek, causing her face to flush as the atmosphere turned charged. He then led her into a jewelry store. Sir, madam, may I assist you with something? Shi Zheng stated, wedding rings. Hua Banxia looked up at him in confusion, wondering why he had suddenly decided to purchase wedding rings. The sales associate quickly noted the bespoke suit he wore, crafted from exquisite materials, along with his cufflinks, which were limited edition pieces unavailable without a certain membership status. Understanding the situation, she guided them to the most luxurious wedding ring display. These are our brand's latest designs. Only then did Shi Zheng release her hand, instructing, choose a pair you like. The associate, having served numerous couples selecting wedding rings, found it unprecedented for the male partner to encourage the female to choose freely. Hua Banxia silently counted in her mind, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, hesitatingly glancing at Shi Zheng. Is it necessary to choose? Once married, one must wear a wedding ring, he asserted firmly. Reluctantly, she began to contemplate her options. Working in the intensive care unit, she frequently needed to sanitize her hands and wear rubber gloves, ruling out any rings with intricate settings or diamonds. Given that Shi Zheng often donned black and white suits, platinum would be more befitting, aligning with his composed demeanor. After careful consideration, she selected a pair of simple platinum bands. How about this one? Quite nice, he replied. The sales associate, hearing this, said, please hold on. I will take your ring sizes and fetch the items for you to try on. At the checkout, the sales assistant looked at Shi Zheng and then at my wife. With a smile, the assistant remarked, indeed, the men of Shu are accustomed to surrendering their earnings to their wives. After saying this, she moved in front of Hua Banxia and inquired, Madam, will you be paying by card or by scanning a QR code? Lacking the means to produce tens of thousands, Hua Banxia reluctantly retrieved the card that Shi Zheng had given her and completed the transaction. Once she had finished, she picked up the bag and followed closely behind Shi Zheng as they exited the store. Chapter 45. The commute after the two individuals returned home from the supermarket. Shi Zheng unexpectedly approached Hua Banxia, who was busy organizing items, holding a box containing wedding rings. Wife, he addressed her, a term that made her feel somewhat unaccustomed. She reluctantly set her belongings down and gazed at him. Give me your hand. He then produced the female wedding ring, gently lifting her hand to place it on her ring finger, declaring that it was not to be removed thereafter. Noticing her lack of reaction, he inquired once more, Did you hear me? Hua Banxia nodded, acknowledging she had. Shi Zheng then took out the male ring and placed it in her palm. Understanding his intention, she slid the ring onto his ring finger. As night fell in the tranquil room, Shi Zheng remained occupied in his study, while Hua Banxia lay alone in bed, illuminated by the soft glow of the night lamp, lost in contemplation as she gazed at the ring adorning her finger. Shi Zheng's spirits had noticeably lifted after acquiring the rings, leaving her perplexed about his thoughts. Was his purchase a reminder of her responsibilities as a wife? Since the day she protested his preference for sleeping in the nude, he had taken to retiring later than her and rising earlier, leaving her uncertain if he continued that habit. To prevent herself from inadvertently rolling back into his embrace, she had placed a cushion in the center of the bed, turning her back to him while sleeping. Though their sleeping positions varied each morning, the cushion remained a constant barrier. Even on weekends, Shi Zheng's life revolved around work. Aside from exercising at the community gym, he spent nearly all his time in the study, occasionally allowing the sounds of his phone calls or meetings to drift into the living space. Hua Banxia refrained from disturbing him, only calling him during mealtimes, while she busied herself at the dining table, reading and sketching the framework for a new novel. On Monday morning, the alarm clock rang, prompting Hua Banxia to open her eyes and glance at the empty space beside her. Shi Zheng was evidently already out for his morning exercise. Turning her gaze to the night lamp on her side, she discovered a note, its spirited and vigorous handwriting dancing across the paper. I'll bring back breakfast. The morning meals were always procured by him during his outings, a convenience that spared her the effort of contemplating and preparing breakfast. Upon his return, while he took a shower, Hua Banxia set the table and laid out the breakfast. Minutes slipped by, and just as she finished her preparations, Shi Zheng emerged, his hair slightly damp and tousled, clad in a shirt and trousers. She couldn't help but wonder if his swift showering was part of his rigorous training regimen. Their interactions were predominantly marked by tranquility unless Shi Zheng initiated conversation. I'll drive you, he stated. Hua Banxia, not overthinking it, replied, no need. The subway is quite convenient. After a prolonged silence with no response from him, her curiosity prompted her to glance up at Shi Zheng. He was quietly enjoying his breakfast, seemingly having registered her refusal. What did this mean? Did he agree with her choice to take the subway? Or was he simply informing her of his decision to drive her without seeking her input? After finishing his meal, Shi Zheng collected their dishes and placed them in the dishwasher while she cleared the table, their actions harmoniously synchronized. Wait for me, he said before swiftly retreating into the bedroom. It appeared that he was resolute in his intention to drive her to work. Once again, he is buying a ring and sending her to work. Does this signify his method of nurturing their relationship and pursuing her? She finds herself uncomfortable with this pretense of ignorance, despite being fully aware of the situation, yet she remains uncertain about how to respond. The car halts at the hospital entrance, where a slight congestion prevails. She nearly blurts out a grateful thank you, but ultimately refrains, opting instead for, I'm off to work now. I'll come and pick you up in the afternoon. Hua Banxia hesitates with her hand on the door, saying, I can return by myself. You're busy with work, and there's no need for you to waste time on me. Shi Zheng gazes at her intently, replying, I don't mind. Chapter 46. The photograph carried along in the department. Alongside Hua Banxia, 3 new physicians have recently joined, 2 gentlemen and 1 lady. One is Dr. Su, who has transitioned from another hospital, while the other is Dr. Pang, a fresh graduate like Hua Banxia. Currently, there are 7 doctors in the department, including the head physician, who does not partake in the on-call duties. Having completed a period of internship within the department, Hua Banxia and Dr. Su have been assigned night shifts. Monday mornings are typically bustling. After conducting rounds, the head physician leaves Hua Banxia without any patients to attend to. With no pressing matters at hand, she stands before the medical records cabinet, perusing the patient's histories to familiarize herself with their conditions and gather relevant data. The hospital's interns arrive in waves, and Professor Chung is not only preoccupied with patient care, but also with the allocation of these trainees. Although she dined with Chung Zhe the previous day, their interactions in the department remain comfortably distant, allowing her a sense of ease. When Granny Lee seeks her out, she engages in conversation just as before, mostly listening while Granny shares her thoughts, offering timely responses. Lunchtime is brief, merely an hour, and after finishing her meal, Hua Banxia returns to the department. At that moment, a patient from the operating room is wheeled in for post-operative monitoring. Dr. Yang, on duty, is overwhelmed and requests her assistance, reassuring her that the patient, merely a case of a fractured leg requiring a steel plate, is generally stable and will be observed for 24 hours before being transferred back to orthopedics. Upon seeing the patient, Hua Banxia is momentarily taken aback. It is Zhou Fucking, the man whom Shi Zheng had escorted home after a night of drinking. He greets her as sister-in-law. Due to the residual effects of anesthesia, he has yet to regain full consciousness. Glancing at the medical record, she notes his name, Zhou Fucking, male, married, with his family member listed as Zhao Jing, female. The records indicate that he was injured heroically, having suffered a leg fracture from a motorcycle accident. Inquiring about his family, she learns from the operating room nurse that they have gone to retrieve clothing for him and will return during visiting hours later in the afternoon. As she formally takes over the case, she notes that a transfer record needs to be documented. After settling him in, she returns to her office to attend to her duties. 2 hours later, the nurse informs her that the patient has awakened. Upon visiting him, she notices that the monitoring devices have been removed. Sister-in-law, Zhou Fucking exclaims with delight upon seeing her. Is there anything uncomfortable? She asks. Not all, he replies. Curious, she inquires. Did you not mention this to Shi Zheng? With an endearing smile, Zhou Fucking responds, it's nothing significant. There's no need to disturb the captain. Reflecting on his physical examination records and the extent of his injuries, missing tissue and fractured ribs, she concludes that, in comparison to a simple leg fracture, his situation is indeed less severe. Thinking he might wish to contact his family, she informs him that they have gone to fetch his clothing. As they converse, the visiting hours commence, and other patients' relatives begin to arrive, gradually filling the once quiet department with chatter. Zhou Fucking excitedly introduces a young woman who enters, saying, Wife, look, this is the doctor I mentioned, my sister-in-law, the captain's wife. Isn't she more beautiful than in the photographs? Zhao Jing scrutinizes Hua Banxia closely, and it is at this moment that Hua Banxia notices Zhao Jing's slightly protruding abdomen. She is with child. Indeed, she felt less naive, having matured significantly. Zhao Jing's voice was familiar to her. It belonged to the individual who had escorted her out during that jewelry store heist. Hua Banxia felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny of the two, inquiring, Where have you seen my photograph? Zhao Jing replied with a calm demeanor. Yet a sudden jolt of anxiety coursed through her heart as she continued. The captain keeps your wedding photo in his pocket, carrying it with him wherever he goes. Chapter 47. The handsome man deserves a second glance. Hua Banxia suppressed her inner turmoil. Since they had encountered each other here, should she reveal this to Shi Zheng? It's fine, go ahead and say it. After all, we have good news to share with the captain, Zhou Fucking remarked, his gaze tenderly resting upon Zhao Jing's abdomen. Sister-in-law, you carry on with your tasks. I shall make a call to the captain, Zhao Jing said, picking up her phone and stepping outside to avoid potential reprimands from the captain later. Upon Zhao Jing's return, Hua Banxia felt it would be inappropriate to intrude upon the couple's conversation. Finding an excuse related to her work, she retreated to her office. As she stared vacantly at the examination report of Zhou fucking on her computer, she recalled only one scar on Shi Zheng's body, the one from her dressing change. Thus, it seemed he had not endured too much suffering during his time in the military. Nonetheless, the severity of that wound was beyond her imagination. Time passed unmeasured until whispers from the interns behind her broke the silence. "Did you see that family member who just walked by? Those legs are so long." Indeed, dressed impeccably, he exudes the aura of a successful urban elite. And that sense of righteousness and carefree spirit is truly captivating. Come, let us approach and feign interest in the conversation between the doctor and the family. We must seize the opportunity to gaze a little longer at this handsome man. Otherwise, this internship would be dreadfully monotonous. After the interns departed, the office fell into silence once more. "Dr. Hua, your patient's family member has arrived. Aren't you going to check on them?" The director's voice unexpectedly resonated at the door. Though framed as a question, it was unmistakably a rebuke regarding her lack of diligence in her duties. "Yes, I will attend to it immediately," Hua Banxia replied, rising to escape the director's scrutinizing gaze. She was aware of Shi Zheng's tall stature, yet she had not anticipated the way he stood out amidst the crowd, a true crane among chickens, easily catching her eye. It seemed Shi Zheng sensed her gaze. As he looked her way, waved and mouthed, "Come here." Recalling the intern's earlier remarks, she realized others were indeed observing Shi Zheng. Zhou fucking's hospital bed was situated at the far end, compelling Hua Banxia to muster her courage and navigate through the throng towards Shi Zheng. He naturally took her hand, drawing her closer. "You've met your sister-in-law?" he inquired. "Yes, Captain." Zhou fucking and Zhao Jing nodded, appearing like dutiful younger siblings. At that moment, Hua Banxia finally understood why she often felt an involuntary compulsion to comply with his words, only to later find herself internally critiquing them. It was not just her. His teammates shared the same experience. This was the commanding presence he commanded as captain. Hua Banxia quietly stood to one side, listening to their conversation. "How did the medical expenses pan out?" Shi Zheng asked the couple. "The family of the person I saved said they would cover it, bringing numerous packages to my ward. However, I sensed their struggles and declined," Zhou fucking replied. Shi Zheng simply nodded in response, saying nothing further. An hour of visiting time swiftly elapsed, and all family members were required to leave the ward. Shi Zheng, still uneasy, cautioned, "Dezay, Tuzi, if anything arises, just speak to your sister-in-law. I, a robust man, am merely undergoing a steel plate surgery. There is nothing to concern oneself with," Zhou fucking remarked dismissively. Furthermore, the eldest sister appears younger than them. How could he possibly seek assistance from a young child? "Very well, I shall escort the rabbit back. You must take good care of it. As a father, one must act with greater steadiness, for both the rabbit and the child rely on you." Shi Zheng reiterated his admonition to Zhou fucking. After bidding farewell to Shi Zheng and Zhao Jing, Hua Banxia inquired with Zhou fucking a few more times, ensuring his well-being before returning to the office. Chapter 48. Why is my wife so easily teased? The first day of work passed in such a manner. After completing her handover notes, Hua Banxia went to check on Zhou fucking once more, advising him to contact Dr. Yang on duty if anything arose, before clocking out. Moments earlier, Shi Zheng had sent her a message, indicating that he was waiting for her in the underground parking lot. Hua Banxia took the elevator directly down to the basement level. As the elevator doors opened, her gaze fell upon Shi Zheng, who stood waiting at the entrance. Stepping out, she felt momentarily dazed. Shi Zheng explained, "The car is parked a bit far. I was worried you might have trouble finding it." With that, he naturally reached for her hand. Hua Banxia instinctively pulled away, but his grip tightened around her delicate fingers. Turning to her with a puzzled expression, he inquired, "What's wrong?" Surveying their surroundings, with cars coming and going, she decided it was better to discuss matters at home, merely replying, "It's nothing, let us go home first." The journey home was steeped in silence. Upon arriving, as Hua Banxia changed into her indoor slippers, she was unexpectedly cornered by Shi Zheng against the wall. He braced his hands on either side of her, enveloping her in his embrace. His towering presence overshadowed her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. His dark eyes bore into hers. "You seemed reluctant to hold my hand earlier. Why is that? Why should I be the one to hold your hand?" With her head bowed, Hua Banxia muttered, "You are my husband. Isn't it natural for me to hold your hand?" A wave of emotion washed over her, and she thought, just because they had a marriage certificate and he was her husband, did that mean she had to offer him her hand? Gathering her courage, she looked up at Shi Zheng, recalling what they had said about carrying their wedding photo. Their eyes locked, and the air around them thickened with tension. After a brief pause, his voice broke the silence once more. "What they said is true. I do like you." His gaze softened, and he spoke each word with care. "When I have a moment to spare, I just want to gaze upon you, to admire your clear eyes and lovely face." Hua Banxia's heart raced wildly at his words, and she turned a ring on her fourth finger, remaining silent. "Why are you not speaking?" Shi Zheng asked, his voice tinged with a hint of frustration. "What should I say?" She pondered. "I like you," he reiterated gently. Still keeping her head lowered, she replied, "Yes, I know. Are you feeling better now? Can I hold your hand?" He inquired. "Yes," she responded. Unable to contain his emotions, Shi Zheng leaned in and kissed her soft pink lips. Her mind went blank. How did holding hands transform into a kiss? As Hua Banxia tilted her head back, a large hand suddenly covered her eyes. In the darkness, her senses heightened. An air of intimacy enveloped them, the quiet house resonating with the sounds of their passionate kisses. Gradually, she felt her legs weaken, her body beginning to sag, but thankfully, he swiftly caught her waist, cradling her in his arms. The rhythm of his strong heartbeat echoed in her ears, revealing that he too experienced a racing pulse. Delighted by this discovery, she was startled when Shi Zheng's low, amused voice broke through. "Why is my wife so easily teased?" With a playful huff, Hua Banxia attempted to wriggle free from his embrace. "Be good. Hold me a little longer." Hua Banxia remained still. "Why didn't you say this earlier?" Shi Zheng chuckled. "I expressed my feelings for you the moment I returned. Don't you find that a bit absurd?" Upon reflection, she agreed. It was indeed somewhat ridiculous. "The truth of my affection for you, I have confirmed within the depths of my heart countless times." Hua Banxia simply listened in silence as he spoke. "I initially intended to cultivate our feelings gradually, but it seems that approach is futile. My wife appears somewhat obtuse. Indeed, my grandfather's words are not entirely accurate. With you, some matters require patience, while others necessitate swiftness." Chapter 49. He likes her, but she is free while preparing dinner. Banxia suddenly realized that Shi Zheng had merely confessed his feelings for her without inquiring whether she reciprocated those sentiments. What did he truly desire? Indeed, Shi Zheng's declaration was a clear expression of his affection, yet her feelings remained her own concern. Shi Zheng adored her, and she was free. However, could she maintain their previous mode of interaction? It seemed unlikely. No one could interact as they once did, knowing the other harbored feelings. So, did she like Shi Zheng? She was uncertain. Having set the rice to cook, Banxia began to stir-fry the vegetables. She had already washed, chopped, and prepared the ingredients over the weekend, so all that was left was to cook them. As the rice cooker signaled the completion of its task, the aroma of the freshly cooked vegetables wafted through the air, reminiscent of the scent of the family's body wash. Shi Zheng stood beside her, offering, "Allow me to serve. You get the bowls and chopsticks." She willingly relinquished her spot to him and obediently arranged the tableware. After dinner, Shi Zheng took on the task of cleaning up. Banxia rested on the sofa for half an hour before heading to the shower. Emerging with her laptop, she settled in the living room to write her novel, only to be interrupted by Shi Zheng's voice. "What are you doing here?" she inquired from the doorway. "Right here," he replied, indicating her designated spot. "I would disturb you if I sat there. Why are you hiding?" "I want tea bite." It became evident that Shi Zheng was aware of her attempts to avoid him. The chair in the study, purchased with a significant portion of her writing earnings, was intended for her comfort while typing. Since he had spoken up, she opted not to sit on the dining chair that offered no space for her feet. Banxia entered and settled into the chair, crossing her legs and opening her laptop to begin the first chapter of her story. Silence enveloped the study once more as they each busied themselves with their respective tasks. Habitually, Han Xia glanced up, her gaze landing on the focused Shi Zheng, and she experienced a profound sense of stability. They share the same space, coexisting harmoniously without disturbing one another, a feeling reminiscent of her parents. They would often work in tandem, one preparing medicine while the other packaged it, speaking little yet functioning seamlessly together. More often than not, her grandfather would write prescriptions, and patients could simply pay and collect their medications. Suddenly, Shi Zheng shifted, turning his head in her direction. Instinctively, she averted her gaze, realizing she had been staring at him for 6 minutes. "What were you thinking about?" he asked. "Contemplating a matter," she replied, though the specifics had slipped her mind. Respecting her focus, Shi Zheng chose not to interrupt further. Han Xia continued her writing until the clock struck 10, signaling that it was nearly time for bed. She rose, left the study, and after completing her evening routine, returned to her bed, adjusting her pillows in preparation for sleep. Her life had always been simple and structured. Shi Zheng, gauging the time, assumed she would soon be asleep and finally ventured into the bedroom. The figure on the bed was peacefully slumbering, her serene expression exuding tranquility. Her long hair fashioned into a bun to avoid being crushed. As he moved, his clothes and trousers gradually fell onto the bench beside the bed, while the cushion that lay between the two was deftly removed by him. After a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, his idle reflections began to drift away, shifting from work-related concerns to the image of Hua Xian adorned in a white coat. This afternoon, he had been particularly observant of the most esteemed doctor. He noticed the man's fleeting, yet intense gaze upon his wife, one that was both restrained and fervent, brimming with affection. He had never anticipated that transferring her back to this specialized apartment would pose any issues. Only now did he realize that it effectively meant sending his wife into the arms of another. Consequently, he found himself in a state of panic, unable to wait any longer, compelled to express his love openly. Nevertheless, he vowed to provide her with all the elements of romance that one should cherish, piece by piece, throughout their lives. Chapter 50. My eyes are the ruler of the lives of Hua Banxia, and Shi Zheng remained unremarkable. Yet as time progressed, a subtle transformation occurred in their relationship. One day, Shi Zheng waited at the hospital entrance for Hua Banxia to finish her shift, as he routinely did. Upon entering the car, Hua Banxia noticed a box of wedding candies and an invitation resting on the seat. "May I indulge in the sweets?" she inquired, her bright almond-shaped eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Yes, they are for you," Shi Zheng replied, casting a glance her way before continuing to drive. "You must accompany me to a wedding this Saturday. Is it absolutely necessary?" Hua Banxia hesitated, feeling apprehensive about attending a lively gathering that would only highlight her solitude. Moreover, her new book was signed, and she intended to dedicate the weekend to writing. "If you prefer not to go, then don't. I can have assistant Yi deliver the gift instead," Shi Zheng offered. Relieved by his words, Hua Banxia unwrapped the chocolate, savoring its delightful flavor, before her gaze fell upon the wedding invitation. Upon reading the groom's name, a surge of anger compelled her to return the unfinished chocolate to its wrapper. She took a sizable sip of water to quell her rising fury. Noticing her distress, Shi Zheng inquired, "What is wrong?" Fuming, Hua Banxia's voice trembled slightly as she responded, "The groom is a scoundrel, Wen Tingchuan. He is Yushan's ex-boyfriend. They were college classmates and even met each other's parents during the spring festival, progressing toward marriage. It's astonishing that shortly afterward, he initiated a breakup to pursue a wealthy heiress, seeking a life of ease that would spare him decades of hard work." In stark contrast to her indignation, Shi Zheng maintained a calm expression and steady grip on the steering wheel. "I am not fully informed on the matter. This invitation was given to me by the bride's father due to a recent collaborative project." Shi Zheng was aware of Yushan's significance in Hua Banxia's heart, as the two friends frequently communicated through voice and video calls, despite not meeting in person. "If you dislike it, then there is no need to attend." However, Hua Banxia, defying her usual demeanor, declared, "No, I shall go. Take me with you. I met Wen Tingchuan during university, and I wish to witness his wedding and see how overjoyed he is." Shi Zheng observed her fierce loyalty to her friend, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. After all, She was still a youthful 24. The transition from school uniforms to wedding dresses is rare. What is precious is not the duration of the affection, but the ability to remain true to one's initial choices after leaving the campus. Reflecting on her conversation with Cheng Zue at the rustic eatery, he mused that perhaps only someone as naive as her could embody such purity and retain her original intentions. Very well, I will arrange for your attire and design a stunning gown for the event. At the mention of the gown, Hua Banxia suddenly recalled the qipao she wore at her graduation ceremony. This time, I don't want a qipao. I desire a dazzling, eye-catching gown. Understood. Shi Zheng readily agreed. If she wished to make a statement, he would certainly oblige. As for the measurements, we can use the previous ones. I haven't gained weight recently. With thoughts of confronting the scoundrel and avenging Yushan, she brimmed with determination. All right, Shi Zheng affirmed, fully supportive of her resolve. How could you possibly know my measurements and shoe size? That qipao fits impeccably, as if it were tailored exclusively for me. A vivid image flashed through Hua Banxia's mind of Shi Zheng measuring her dimensions with a ruler, which made her words sound somewhat suggestive. Shi Zheng questioned his own hearing, pondering what thoughts occupied her mind. Have you been indulging in those novels again? No, absolutely not, Hua Banxia swiftly refuted. On my honor, I have not perused any such literature recently. The most I've done is penned a few risque lines at the beginning of a new novel. Truly, just a hint of it. Nothing more, lest the work be confined to the proverbial little black room. Chapter 51. Punishment in the evening. Shi Zheng and Hua Banxia were in the study. The tranquil ambience was punctuated by the rhythmic clatter of Hua Banxia's fingers dancing across the newly acquired keyboard, a reward she bestowed upon herself after her recent literary success. Her book, which previously garnered modest attention, unexpectedly soared in popularity upon its completion, prompting her to indulge in a long-desired keyboard. Additionally, her laptop's keyboard had begun to falter, hindering her writing speed. Typically, the beginning of a novel flows seamlessly, and Hua Banxia was brimming with anticipation for the unfolding narrative. She was so engrossed in her writing that she remained unaware of Shi Zheng's presence behind her until she reached for her phone to search for information and noticed a pair of black leather indoor slippers not far from her chair. Swiftly, she snapped her laptop shut with a decisive clap and turned to face Shi Zheng, a sheepish smile adorning her face. He was clad in a deep gray loungewear, one hand cradling a mug, while the other rested casually on the back of her office chair. His dark eyes regarded her with a leisurely gaze, the corners of his mouth hinting at mischief. Hey, Hua Banxia chuckled nervously, attempting to lighten the mood. I warned you. If I catch you reading those kind of stories again, I'll take action. The confidence she once had in her ability to avoid detection was now but a fleeting memory under Shi Zheng's watchful gaze. I wasn't reading anything inappropriate, she hastily defended, her voice dwindling to a whisper. I merely wrote a brief scene of the protagonists kissing, just a little. Her words trailed off as she resignedly met Shi Zheng's eyes. Why do you write such things? He inquired. Hua Banxia's eyes sparkled with the opportunity to explain. This is what online novels entail. The kiss was merely for the sake of the plot, not something lewd. Besides, the content I write is suitable for approval. In modern romance, it's unrealistic for the protagonist to only hold hands and embrace throughout the story. Unrealistic? Shi Zheng's gaze shifted slightly. Since we've been married, haven't we only shared a few kisses? Hua Banxia fell silent. How had the conversation shifted from fiction to her reality? My dear, how do you intend to punish me? His gentle words were laced with an undercurrent of danger. Shi Zheng was a man of his word. When he spoke of punishment, he meant it. I'll accept whatever punishment you deem fit, she replied, her head bowed. However, I must insist that my future novels will still contain such elements. You cannot punish me for this each time. A silence enveloped the study until Shi Zheng finally spoke. You will accept any punishment? Yes, she affirmed. In an effort to avoid repeated repercussions, she decided to endure this time, hoping to silence his criticisms. After all, as a woman, she too had her pride. Willingly, she added, sensing his scrutiny. Hua Banxia felt as though he were drawing out her discomfort, as if toying with her, yet he was openly negotiating. Is tomorrow a half day of work? Yes. The department of Hua Banxia operates under these circumstances due to the demanding nature of the intensive care unit. Physicians often endure night shifts lasting nearly 30 hours, necessitating a half-day of rest prior to their nocturnal duties. Very well, then tonight it shall be, Shi Zheng softly declared. What do you mean by tonight? She inquired. Tonight, your body belongs to me. As he uttered these words, he set the cup of water upon the desk and, leaning down, lifted her away from the office chair. Upon hearing Shi Zheng's declaration, her heart became a tangled mess of emotions. Accompanying this turmoil was an accelerated heartbeat, as if all the blood in her body had converged upon her cheeks, leaving her feeling flushed with warmth. Chapter 52. Transformation. Shi Zheng gently placed her on the bed, his long fingers deftly unbuttoning his loungewear. Hua Banxia's gaze fell upon his alluring Adam's apple, stirring a semblance of clarity within her mind. Could we perhaps change the punishment? She cautiously proposed. Shi Zheng paused, his fingers hovering over the buttons, regarding her with an amused expression. What does my dear wife believe would be a more suitable form of punishment? Hua Banxia's heart leapt at his words, recalling her mischievous childhood. Well, the most severe reprimand from her father was a slap on the palm. A slap on the palm, she stated earnestly. Shi Zheng leaned closer, positioning his hands on either side of her body, his breath a warm whisper against her ear. I could never bring myself to do that. The warmth of his breath danced over her neck, eliciting a tingling sensation that caused her muscles to tense involuntarily, her breath caught in her throat. Observing her innocent yet desirous demeanor, Shi Zheng feigned ignorance. Are there no other alternatives, my dear? I could prepare you a delicious meal. My husband is not hungry. Shi Zheng's long fingers traced her glossy red lips. Tonight, you are absolutely essential. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hua Banxia ceased her struggles, her hands relaxing as she lay flat on the bed, fully resigned. Come on. Shi Zheng chuckled softly. I wouldn't take your life, you know. Books had warned of the pain, soreness akin to the aftermath of a fracture or the feeling of being run over by a vehicle. She recounted the most gruesome scenarios she could conjure. As he watched her animated expressions, Shi Zheng felt a surge of affection and pressed his lips against her soft mouth. Do not worry. I shall exercise restraint and strive not to hurt you, all right? His voice was gentle, his dark eyes filled with sincerity and devotion, the rising intonation imbued with endless tenderness. Hua Banxia, entranced, found herself devoid of rational thought, merely nodding in agreement. Such a good girl, he murmured, leaning in to kiss her once more. Drawing from their previous encounters, Shi Zheng skillfully controlled the rhythm, aiming to create a delightful experience for both. Hua Banxia, in her dazed state, she responded softly. Her voice was delicate and gentle. Do you know who I am? Shi Zheng's voice was husky, straining against his taut body. She, still in a fog, earnestly replied, Shi Zheng. Call me husband, 1TU. Husband of my dear wife, please don't move. Shi Zheng's breath grew heavy, his voice trembling noticeably. At that moment, Hua Banxia noticed the beads of sweat dotting his forehead, one droplet trailing down his cheek and landing on her chest, sending a jolt to her heart. Are you in pain as well? She inquired with curiosity. Shi Zheng, feeling helpless, pondered why his wife's focus was always so peculiar. However, he refrained from answering, instead suggesting, if it hurts, just bite me. It may become more painful if we continue like this. She considered his words and decided that enduring the pain swiftly would be preferable, nodding in agreement. With permission granted, Shi Zheng's dark eyes held a mysterious depth, akin to the unfathomable power of the deep sea. He leaned down, bestowing a gentle kiss, intending to divert Hua Banxia's attention. Enveloped in the kiss, Hua Banxia felt a dizzying sensation, as if her body were floating on a cloud, an experience almost surreal. In the next moment, a wave of pain struck her, and she abruptly opened her eyes. Darling, Shi Zheng's voice was low, husky, and filled with affection. Chapter 53. Both body and heart belonged to him when everything had calmed down. Shi Zheng lifted her and headed toward the bathroom, realizing he intended to bathe with her. Hua Banxia shyly shut him out. I'll manage on my own. It was only a single occasion. She felt no discomfort. However, from his tender gestures and caring tone, It was evident that Shi Zheng was indeed looking after her. At least during that first time, the happiness she felt outweighed the pain. Isn't it peculiar to feel joy merely because it was the first time? As Hua Banxia turned off the hot water, her damp hair revealed Shi Zheng. He had evidently already bathed, likely in her previous room. Dressed in cotton loungewear, he held her home attire, towel, and headscarf, waiting for her. Approaching with a smile, she immediately stopped him, instructing, "Place the items on the sink. I'll take care of it myself." "All right, I shall wait until you've dressed before entering," Shi Zheng said, setting down the items and stepping outside. Hua Banxia emerged to dry herself, pausing as her hand, which held the body lotion, froze in shock. The reflection in the mirror was indeed her. Why was her face so flushed? Pink marks adorned her neck, collarbone, and chest, and most embarrassingly, there were a few on the inner thighs as well. Goodness, how could he have done such a thing? She was a person, not a roasted pig or some culinary delicacy. "Wife, are you ready?" Shi Zheng's voice called from outside. Hua Banxia hastily donned her loungewear and opened the door. "I'm ready. You may go now." Shi Zheng caught her arm as she attempted to leave. "Your hair is still wet. You go first." "I'm fine," she replied, her head wrapped in a towel. "I wish to dry your hair," he insisted. "Huh? Oh, I can do it myself." Hua Banxia stepped back, feeling competent enough to manage such a task. She reached for the hairdryer hanging on the wall, prepared to demonstrate her capability. However, Shi Zheng took the dryer from her, recalling her earlier complaint of fatigue in her hands. "Weren't you just saying your hands were sore?" "Not any longer." Ignoring her protest, his large hands skillfully maneuvered through her long hair, drying the crown and then the ends. Hua Banxia gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Shi Zheng stood behind her. The muscular definition of his arms became evident with each movement, radiating strength and a healthy allure. His long, straight neck and alluring Adam's apple exuded a combination of restraint and the sensuality of a mature man. Yet, the bite marks on his shoulder were conspicuously pronounced, evidence of her earlier mischief. It seemed she too had a wild side, having left her mark. "Which bottle is the hair oil?" Shi Zheng's inquiry broke her reverie. Hua Banxia, momentarily dazed, scanned the array of bottles on the sink before selecting a brown one. "This one." Shi Zheng squeezed out a couple of drops, warming it in his palm before applying it to her hair ends, his technique mirroring her usual method. It dawned on her that he had been quietly observing her every move without her noticing. "Should your shoulder be disinfected?" she asked impulsively, attributing her inquiry to the doctor's overly meticulous sterilization practices. "No need. It will heal in a few days." As Shi Zheng contemplated the sensation of her bite, it was difficult to articulate whether it was pain or exhilaration. Yet, that charming imprint felt akin to a mark, a symbol of his belonging to her. They lay on the bed as they once did, with Shi Zheng's hand resting on the pillow between them, gazing at her silhouette turned away from him. His vision was remarkably keen, even in the darkness. She had already taken a significant step forward. The rest could unfold gradually. Shi Zheng had a lifetime to savor this journey with her. Both her body and heart would ultimately be his. Chapter 54. A few times for my wife. A few times for me. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed into the bedroom, rousing Hua Banxia from her slumber. She stretched languidly, releasing a contented sigh that spoke of a restful night. Perhaps due to the vigorous activities of the previous evening, she had succumbed to a profound sleep. Habitually, she glanced at the cushions in the center of the bed to ensure they remained in their place. It was then she noticed Shi Zheng propped up on one elbow, his striking black eyes fixed intently upon her, reminiscent of a tiger in the wild, waiting for its prey to awaken before indulging in a feast. Startled, she withdrew her outstretched arm, offering an awkward smile as she greeted him. "Good morning. Are you feeling unwell?" This inquiry had been posed to her repeatedly, yet her response remained unchanged. No. Rising to head to the bathroom, she pondered why he had not engaged in his usual morning exercise. Perhaps it was due to the prior night's punishment, during which the lights had remained off. She recalled every gesture and expression of his, even the sound and visage with which he uttered her name. Consequently, upon recognizing his gaze, her instinct was to shy away, prompting her to retreat into the bathroom. Breakfast was modest, a sandwich crafted by Banxia accompanied by milk. She kept her head bowed throughout the meal, too apprehensive to meet his gaze, fearing she might inadvertently plunge into the depths of his ardent eyes. His gaze seemed to possess an enchanting allure, once locked. It quickened her heartbeat and threatened to ensnare her within its depths. At work, Hua Banxia was required to tie her hair up, concerned that the concealer on her neck was insufficiently thick. Just as she was about to leave, Shi Zheng's figure appeared in the mirror. "From now on, don't move your neck, all right? I want to be angry." Taken aback, she replied, "Angry? I'm not angry." "Then why have you been silent since coming out of the bathroom? You haven't even glanced my way." "I." Hua Banxia hesitated, unsure how to articulate her feelings. "What is it?" he pressed, awaiting her response. "Ultimately, I'm not angry." "All right, I understand." With that, Shi Zheng enveloped her in his embrace. "You could be more open and daring. It's me who likes you. I never expected anything from you. I simply lost control last night." Sorry. Flustered, she protested, "No, it's not that. It's just, every time I see you, I recall last night's events, and it makes me a bit shy." As her words hung in the air, a soft chuckle escaped him, followed by his deep voice, "It's fine," after a few more times. "You'll get used to it. You're quite experienced, aren't you?" Hua Banxia teased him. "Children should refrain from prying," Shi Zheng retorted, witnessing her uplifted spirits. "Now, let us go. You're going to be late for work." Yet, Hua Banxia would not allow him to divert the conversation. "Come on. How many experiences are we talking about? Curious, are we?" "Yes, yes." She nodded eagerly. "For my wife, it's a few times. For me, it's a few times." With that, Shi Zheng pushed open the door and stepped outside. Hua Banxia, momentarily taken aback, repeated his words before realization dawned. A 30-year-old virgin. As customary, Shi Zheng's car was parked at the entrance of the hospital. "I'm off to work now." As noon approached, she returned home after finishing work. Shi Zheng sat in the driver's seat, reminding her, "Well, goodbye." "Goodbye to what?" he suddenly inquired. "Just goodbye, it means farewell." He corrected her, saying, "Husband, see you tonight." Such words were rather suggestive, evoking a sense of an implied rendezvous later in the evening. A persistent honking broke the moment, as cars waited impatiently outside the hospital parking lot, filled with those dropping off family members. With a charming smile, Hua Banxia playfully said, "Husband, goodbye." After she finished speaking, she leaped out of the car, shut the door, and mischievously waved at him goodbye. Chapter 55. The Wedding of Wen Tingchuan, Part 1. Hua Banxia had successfully navigated her adaptation period in the intensive care unit, only to find herself caught in an endless cycle of repetitive daily life. Yet, each day brought forth different ailments and challenges. Soon enough, Saturday arrived, the day of Wen Tingchuan and Lin Jiao's wedding. Hua Banxia had refrained from disclosing any details about Wen Tingchuan to Yushan. He was likely unaware that the wedding was set to take place in Shidu. Her intention was not to disrupt the ceremony. Rather, she was purely curious about the appearance of the woman marrying him and intrigued by how a 7-year relationship with Yushan could so easily dissolve into indifference. "Soon, I may be preoccupied with others, so please do not wander too far," she advised as they reached the hotel entrance. Shi Zheng helped her out of the car, his whispered caution echoing in her ear. Observing her fervent demeanor, he feared she might inadvertently disrupt the wedding festivities. Nevertheless, Shi Zheng understood that Hua Banxia was not one to act recklessly. Though occasionally mischievous, she was predominantly rational. "Understood. I shall remain within your line of sight," she assured, as Shi Zheng took her arm and they stepped into the hotel lobby. Almost immediately, a well-groomed middle-aged couple approached them. "Mr. Shi, it is a pleasure to see you." "Welcome." They greeted warmly, shaking hands. Hua Banxia offered a polite smile, nodding slightly at the lady opposite her. "And who might this be?" the middle-aged man inquired, eyeing Hua Banxia. "My wife, Hua Banxia." "Banxia, this is Mr. Lin, the father of the bride," Shi Zheng introduced. "Pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Shi," Mr. Lin spoke first, his tone revealing the esteem in which he held Shi Zheng's wife. Although Shi Zheng's marriage had not been publicly announced, it was not due to a lack of recognition. Rather, the Lin family was deemed unworthy of being esteemed guests of the Shi family. The circles of affluent spouses were unfamiliar to the Lin family, whose social standing did not grant them access to the elite gatherings of wealthier women. "Good day, Mr. Lin." "Mrs. Lin," Hua Banxia responded, noticing Mrs. Lin's gaze lingering on her attire. The stylist had chosen a simple yet elegant white slip dress with straight-across shoulders and a subtle slit, exuding an air of understated sophistication. "Mrs. Shi, your diamond set is truly exquisite," Mrs. Lin remarked, particularly captivated by the purple diamond pendant, elegant and enigmatic. She had lived for over 50 years without encountering such a stunning jewel. The rarity of purple diamonds and their exorbitant price were beyond her aspirations. "Thank you," Hua Banxia replied courteously, beaming with pride at Shi Zheng's thoughtful selection. He had presented her with several options, and she had chosen this one for its simplicity and sparkle, reminiscent of the stars in the night sky. "Mr. Shi, please proceed upstairs. The wedding will commence in an hour," Mr. Lin announced, ushering them inside. As Hua Banxia traversed the grand hall, she spotted another middle-aged couple greeting guests on the opposite side, presumably Wen Tingquan's parents, although he was nowhere to be seen. As soon as Shi Zheng exited the elevator, he was indeed surrounded by admirers. He kept her close, offering her a cup of milk tea while he held a glass of wine for himself. After a round of pleasantries, they began discussing matters of business, a topic that eluded Hua Banxia's understanding. Spotting a delectable cake, she informed Shi Zheng before wandering off. Several times, Shi Zheng glanced back to see her at a small table against the wall, savoring each bite of cake and sip of milk tea, her delicate features radiating satisfaction, which put him at ease to let her be. Engrossed in her indulgence, Hua Banxia suddenly noticed a figure clad in white emerging from a nearby room. It was Wen Tingquan. Chapter 56. The Wedding of Wen Tingquan. Part 2. Wen Tingquan donned a white tailcoat, his pristine bow tie exuding an air of nobility and purity, albeit with a brilliance that bordered on blinding. Observing his statuesque figure, Hua Banxia could faintly recall the radiance he and Yushan had displayed when they first graced her presence. At that moment, Yushan had shone just as brightly. Hua Banxia mused to herself, if only the bride today were Yushan. Yet, she consoled herself with the thought that Wen Tingquan was unworthy of Yushan. Setting aside her cake, she ventured toward the direction where Wen Tingquan had vanished. He was on the terrace, smoking, and, as she watched him exhale wisps of smoke, she inexplicably felt a sense of melancholy emanating from him. Was this not his wedding? Was he not marrying the woman he had chosen over a 7-year first love? Why, then, did he not appear joyful? Hua Banxia approached him slowly, and when Tingquan turned, his expression shifting from puzzlement to mild surprise, then settling into calmness. "Hua Banxia, what brings you here?" "I came with my husband," she replied with a self-deprecating smile. "Actually, I merely wanted to see what makes her worthy of being compared to 7 years with Yushan." Wen Tingquan gazed into the distance, contemplating the stark reality. "The benefits she offers me are beyond what Yushan could provide. You have also inflicted pain upon Yushan," Hua Banxia remarked, her tone unperturbed. Wen Tingquan suddenly fixed his gaze upon her, his tone turning harsh. "When we were together, our combined income barely sufficed to afford a square meter of housing, a mere 10 square meters a year. Our parents depleted their savings for the down payment, and then we began repaying the mortgage, followed by the responsibilities of raising children and caring for the elderly. My life has become a series of mundane obligations. My aspirations ultimately succumbed to the trivialities of daily existence. Yet, by doing so, you have not only hurt Yushan, but another woman as well." "How could that be?" He countered. "Lin Jiao loves me. She claims marrying me fulfills her dreams and will bring her happiness. And what about you? Are you happy?" "If I can realize my ambitions, then I shall find happiness," Wen Tingquan replied, regaining his composure. Hua Banxia understood that he was ultimately not the steadfast tree Yushan had once leaned upon. Yushan possessed her own pride and grace. Should Wen Tingquan choose to depart, she would never attempt to retain him. "I wish you happiness," she said, turning to leave. Upon her return, she encountered Shi Zheng, who had come searching for her. "Are you all right?" he inquired. She offered him a reassuring smile. "Me fine. We've talked it over. Yushan has moved on. As her close friend, I support her. We cannot obstruct others from realizing their dreams in the name of love. Indeed, let us go. The wedding ceremony is about to commence." Shi Zheng wrapped his arm around her waist, whispering playfully in her ear, "Wife, you look stunning today." It is you who possesses discerning taste, Hua Banxia replied, glancing at the diamond bracelet adorning her wrist. Of course, you have good taste. I recognized you at first glance. Hua Banxia chuckled at his banter. I was referring to the jewelry. Suddenly intrigued, she asked, did you ever consider what kind of wife you would seek? What kind of woman embodies your ideal? Without hesitation, Shi Zheng replied, I never pondered what type of wife I would seek. Such thoughts are devoid of significance. As for my ideal, I believe that meeting someone I genuinely like would define it. Would you part ways with someone simply because they cannot provide assistance in your endeavors? As she spoke, she cautiously regarded him. Shi Zheng understood that she was affected, but he reassured her, stating that he possessed the capability. Noticing the absence of onlookers, Shi Zheng pulled her into a dim corner and fervently pressed his lips against hers, bestowing a gentle kiss devoid of any carnal desire, primarily aimed at soothing her heart. The kiss was brief. However, as the two held hands and entered the wedding ceremony hall, they were momentarily stunned by the images displayed on the large screen. Chapter 57. Hua Banxia's legal husband on the grand screen at the wedding venue. Photographs of Wen Tingchuan and Yu Shan were being displayed. The seated guests gazed at the wedding photos of Wen Tingchuan and the bride, Lin Jiao, engaging in hushed discussions, yet none stepped forward to halt the unfolding situation. How could this be happening? Hua Banxia, in a state of panic, looked towards Shi Zheng. Yu Shan was no longer involved in this matter, and she could not bear to be harmed like this. Wait for me, Shi Zheng said, moving towards the control panel to communicate with the staff. I'm unsure. I'm also checking. The projection on my end is functioning correctly. It appears someone has usurped my position and is projecting from their device. Without hesitation, Shi Zheng decisively cut off the projector's power. Meanwhile, Hua Banxia stood frozen, staring at the radiant smile of Yu Shan in the photographs. Realizing that her smile had long since faded, it was all her neglect. As Yu Shan's closest friend, she had failed to notice the changes in her. Hua Banxia. When Tingchuan's menacing voice echoed as he stormed towards her, his fury palpable. You have gone too far. Hua Banxia, bewildered, responded, in what way have I gone too far? Do you dare deny that this is not your doing? When Tingchuan accused, pointing an accusing finger at her. Did you not come here to stand up for Yu Shan? Disrupting my wedding? The photos were not placed by me, Hua Banxia implored, hoping to calm his temper. He was the protagonist of the day. If he was flustered, how could the wedding not end in regret? When Tingchuan disregarded her words, his voice hoarse with rage. You stand before me, resplendent in your designer gown and donning exquisite jewelry, radiating your own brilliance. Why must you seek to ruin my path? I have stated it was not me. Please, be rational, she pleaded. You are nothing more than a fleeting plaything, relying on mere beauty. Did you truly believe others? When Tingchuan's words were abruptly cut off by a clenched fist, as Shi Zheng coldly warned, silence. This scene was witnessed by Wen Tingchuan's parents, who had just entered. His mother rushed forward, wailing in despair. I'll fight you. How dare you harm my son? With that, she lunged at Shi Zheng, who swiftly pulled Hua Banxia aside, causing Wen's mother to miss her target and instead collapse onto a nearby table, ultimately slumping to the ground. God, is this how you treat the suffering? Why must you torment us? Hua Banxia observed the scene, feeling relieved that Yu Shan was not marrying Wen Tingchuan. When Tingchuan's father, timidly approaching, helped his wife to her feet. Who are you? When Tingchuan glared. Hua Banxia's legal husband, Shi Zheng. The guests, reveling in the unfolding drama, began to murmur among themselves. When did the eldest son of the Shi family get married? How do we miss this news? They wondered, noting the Shi family's historically low profile, with no news of the three heirs for years. Is his presence here related to the recent collaboration with the Lin family? If so, that project might be doomed. It is not certain, for one must consider whether the Lin family desires a son-in-law of modest means or the project from the Shi family. After all, the genuine smile of the Lin family's eldest daughter is not merely a fade. Everyone present overheard the exchange, and when Tingchuan, assessing the situation, promptly adorned his face with a smile. Mr. Shi, I apologize. I was unaware that Hua Banxia is your esteemed wife. My sincerest apologies. A resonant voice interrupted the gathering. The guests turned their attention to the stage, where Mr. Lin, the father of the bride, stood. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience today. We will refund your generous gifts individually at a later time. I regret the waste of your weekend. The adjacent restaurant is prepared to accommodate you. For those who do not wish to leave immediately, please feel free to dine there before departing. Regrettably, it appears that today's wedding cannot proceed as planned. Chapter 58. Matters of the Lin family. Upon hearing the words, when Ting Chuan's complexion turned ashen, and he pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Once all the guests had departed, the wedding venue lay desolate, leaving only Shi Zheng, Hua Banxia, Lin Zhong, and the one family's trio. Lin Zhong greeted them with a warm smile, extending his apologies. Mr. Shi, Mrs. Shi, I sincerely apologize for today. It has undoubtedly affected your mood as a couple. Not all. I am indeed a close friend of the girl in the photograph. I just spoke with when Ting Chuan outside, Hua Banxia patiently explained, clarifying that she did not wish to be misconstrued as the villain in someone else's wedding. I understand. It seems we have misjudged Mrs. Shi, Lin Zhong replied respectfully. However, as he turned to glance outside, his tone sharpened. Get in here. Hua Banxia turned to see the newcomer, elegantly clad in designer attire, her haughty gaze surveying the crowd. It was Lin Ling. Hua Banxia had not anticipated encountering her here. After the graduation ceremony, Lin Ling had withdrawn from all university groups, leaving Hua Banxia unaware of her classmates' developments. Lin Ling merely cast a glance at her, her tone dripping with arrogance. I told you without support. How could you possibly secure a position at the affiliated hospital? Hua Banxia chose to ignore her. Engaging with someone like Lin Ling would be a folly. In Lin Ling's perception, all accomplishments stemmed from talent and connections, rendering her blind to the efforts others invested behind the scenes. Kneel. Lin Zhong's voice rang out. Dad. Lin Ling stared in disbelief at her father, who had always doted on her. Kneel. Today, I shall clarify matters thoroughly, and this will serve as an explanation for Mr. Shi and Mrs. Shi. Lin Ling remained frozen, her voice thick with anguish, yet no tears fell. Father, you cannot do this. Just because I lack a mother's backing does not mean I should kneel. Do not think I am unaware of your misdeeds. Why is your sister confined to a wheelchair? Can you honestly say it was not you who pushed her from the car? Your sister finally found someone she likes. Do you believe everyone else is as foolish as you to not recognize who Ting Chuan truly is? Must you inflict harm on your half-sister in such a setting today? Despair washed over Lin Ling as she knelt, her eyes hollow. Her father knew everything. Lin Zhong's face flushed crimson, but after a brief pause, he continued. Your aunt took you in when your mother passed away, disregarding my faults, raising you alongside your sister. You were nurtured on her milk. Is this how you repay her? Your mother gave you life, yet your aunt has cared for you for over 20 years. Lin Ling, you are heartless. Hua Banxia listened in silence, overwhelmed by the revelations. According to Lin Zhong, Lin Ling and the bride, Lin Jiao, were half-sisters, and all of Lin Ling's actions had been meticulously recorded by their father. Today, the wedding had transformed into a courtroom of reckoning. Father, I did not act with intent. I merely yearned for your attention. My mother is the other woman, and Annie feigns affection towards me, far from what you perceive. You are mistaken. A gentle reproach resonated. Mrs. Lin, with reddened eyes, clearly having wept, entered while pushing a wheelchair. The occupant, adorned in a wedding gown and crowned with a veil, was none other than Lin Jiao, a fragile beauty, exuding a sense of shattered grace. This was the initial impression that Hua Banxia experienced. When has my mother ever failed to maintain fairness? You say, even a beauty's wrath carries a touch of tenderness. Chapter 59. Only the Shi family is reluctant, not the Shi clan. Lin Ling scoffed disdainfully. When has there ever been true equity? Indeed, every time it has been a semblance of balance, even when I pushed you from the car, causing you to be crippled. My father merely made me kneel for a night. Lin Jiao, do you not think this balance is rather skewed? And your mother, what a so-called noble lady. She is nothing but a coward. Before she could complete her sentence, Mr. Lin delivered a resounding slap across her face, leaving a clear imprint of his fingers. Everyone present was taken aback, except for Shi Zheng. What you said about your mother is utterly unacceptable. Regardless of whether you are her biological child, she has devoted herself to raising you. Lin Ling did not shed a single tear, She merely pressed her heated cheek. Huh, I am equally weary of your condescending demeanor. You treat me with more kindness than you do Lin Jiao. Yet this so-called kindness only renders me a stranger within the Lin family. The more kindness you show, the more alienated I feel. Mr. Lin, hands on his hips and forehead creased, lamented the stark contrast in his children, one proud and overbearing, the other timid and submissive. Enough. Since you believe you are treated too well, starting tomorrow, you will move into the staff dormitory at the hospital, returning only once a month for a meal. Mr. Lin was resolute. If his child yearned for hardship, then let her embrace it. I will make the necessary arrangements at the hospital, and all opportunities will be yours to seize, based solely on your merit. Now apologize to Mrs. Shi, Mr. Lin commanded. Is it solely because she is Mrs. Shi? Lin Ling retorted. From a moment of my birth, I have enjoyed the privileges bestowed by the Lin family. What right do I have to judge others? Furthermore, your accusations are unfounded and utterly slanderous. Mrs. Shi and Mr. Shi are remarkably forgiving. Otherwise, the words hung unspoken. For the consequences were beyond his capacity to bear, risking everything he had worked for. The Shi family had acquired 3 companies within a month, and the business community understood the truth. Only the Shi family is reluctant. Nothing is beyond the Shi clan's reach. Hua Banxia, witnessing the tension, turned to Lin Ling under Mr. Lin's dark gaze and said, Mrs. Shi, I apologize for my impulsive and baseless remarks. I am truly sorry. Hua Banxia was not one to dwell on such matters and brushed it off lightly. It's quite all right. Observing the nuances, Mr. Lin noted Shi Zheng's impassive expression, which alleviated his concern. You may return home and await your reckoning for the wrongs done to your mother. Understood. Lin Ling rose and, as she passed Lin Jiao, added, Sister, I apologize. I was the one who placed the photographs. I did not intend to ruin your wedding. He simply does not deserve to be my brother-in-law. Lin Jiao was moved, understanding the complexities of worthiness. He abandoned. Lin Ling wished to say more, but was silenced by Mr. Lin's stern voice. Lin Ling. She refrained from further words, quietly exiting the wedding venue and closing the door behind her. The hall fell into silence once again as Hua Banxia took Shi Zheng's arm. Preparing to take their leave, Lin Jiao spoke. Mrs. Shi, when I was with him, I was unaware that Ting Chuan had a girlfriend. I sincerely apologize for the excursion, and I kindly ask you to bear witness to this. If possible, please convey my regrets. Hua Banxia was puzzled by the meaning of her request for a witness and could only remain seated, awaiting further clarification. Mr. and Mrs. When exchanged helpless glances with Lin Jiao, then looked at President Lin, wondering if they were truly on the verge of losing such a splendid marriage proposal and such affluent in-laws. Chapter 60. The Wedding Cancellation. Mr. Lin was aware of his child's fragility and took the initiative to speak. Ting Chuan, prior to the wedding, I had someone retrieve your information and learned about your past. I, too, started from nothing, and I comprehend your urgency and longing. In your 20s, one often feels as if the sky is boundless, believing in their ability to change the world. As a man, I understand your motivations. The essence of this society is the exchange of interests. I am aware of your 7-year relationship, and that you ended it immediately after establishing a connection with Jiao Jiao. Such actions are rather unscrupulous. While I do not support your marriage, Jiao Jiao has cherished you for over a decade. For the very first time, she stepped out of the confines of her home for you, and for that reason, I am willing to overlook certain matters. Therefore, I will host this wedding, and the doors of the Lin family shall be open to you. Though my family is merely at the nascent stage of the real estate industry, my capabilities and financial resources are sufficient to elevate you. My expectations remain unchanged. You must not harm my Jiao Jiao. Maintain your integrity, work diligently, and fulfill your responsibilities as a husband. Can you commit to this? Mr. Lin spoke earnestly at this moment. He was not merely a businessman, but a father wishing for his child to be well cared for. When Ting Chuan, filled with renewed hope, gazed at Mr. Lin with fervor. Father-in-law, I can do that. After the wedding, I will treat Jiao Jiao with utmost care and reside with her in your household, as it is her familiar environment. Though reluctant, Wen's mother fell silent at the thought of the Lin family's opulent residence. Her son was marrying into a prestigious family, even if the daughter-in-law were disabled. it would still evoke envy among her peers. Who among them had a child as accomplished as Tingchuan? Perhaps a disabled daughter-in-law is better. They're easier to manage. Once her parents are gone, everything belonging to the Lin family would rightfully pass to her, the granddaughter of the Lin family. We could then move into the Lin's luxurious abode and invite our friends over to boast about it. She mused, her expression gleaming with ambition. She resolved to maintain her health, consuming more birds' nest and deer antler, determined to outlive her in-laws. Hua Banxia observed the unfolding drama, choosing silence over intervention. "Dad, I won't marry." Lin Jiaojiao's voice was calm yet resolute. "What? Why? This is unacceptable." "Jiaojiao." The Wen family was incredulous, and Mrs. Lin felt a pang of sorrow. All eyes turned to Lin Jiaojiao in her wheelchair, awaiting her explanation. "Dad, Tingchuan has given me the courage to step outside and appreciate the beauty of this world. You must assist him. I will not speak further on this matter." Lin Jiaojiao continued, casting a glance at her mother. "Mom has lived in gloom due to the presence of a third party. I cannot, in good conscience, marry him knowing it would ruin someone else's relationship. I cannot proceed. I've already hurt another girl, and thus I must put an end to this. The wedding is cancelled. From now on, there shall be no further ties between Lin Jiaojiao and Wen Tingchuan." Wen's mother declared her resignation from the matter, exclaiming, "This is unacceptable. You have tarnished my son's reputation. He was once in a harmonious relationship with you, Shan, even discussing marriage. Now that you refuse to wed, how will my son ever find a wife?" However, Lin Jiao remained remarkably composed. Though physically challenged, she was not mentally impaired. She understood precisely what Wen's mother sought. She spoke candidly. "Auntie, I shall provide Tingchuan with financial compensation and will issue a public announcement clarifying that the cancellation of the wedding is solely my responsibility." Financial compensation? Now that seems reasonable, Wen's mother thought, her eyes lighting up at the prospect of monetary gain. Chapter 61. Passers-by in each other's lives. The meeting between Hua Banxia and Yu Shan took place at Wenningshu. More than half a month after Lin Jiao had called off her wedding, they had arranged to meet at a CAF. The sky was clear and the clouds drifted lazily. As soon as Yushan sat down, she picked up her iced beverage and took a sip. "Why are you still drinking something cold? The weather has turned cooler," Hua Banxia remarked. "I simply want to indulge in iced drinks before the chill settles in. Otherwise, I would have to wait through an entire winter for another one." Hua Banxia retorted playfully. "What happened with Wenningshu's wedding?" Yushan asked directly, addressing the matter as if they were merely casual acquaintances. Hua Banxia recounted in detail the events of the day Lin Jiao had canceled the wedding. After listening, Yushan offered no judgment, merely responding with a faint smile. In that moment, Hua Banxia realized that Yushan had truly moved on. Half a month earlier, when she had informed Yushan about the cancellation, Yushan had been at a construction site. "Xiao Banxia, I'm at the site and the signal isn't great. I'll contact you when I get back to Shudu, and we can discuss this in detail then." At the time, she had thought the poor signal was merely an excuse, perhaps a pretext for ending the call. In retrospect, it appeared that Yushan genuinely had experienced a bad connection. Once the server had set down the coffee and departed, Yushan inquired about Wenningshu's situation. Lin Jiao mentioned some financial compensation, but he refused it. After a bit of a ruckus from his mother, who eventually recognized Wenningshu's firm stance, she had to concede. Reflecting on the fierce demeanor of Wenningshu's mother, Hua Banxia silently rejoiced that Yushan had not married him. Yushan's parents were ordinary workers from a small county town, kind-hearted and diligent. Clearly no match for Wenningshu's mother. Hua Banxia's thoughts drifted back. Wenningshu had applied to participate in an overseas project on that very day, and Lin had agreed, stating he would assist Wenningshu. By now, it seemed Wenningshu must already be abroad. She understood the dynamics. Aside from the relatives of both the Wen and Lin families, there were business associates present at the wedding. It would have been somewhat awkward for Wenningshu to continue working at Lin's company. That is quite commendable. Wenningshu is capable, but he is too eager for success, Yushan mused, expressing a wish for him to realize his aspirations soon. "And what about you?" Hua Banxia inquired, aware of Yushan's busy schedule, but uncertain of the specifics of her daily endeavors. As Yushan hesitated, she finally confessed, "Initially, I found it hard to accept, but now I understand. During our time together, I loved fervently, and our youth was not wasted. We were merely transient figures in each other's lives. She continued, my parents are in the process of retiring. They plan to sell our house in Huaxi Town and purchase a larger one in Shidu. Adjusting to retirement will certainly be a challenge for them, but with the renovations, they will have plenty to occupy themselves. Soon, our family can live together. That sounds wonderful, Hua Banxia said, genuinely happy for Yushan's, though a tinge of melancholy crept in. Yet, the thought of savoring Yushan's father's culinary specialties brightened her spirits again. I'll have to come over for dinner sometime. Come. I cannot be the only one who becomes plump. You must join me in this indulgence as well. In the past, I often dined at Hanxia's home, and our families have grown quite familiar with one another. How have you been recently? In response, Hua Banxia smiled and said, quite well indeed. I attend to my work, and after hours, I relish the solitude at home. And your husband? On a business trip, currently. My greatest delight is that he is away. How can someone like you find joy in your husband's absence? Yushan teased her. Hua Banxia merely smiled. For there are certain matters that cannot be shared with Yushan, her unmarried confidant. Chapter 62. Dr. Hua at work in the intensive care unit of the affiliated hospital. Dr. Hua Banxia stood at the bedside, performing standard cardiopulmonary resuscitation, while a nurse attentively followed her medical orders. Her long hair was enveloped by a surgical cap adorned with a blue Shiba Inu pattern, and her smooth forehead glistened with a layer of perspiration. Her delicate face tinged with a rosy hue. Dr. Hua, let me take over, Nurse Shi Zheng urged, recognizing the signs of fatigue that threatened the depth of compression. Together, they coordinated seamlessly. Dr. Hua stepped aside, focusing intently on the various indicators displayed on the monitoring equipment. Administer 1 milligram of norepinephrine intravenously, Dr. Hua instructed with calm authority. The night shift nurse promptly echoed the command. 1 milligram of norepinephrine intravenously, completed. As her voice faded, the electrocardiogram monitor finally responded. It's back. The heart rate has returned, Dr. Hua exclaimed, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the team involved in the resuscitation. However, they remained vigilant until the patient's lips and nail beds regained their normal coloration. Dr. Hua meticulously checked the patient's vital signs once more before declaring the rescue a success. The spacious observation room erupted in applause as the now conscious patient looked on with gratitude. Dr. Hua and the nurses are truly remarkable. How wonderful old Wu is back. After issuing several more medical directives, Dr. Hua, weary yet fulfilled, returned to her office and leaned back in her chair. The prolonged concentration had taken its toll, and she allowed her mind to unwind, granting her brain a much-needed respite. However, her moment of tranquility was interrupted when a nurse entered, announcing the arrival of the patient's family. Revitalized, Dr. Hua picked up the printed monitoring reports. As she exited the ICU, anxious family members surged forward, encircling her. Dr. Hua, I sincerely apologize for the delay. We live far away. How is my father? Inquired the eldest son of old Wu, anxiety etched across his face. Following our resuscitation efforts, his vital signs are now stable, Dr. Hua reassured him. Although old Wu was not her direct patient, she was well acquainted with his medical condition and family circumstances. That's a relief. My mother has rushed here from out of town. Please, you must ensure my father sees her. They need to meet one last time, the son implored earnestly. Yet, Dr. Hua could only respond, we will do our utmost. However, she left the remainder of her thoughts unspoken. Understanding the family's awareness of old Wu's condition, she nodded, I understand. Given his age and underlying health issues, may I take just you and your sister and see him? Some patients are resting, and we mustn't disturb them. We'll only take a quick look, just 5 minutes. We won't trouble you, Dr. Hua, old Wu's son promised. Thank you for your cooperation, Dr. Hua replied. After receiving permission, the siblings instructed the other family members to wait downstairs and not to linger in the area. Subsequently, the two entered the examination room. Once the others had departed, Hua Banxia noticed Shi Zheng standing there, holding a bag. She was somewhat surprised. Aren't you on a business trip? Did you return today? Shi Zheng looked at her, a smile illuminating his eyes, the corners of his lips curving upward. I just finished my tasks and came back. His gaze was fervent as he watched her, and when she approached, He handed her the bag. This is for you. Chapter 63. I long to see you. Hua Banxia opened the box to find a small cake inside. It didn't appear to be store-bought. Did you make this? No. I had dinner at the old house, and Auntie made it. It must be delicious. Auntie's son's pastries are the best. Having dined at the old residence a few times, Hua Banxia had discerned which Auntie prepared what delectable dishes. Have you been here long? Not for long. When I arrived, the nurse mentioned you were attending to a patient. You should have informed the nurse. Waiting for so long must be exhausting. Shi Zheng's profound gaze lingered on her. The delivery of food was merely an excuse. I long to see you. Hua Banxia's heart fluttered as she gazed at his towering figure, softly requesting, could you bend down a little? Uncertain of her intentions, Shi Zheng complied, leaning closer. Hua Banxia leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek. Thank you for bringing me supper. Shi Zheng's body stiffened abruptly, a fervent blaze igniting in his deep-set eyes. He grasped her wrist and led her into the fire escape. In the dimly lit corridor, only the words emergency exit glowed in green. He pressed her against the wall, kissing her fiercely, the passionate embrace seemingly narrating the longing accumulated during their time apart. At last, panting, Shi Zheng's deep, magnetic voice tantalized her ear. Tomorrow is Saturday. After your night shift, the entire weekend is yours. His domineering tone sent a tremor through her heart. Since their first encounter, following her menstrual cycle, they had not resumed their marital intimacy. Hua Banxia merely averted her gaze. Silent, Shi Zheng, exasperated, acknowledged that despite their established intimacy, she remained easily flustered. I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. All right, drive safely. Go on in. My flower doctor. Shi Zheng playfully tugged at her earlobe, his tone suggestive. When did she become his flower doctor? Reflecting on her earlier professional and composed interaction with a patient's family, she seemed entirely different from her usual flustered self. It's nothing. Seeing you in your element, working diligently, is quite charming. Hua Banxia recognized his compliment, her mood instantly brightening. That's right, she declared, striding proudly with the small cake back to her department. As Shi Zheng watched her triumphant figure vanish, he finally entered the elevator. Once Hua Banxia noticed her fellow nurses had completed their tasks, she presented the small cake, informing them of her acquisition. Jing examined the cake, asking, Hua, which bakery is this from? It's delicious without being overly sweet. Don't bother asking our Hua doctor. She is always indulging in supper during night shifts. This, dear friends, is a heartfelt midnight snack sent by her husband. So, good luck asking Hua doctor where she bought it. She wouldn't even know. Working in the same department, they occasionally indulged in a bit of gossip. Indeed, I heard from the interns that Hua doctor's husband is quite handsome and stylish. When I opened the door earlier, his height was comparable to that of a model. Especially when he said, I am Hua Banxia's husband. That voice, sweetness personified, was simply irresistible. Nurse Aging stumbled upon a revelation, realizing why Hua's lips were so swollen. It was due to her affection for her husband. Hua Banxia felt the heat of several gazes upon her, her voice laced with shyness as she urged, Come, eat. This delectable cake is too delightful for your little mouth to resist. Laughter erupted among the group, just as a notification chimed on her phone. Hua Banxia glanced at the screen to see a message from Shi Zheng. Darling, I'm home. She replied succinctly, Got it, which elicited more laughter from the nurses. Look at her. Even a simple reply brings such joy to her face. Ah, the sweetness of young love. One couldn't help but wonder when the matchmaker would bestow such fortune upon me. But what good would it do? It ultimately depends on the person. Take my husband, for instance. During our courtship, he would escort me daily and even bring me meals during night shifts. Now that we are wed, he seems indifferent, not even sending a single message. Indeed, it all comes down to the individual. The married nurses began to share their grievances about their husbands, which only intensified the apprehensions of their unmarried counterparts. However, this exchange was short-lived. After finishing the delightful little cakes to replenish their energy, they returned to their respective duties, resuming their work. Chapter 64. Marriage before love. After the emergency treatment of old Wu yesterday, the night passed peacefully. At 6 a.m, Hua Banxia began to change the arterial blood and conduct a blood gas analysis. Her phone rang in her bag, such early notifications were mostly from various public accounts. So she paid little attention and decided to check her phone only after finishing her tasks. To her surprise, it was a message from Shi Zheng. Shi Zheng, I am in the ground parking lot. At just past 6 in the morning, did this person not sleep? Hua Banxia, did you not sleep last night? Shi Zheng's reply came swiftly. Slept. Staring at the chat interface, she felt uncertain about how to respond, ultimately deciding to remain silent. She placed her phone back in her bag and continued to write her shift report. On Saturdays, apart from the on-duty doctors, the rest enjoyed a weekend off. After Dr. Yang, who was on duty today, arrived and conducted the bedside handover, she was finally able to leave. Upon reaching the parking lot, Hua Banxia spotted Shi Zheng's car at once. The enclosed space was unusually quiet as Shi Zheng drove, while Hua Banxia feigned sleep. Having been away on a business trip for a week, they had seen each other briefly last night. Yet today, she found herself at a loss for words. As they approached the community, Shi Zheng pulled over by the roadside, stating he would go buy breakfast. Watching his figure, Hua Banxia recalled what the nurse had said about pursuing her. Hence, everything Shi Zheng was doing now was an act of courtship. The notion of love blossoming post-marriage felt distinctly unique under the circumstances. When Shi Zheng returned, he brought with him fried dough sticks, soy milk, buns, and millet porridge. After taking a shower, Hua Banxia sat on the bed, massaging her sore shoulders. Having stayed awake all night organizing medical records for archiving, her neck and shoulders were now aching. After washing the dishes, Shi Zheng entered the room and naturally began to massage her. Upon completing the massage, he urged her to rest, tenderly covering her with a blanket while gently patting her back to lull her to sleep. Although her body felt fatigued, her mind remained exceptionally alert, having surpassed the hour for sleep. Shi Zheng gazed into her round, sparkling apricot eyes. Can't sleep? Well, may I not sleep? I have thoughts. This method of coaxing you to sleep isn't effective. Shall I try another? Shi Zheng's voice was husky. Yet Hua Banxia did not comprehend what he meant by a different approach to lull her to sleep. Very well then, regardless of his insistence on her not getting up, she figured it was better to yield to him. Shi Zheng stood and walked towards the bathroom. Wasn't he supposed to be coaxing her to sleep? Why was he going to shower instead? She watched the bathroom door in confusion. When Shi Zheng emerged wrapped in a towel, she finally voiced her question. Weren't you going to coax me to sleep? Why shower? Of course, coaxing you to sleep requires a shower. His dark eyes held a mysterious depth, and the intensity of his gaze upon her was overwhelming. It dawned on her what Shi Zheng meant by a different method of lulling her to sleep. This time, unlike the first, as Hua Banxia heard those intimate sounds, she finally understood the saying that women are made of water. Shi Zheng had opened the door to a new world for her. Uncertain of how long it lasted or how many times, her last memory lingered in the bathtub, where Shi Zheng held her in a warm embrace, even indulging in another moment of intimacy as she drifted in and out of consciousness. When Hua Banxia awakened once more, the room enveloped in darkness, she found herself in the warm embrace of Shi Zheng, his skin radiating heat, the air infused with his distinctive masculine scent. You're awake, he said, accompanied by the soft click of the light being turned on. Are you hungry? Would you like some water? Indeed, she felt hunger and a thirst for water. Yet, as she spoke, she realized her voice had grown hoarse. The tales penned in novels proved true. A man could indeed render a woman senseless, and the ache coursing through her body was genuine. For the first time, she felt devoid of those sensations, as if Shi Zheng alone understood the fragility of her being. He carried Hua Banxia into the living room and offered her a cup of warm water before heading to the kitchen to heat the soup and rice he had brought from the old house. At this hour, around 2 or 3 in the morning, she was the sole occupant of the table. Chapter 65. Her love and daily life. Hua Banxia awoke to find it was already noon. She had not succumbed to slumber until the first light of dawn appeared at the horizon, despite having dined the previous night. Her body had recovered significantly. As she approached the bedroom door, she met Shi Zheng's gaze. Their eyes locked for a fleeting moment before Hua Banxia averted her eyes and made her way to the water dispenser. Shall we dine out for lunch? There are no vegetables left at home. Shi Zheng's voice resonated from behind her. How could he maintain such a serene demeanor after the tumultuous events of the previous night? Sure, Hua Banxia replied nonchalantly, setting the water cup down. I'll freshen up and change. Feeling parched, she had risen without attending to her morning routine, heading straight for water. While changing clothes, Hua Banxia took a moment to inspect herself, confirming there were indeed no marks upon her skin. The silence between them was palpable. She found little to discuss with Shi Zheng. After their meal, Hua Banxia suggested they venture to the supermarket on the basement level to procure some groceries. As they passed a bedding store, Shi Zheng halted. "Shall we purchase a few sets of bed linens?" he inquired. "Sure," Hua Banxia mused. The 2 sets at home were in colors and fabrics she adored, so she encouraged Shi Zheng to select his preferred choices. "What about this one?" Shi Zheng pointed to a 4-piece set made of the same wash cotton as their current linens. "This fabric isn't ideal for the colder weather," she replied, considering the dropping temperatures. "Why not?" Shi Zheng, youthful and vigorous, seemed undeterred by the chill of winter, viewing it merely as an additional layer to don. "You enjoy sleeping in the nude. It can be quite cold upon first lying down." As she earnestly evaluated the bedding, a soft chuckle escaped the sales associate. Hua Banxia looked at Shi Zheng, puzzled. "What is so amusing about that?" He laughed lightly. "Nothing. Madam, we have some plush, thermal 4-piece sets over here. Would you care to take a look?" the sales associate suggested. Ultimately, at Shi Zheng's insistence, Hua Banxia selected 2 plush sets and one of the wash cotton. After settling the bill, the sales associate assisted in loading the items into their vehicle before they proceeded to the supermarket. "Why purchase so many sets at once?" "We only need to change 1 bed," Hua Banxia inquired. A glimmer of something inscrutable flickered in Shi Zheng's eyes as he replied softly, "It's not enough. With a dryer at home, it only takes 2 hours to dry the 4 sets. How could it not suffice?" Shi Zheng cleared his throat twice. Lowering his voice to a whisper only she could hear, "They get damp too quickly. The dryer is of little use." "Damp?" Hua Banxia met his opaque dark gaze, the implications of his words dawning upon her, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, her delicate earlobes burning. "I'll be more mindful next time," she stammered. Observing her apple-red complexion, Shi Zheng chose to refrain from teasing further, responding ambiguously with a simple mm. Such matters, after all, are beyond anyone's control. In the supermarket, Shi Zheng pushed the shopping cart, following closely behind Hua Banxia as she placed her selected items inside. This was not the first time they had roamed the aisles together. Yet each occasion saw Hua Banxia meticulously choosing her ingredients, strategizing how they might harmoniously complement one another. After spending some time together, Huaxia gradually discerned his preferences. Thus, each time she stocked up on supplies, she would select a portion of ingredients that he favored. Shi Zheng quietly awaited her, his dark eyes affectionately fixed upon his beloved wife. She was not one to articulate her feelings. Perhaps she herself had not realized that she had already woven him into her plans. Her expressions of care and love manifested through her attentiveness to his health and the dinners she prepared for him. Her affection resided in the mundane aspects of daily life, amidst the routine of groceries and meals. The essence of life lies in sharing tranquil moments with the one you love, meandering through the gentle light of dawn and the golden hues of sunset together. The phone vibrated within her bag, and Shi Zheng, upon seeing a familiar sequence of numbers on the screen, hesitated for a few seconds before ultimately answering the call. Chapter 66. "Could you help me?" A voice, long unheard, emerged from the telephone, somewhat unfamiliar. "So, yes, it's me. Bring Banxia home for dinner tonight. Your father, along with your younger siblings, has returned." Mother's voice brimmed with anticipation. "I'll ask her." Shi Zheng glanced at Hua Banxia, who was meticulously selecting dried ingredients for the soup. "No need. Just give her the phone. I'll talk to her." Mother was already eager, but Shi Zheng declined. "No, you would frighten her." At that moment, Hua Banxia had finished her selection and stood obediently by his side, waiting for him to conclude the call. "Then I shall come to your house," Mother insisted, pressing on. Shi Zheng found himself at a loss against his mother's relentless persuasion, a skill that rivaled that of Hua Banxia. While Hua Banxia could only grasp the literal meaning of words, his mother only heard what she wished to hear. Shi Zheng felt a surge of irritation, aware that this conversation was futile. "I'll bring her over. That is more like it. Come early. I wish to meet my daughter-in-law." With that, Mother hung up, leaving Shi Zheng no chance to say anything further. Dinner would be at the ancestral home, and they were on their way back. Your parents and younger siblings? Hua Banxia recalled him mentioning to his grandfather that his parents managed a company abroad, while his siblings studied overseas. Yes. Hua Banxia looked flustered. Isn't it customary to bring gifts for a first meeting? 4 individuals mean 4 gifts. Is there enough time? What would be appropriate? With few relatives? Hua Banxia was unaccustomed to social exchanges and felt a twinge of anxiety, especially since they were Shi Zheng's family, with whom she would need to interact in the future. First impressions held great significance. Observing her animated expression, Shi Zheng smiled to reassure her. There's no need to overthink it. It's just like our usual dinners at home with grandfather, albeit with a few more guests. Should I bring gifts for our first encounter? Hua Banxia turned to Shi Zheng for guidance, the only person she felt she could consult. No need. They lack nothing, and it's too late to prepare anything significant. Hua Banxia pulled out her phone and opened the Notes app. What are they missing? Tell me, and I can prepare something for next time. Shi Zheng regarded her earnest demeanor. If you call me husband, I'll share that with you. Hua Banxia was taken aback. Was this the moment? Yet she obediently called him husband. Shi Zheng remained silent, delaying his response. Hua Banxia softened her tone. Husband, please tell me. His deep voice resonated in her ear like grandfather. They wish for you to bear a child. Hua Banxia paused for a few seconds, summoning her courage, but I'm only 24. I haven't even reached the optimal age for childbearing. Shi Zheng raised an eyebrow. That's why I said it's too late. Throughout the journey home, Hua Banxia did not speak to Shi Zheng, her mind racing with thoughts until she could no longer contain herself. She found Shi Zheng unpacking new bedding, preparing to wash it. Biting her lip and weighing her words carefully, she finally spoke. I would like to discuss something with you. Shi Zheng was undoubtedly aware of what she intended to convey, yet he feigned ignorance, relishing the rare moment when his beloved wife sought his counsel. Well, go ahead, he encouraged. I am aware that you have employed protection during our recent encounters, which suggests you, too, are not inclined to welcome a child at this juncture. Am I correct? Shi Zheng nodded in tacit agreement. I do not wish to conceive at present, but perhaps in the future. Thus, if they press me about having children today, would you be so kind as to assist me? Chapter 67. Even steel can transform into tenderness. Hua Banxia concluded her words, her expressive almond-shaped eyes brimming with hope as she gazed at Shi Zheng. After a moment of contemplation, he acquiesced. All right, but from now on, you must refer to me as your husband. Her eyes instantly sparkled with joy, her heart fluttering with excitement. I can do that. Compared to the pressure of having children, calling him husband felt infinitely lighter. Shi Zheng affectionately ruffled her hair. Now, go tidy up the refrigerator while I handle these chores. Observing her lively steps as she hummed a cheerful tune, a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. He was not merely assisting her. He was, in fact, serving his own interests, relishing the moment. He certainly did not wish for his beloved wife to be pregnant just yet. As the washing machine whirred to life, Shi Zheng retreated to his study and opened his phone, composing a message to the group for the first time. Shi Zheng, I am bringing Banxia home for dinner at 3. 1. Do not mention anything about having children. 2. Do not send her any bizarre gifts. 3. Do not be overly excited. Shi Su, brother, I have nothing to gift sister-in-law, nor do I want her to have children. Shi Yi, brother, is it not permissible to send these gifts to sister-in-law? Shi Yi promptly sent a photograph. The image revealed a bed strewn with an array of colorful items. Merely looking at it caused Shi Zheng a headache. Upon closer inspection, it was filled with adorable toys, clothes, and small linens meant for children. Was this not a veiled attempt at urging procreation? Shi Zheng quickly typed 2 words. No way. Shi Mu quietly observed the chat in the group, while casting a glance at the items on the bed that her son had forbidden. She had planned to transform this room into a nursery. It seemed that her intentions had to be executed discreetly. Resolute, Shi Mu decided to throw a smoke bomb into the conversation. I simply wish to meet my daughter-in-law. I will not mention having children, nor will I present any peculiar gifts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of dusk, Shi Zheng held Hua Banxia's hand as they entered the ancestral home. From a distance, Hua Banxia spotted a middle-aged woman standing at the door, accompanied by a young man and woman. They all beamed at her and Shi Zheng. Shi Zheng calmly introduced them. This is my mother, my second sister, and my younger brother. They are twins, both 26 years old, older than you. What should I call them? Second sister is Shi Yi. You can call her I. The younger brother is a Su. Hua Banxia discreetly scrutinized the trio. Shi Mu donned a casual t-shirt and sweatpants, exuding a homey aura, her mid-length hair casually tied back, instantly revealing her amiable, approachable nature. I, true to her name, wore androgynous attire, embodying a blend of nonchalance and wildness. Her face seemed vaguely familiar, but Hua Banxia could not recall where she had seen her before. A Su wore a cheerful expression, his upward curving lips reminiscent of Shi Zheng's, though his demeanor carried a hint of mischief, giving off a slightly rogue vibe. As Hua Banxia drew closer, her mouth open to greet them, but a loud sister-in-law startled her, causing her to retreat behind Shi Zheng. He cast a cold glance at his mischievous siblings, who immediately fell silent, exchanging disgruntled looks. This is all your fault. I accused her brother. It is not yet in accordance with your agreement, as is unwilling to be constrained by bloodline. Although he was suppressed by his sister since he was merely an embryo, he is grown now. His mother, who initially intended to give Banxia a warm embrace, refrained upon witnessing her son's protective demeanor towards his wife. The daughter-in-law before her was undeniably more enchanting than the photograph provided by the elder, with a delicate appearance. She was petite, possessing a pair of bright, round apricot eyes that epitomized the essence of an adorable maiden. The scholarly aura emanating from her, as she stood beside her son, coupled with their contrasting heights, rendered even the most steadfast steel into something soft and pliable. As a mother-in-law, she found herself quite fond of this daughter-in-law. Once the group settled in the living room, Banxia, under the introduction of Shi Zheng, greeted each of them in turn. Shi Zheng's father was an elegant middle-aged man, though his face bore wrinkles. It was evident that he must have been an exceptionally handsome gentleman in his youth. Banxia sat quietly, listening to the conversation among Shi Zheng, his father and grandfather. Shi Mu and Shi Ye exchanged knowing glances, until Shi Ye, disregarding his elder brother's sharp gaze and warnings, boldly approached and took Banxia's hand. Sister-in-law, listening to them is quite dull. Let us go and enjoy some tea away from here. Chapter 68 in brief. Hua Banxia glanced at Shi Zheng, and upon seeing him nod, she followed Shi Yi as Shi Mu went to another tea room. Once Shi Yi felt they were sufficiently distanced from his elder brother, he dared to speak to Hua Banxia. Sister-in-law, I didn't expect you to be afraid of my brother. Huh? Hua Banxia was somewhat bewildered. It was not fear of Shi Zheng that stilled her, but rather uncertainty in how to interact with them during their first encounter. Furthermore, she perceived that both Shi Mu and Shi Yi possessed rather capricious natures, their words and actions deviating from the norm, leaving her concerned that she might not manage the situation well and inadvertently cause trouble for Shi Zheng. It's fine. You're not alone in your apprehension. I too share the sentiment. In our family, only grandfather and father are unafraid of my brother. As he spoke, Shi Yi cast a furtive glance towards Shi Zheng. Sister-in-law, does my brother bully you? Without a moment's hesitation, Hua Banxia replied, No. Is living with him rather dull? I'm accustomed to living alone. It's not boring. At this, Shi Mu discreetly kicked her daughter beneath the table. That's all right. We are all back now. In the future, we will certainly not be bored as a family. Although Shi Yi and the others had only just returned, grandfather had already informed them of Hua Banxia's family matters. Hua Banxia chose not to elaborate further, as she understood that many equate solitude with loneliness and tedium. In truth, however, it was not so for her. She relished her solitary existence when alone. All time belonged to her. She could prepare delectable meals for herself, spend an entire day penning novels, or indulge in a marathon of television series. She truly enjoyed her own company. Just then, Shi Mu announced that the tea was ready. Banxia, try this. It's brewed with grandfather's aged tangerine peel and pu'er tea. The flavor is delightful. She lifted it to her lips, taking a sip and instinctively offering her critique. Indeed, the layers of flavor were distinct, the tea smooth and rich. Isn't it? I told you so, Shi Mu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she clapped her hands on the table. Hua Banxia was taken aback by her exuberance and met Shi Zheng's concerned gaze, silently assuring him that all was well. She had not anticipated that a simple remark would elicit such a strong reaction from Shi Mu. "I can't appreciate it from now on. Banxia will accompany me for tea." Shi Mu continued to pour water for brewing. "Do you enjoy tea as well? Grandfather and my parents all like it. I've been influenced by them." "That's wonderful, splendid." Shi Mu was overjoyed, her tone soft and her demeanor amiable. This daughter-in-law was truly to her liking. Shi, unable to interject, was preoccupied with his phone, occasionally bursting into peals of laughter. Hua Banxia observed his carefree demeanor. At 26, he still resembled a child, and it was quite endearing. Yushan was also 26, yet he was perpetually ensnared in the grind of life, bustling between various construction sites and conference rooms. In that moment, she abruptly comprehended why when Ting Chuan would forsake a 7-year relationship with Yushan to marry Lin Jiao. As a member of the workforce, who wouldn't he yearn for early financial independence, to lie back and live a life free of worries? "Sister-in-law, do you read novels?" Shi suddenly inquired. "I don't." Hua Banxia, driven by an inexplicable impulse, lied. She herself was unaware of the reasons behind her denial. Her initial instinct was simply to conceal her connection to the novel from others. "Therefore, I recommended this book to my sister-in-law." Shi showed her the phone, saying, "Download this reading application and search for this author, Jian Yinji." Jian Yinji? Ah, that's the pen name, isn't it? Isn't it amusing, even in its simplicity? She chuckled, unable to suppress her laughter. The novels she penned are quite humorous. At first, they were truly heart-wrenching, making me wish to leap into the story and give the male protagonist a good thrashing. However, after the male and female leads reconciled, the narrative turned delightfully comical. Though the author has not written much of her second book yet, the opening suggests it will also be an excellent read. Hua Banxia had not anticipated that her first reader would be Shi Zheng's sister. It was indeed an amusing twist of fate. "No, I must consult my brother about something. My birthday is just around the corner." Chapter 69. Shi's birthday gift. Hua Banxia sat in the tea house with Shi Mu, her focus lingering on Shi Zheng and Shi. Although Shi maintained a certain distance from Shi Zheng, her demeanor was assertive, tinged with a playful charm. "Brother, my birthday is approaching. Why don't you acquire the film and television rights to this book and adapt it into a drama? I want to play the lead role." Shi Zheng reclined leisurely against the back of the sofa, a smirk playing on his lips. "The lead role? You, an actress of the lowest tier, expect to land the main role? Where should I find a suitable male lead for you?" "Lowest tier actress?" Shi retorted. "I have collaborated with big names in blockbuster films, albeit for only a few minutes of screen time. Yet, to have even a few minutes in a film with an investment of over 100 million is no small feat. If her younger brother had spoken thus, she would have given him a sound thrashing. However, this was her brother. Glancing at Shi Zheng's tall, athletic frame, ruggedly handsome features, and powerful legs, she suppressed her frustration. "Didn't your company just sign a few graduates from film school? I could select a few suitable candidates for the male lead to audition. Wouldn't that suffice?" Shi Zheng remained impassive. "Do you think I signed them just to entertain you?" Shi cast a pleading glance between her grandfather and father, but both feigned ignorance. All domestic affairs were managed by Shi Zheng, and the rest of the family refrained from interjecting. Determined to secure her wish, she implored, "But I really want this as my birthday gift." Seeing her brother still silent, she pressed on, "I only have 4 years left to indulge in this. Please grant me this gift." When her brother remained mute, Shi resorted to her trump card. "If you refuse, I will have no choice but to visit your house daily to play with sister-in-law and accompany her to bars." Shi Zheng interjected, "You dare." Triumphant, Shi realized that her brother longed to enjoy a world of two with sister-in-law. Otherwise, why would he be reluctant to move back in together? Sister-in-law." Before she could finish her sentence, Shi Zheng spoke again. "Draft a proposal for me. If it's acceptable, I might consider it." "A proposal? Isn't that asking too much of me? How could a film school graduate like me possibly draft a proposal?" Shi Zheng smirked. "If you can't, then forget it." I can. I'll learn right away," Shi exclaimed, dashing back to her room to delve into her research. Hua Banxia observed everything quietly, refraining from comment. lifting her teacup to mask the emotions stirring within her. In short, this was her pen name. The platform required real name registration for pen names, which included her detailed address, contact information, and the bank account number for receiving royalties. During the signing process, the contract stipulated that the platform could promote her book with profits shared accordingly. Therefore, in the near term, Shi Zheng would remain oblivious that it was her book. If Shi Ye's proposal were to falter, her identity would remain concealed. With this analysis, Hua Banxia felt a sense of tranquility wash over her. During the serialization of this book, she had never anticipated it would soar in popularity upon completion. Writing serves as her outlet for emotional expression, akin to how some individuals have a habit of journaling daily, while she finds solace in crafting novels each day. The characters within her stories invariably bear traces of her own essence, reflecting her yearning for love and family. Shi Zheng is an exceptionally astute individual. Once he realizes that he is the subject of her narrative, she feels utterly exposed before him, devoid of any secrets, which is an unsettling thought. After their meal, Hua Banxia gains a fresh perspective on Shi Zheng's family. Upon returning home, as Shi Zheng closes the door, he suddenly grasps her hand. "Is there something troubling you today?" Chapter 70. Her heart lost control. Hua Banxia lifted her gaze, meeting the concerned black eyes of Shi Zheng. "I never realized before, but after listening to your conversation today, I discovered that your family's circumstances are quite favorable. Grandfather Shi truly should not have promised to marry me." Shi Zheng was puzzled. What do my family's conditions have to do with our marriage? Hua Banxia thought of how he often stayed up late and frequently traveled for work. It has everything to do with it. You should marry someone who can assist you in your career, so you need not struggle so much. Shi Zheng understood. His beloved was expressing her concern for him, feeling pity for his arduous work. The external resources of the Shi family were not solely his. They belonged to generations of effort that had built the Shi family into what it was today. He spoke earnestly, hoping she would comprehend. "I merely have the authority to manage these resources and the responsibility to expand them. During this time, I can enjoy the various conveniences and the affluent living environment they provide, and nothing more." It was rare for Shi Zheng to articulate so much, but he wished to convey that his identity as the president of Shi family was merely his profession. His life belonged to him alone. "I understand," she replied obediently, her tone soft, stirring something within him. Shi Zheng's heart softened, and he affectionately ruffled her hair. "My siblings and I live quite freely. Grandfather said we could pursue our passions until we turn 30, but after that, we must focus and work at Shi Enterprises." "So?" Hua Banxia noticed he trailed off, gazing at him with curiosity. Shi Zheng's dark eyes were fixed on her, resembling a black hole, deeply captivating her. "Therefore, marrying you is something I enjoy before turning 30. Loving you, caring for you, and being your husband is something that will continue afterward. You are Shi Zheng's wife, and that has no bearing on the Shi family's affairs. Within my capabilities, you can live freely." Hua Banxia's heart raced once more. She had not anticipated that Shi Zheng would express such sentiments. Living freely within his capabilities, at that moment, her heart was beyond her control. Seeing her stunned expression, Shi Zheng swallowed hard. "Does it still hurt?" "No," Hua Banxia replied honestly. "Well, go play and don't overthink things." He released her hand. "I will go check on Ye's proposal." "All right," Hua Banxia nodded absent-mindedly. On Monday morning, as Hua Banxia was following the director on rounds, she received a message from her editor. A sense of panic washed over her. She was unsure how to respond. She placed her phone back in her bag, deciding to contemplate the matter during her lunch break. After finishing her meal, Hua Banxia sat in the modest break room. As the only female doctor, the nurse's break room was insufficient for her needs, so the head nurse had repurposed a small supply room for her as a resting space. After a while, Hua Banxia finally opened the chat with her editor. In brief, "Editor, regarding the adaptation of the television series, as long as my presence is not required and only the work is involved without any personal information, I consent. Editor, I knew you would be the best. I will speak with the chief editor. You can focus on your tasks, and, as long as you agree, there is no need for you to worry about subsequent matters. Editor, by the way, do you have any requirements concerning film and television copyright fees?" In brief, This is my first encounter with such a situation. I lack experience. You all can negotiate. I have no demands on my side. Hua Banxia spoke the truth. She was solely responsible for writing and did not participate in any author groups. She had always worked in solitude. In essence, it was merely an identity in the three-dimensional world, and she preferred not to be overly disturbed in reality. Editor, all right, I will get in touch with you if there are further matters. In brief, okay. After putting down her phone, Hua Banxia's heart remained restless for a long time. The sale of copyright was a momentous occasion for many authors. However, she was acutely aware that her rights were purchased solely due to the presence of a wealthy reader like Shi Zheng. Reflecting on Shi Zheng's expectant gaze towards Shi Zheng, Hua Banxia resolved to fulfill his wish. After all, it was the birthday gift Shi Zheng desired. Chapter 71. The work Love Under the Starlight. Upon returning home from work, Hua Banxia stood in the golden glow of the sunset, stirring a pan, while Shi Zheng washed fruits at the nearby sink. Suddenly, his phone on the countertop chimed. "Banxia, please answer that," he requested. She set down the spatula and picked up Shi Zheng's phone, revealing an unfamiliar number. Without any intention of prying into his privacy, she answered and held the phone to his ear. "No need, just put it on speaker," he instructed. Following his directive, Hua Banxia activated the speaker, and Shi Zheng's eager voice erupted. "Brother, can you hear me?" Shi Zheng frowned. His sister's exuberance was rather overwhelming. "How is the issue with the novel's rights progressing?" Shi Zheng queried impatiently. "I've arranged for someone to make contact," Shi Zheng replied. "When will there be results?" "Not sure. Can you expedite it?" Shi Zheng's urgency was palpable. "I'm the boss now," Shi Zheng asserted with authority. "But I'm your sister," she chimed in. "Are we discussing personal or professional matters?" Hua Banxia stole a glance at him, her expression indifferent, indicating that he was a man of clear boundaries between personal and professional affairs. This side of Shi Zheng was unfamiliar to her. While he often displayed a commanding presence, he was mostly calm. To her, he remained distinctly different. Shi Zheng's affable laughter resonated through the phone. "Professional, professional. Just make sure to inform me the moment you have news. Okay?" "Sure," Shi Zheng replied nonchalantly. "Then I'll hang up. Goodbye, brother." Hua Banxia casually returned the phone to the countertop as the dishes were nearly ready. At the dining table, Shi Zheng suddenly inquired, "You write novels too. Do you know the author Jianyinji?" "I don't," Hua Banxia replied, lowering her head to eat, fearful that Shi Zheng might discern her lie. "What about the adaptation of the novel into a television series? Are you familiar with it?" "Not really. I've seen it mentioned in the contract. But those matters are handled by the platform, and the author isn't involved personally. The author holds the copyright to their work, but has no authority over how the platform promotes it." Shi Zheng nodded, choosing not to delve further. Hua Banxia hoped that the editor had promised not to involve her personal information, and Shi Zheng harbored no suspicions, assuring her safety for the time being. Later that evening, while Shi Zheng worked in his office, Hua Banxia, seated diagonally across, quietly typed on her newly purchased silent keyboard. Shi Zheng glanced at the novel on his screen, reading swiftly. It was the first time he had dedicated time to reading a novel. As he progressed, he found himself frequently stealing glances at the earnest expression on Hua Banxia's face. Shi had recommended this novel to him, eliminating the need for him to search for it himself. Opening the application revealed the work Love Under the Starlight. The story commenced with the reunion of the protagonists, interspersed with memories of their college romance, which ended due to familial opposition and ancestral enmity. The female lead, citing differing career aspirations, chose to end their relationship and went abroad. Years later, upon her return, the male lead had become her superior, subjecting her to various trials and tribulations. Through their interactions, misunderstandings were resolved, leading them to join hands once more. When faced again with familial obstacles and ancestral grievances, both protagonists discovered newfound courage and strength. Even without the blessing of their families, the couple found profound happiness in each other's company. The novel is replete with captivating highlights and memorable scenes, showcasing its commercial potential. After finishing the novel, Shi Zheng meticulously revisited the segments depicting the university romance between the male and female protagonists. The more he read, the more they resembled Yushan and Wen Tingchuan, as described by Hua Banxia. During her video calls or voice chats with Yushan, She often assumed he was preoccupied and failed to notice. However, in reality, he heard everything, for his memory was remarkably exceptional. Chapter 72. The Pillow Removed. Yet not a single initiative from my wife, Hua Banxia, remained engrossed in her writing, entirely oblivious to Shi Zheng's attentive gaze upon her. Shi Zheng entered Jianyanji in the search bar and soon encountered the author's information. Among the lengthy novels, there were only two, one completed work titled Love Under the Starlight and another ongoing saga named Dark Night Rose. Numerous short stories, ranging from tens of thousands to 100,000 words, adorned the list as well. As he contemplated the ongoing Dark Night Rose, Shi Zheng hesitated for a moment, his hand hovering over the mouse before decisively clicking. The familiar prose stirred a myriad of emotions within him. He had previously stood behind her, witnessing her painstaking process of typing, editing, and deliberating, ultimately preserving only the finest words. The realization that his beloved wife was the author filled him with both a sense of pride and a twinge of heartache. The extensive compilation of text, considering her typing speed of 2,800 words per hour, alongside the time spent on conceptualizing and refining her work, had undoubtedly consumed a significant amount of her solitary hours. Since her grandfather's passing, she must have felt an immense sense of loneliness residing in this vast, empty house. The thought of her sitting alone under the glow of a desk lamp at night, with only the sound of her keyboard echoing in the silence, struck Shi Zheng profoundly. A stark emptiness, a profound solitude, an aching desolation. His heart constricted painfully at the image, rendering his breath shallow. Shi Zheng took his time, gradually opening each piece to peruse. He did not finish them all, but skimmed through enough to grasp the essence. Hua Banxia had crafted a plethora of content, encompassing medical science popularization and first-person essays, all dictated by her own choices rather than conforming to trending topics on the platform. It seemed necessary for him to request a detailed account of her earnings from the platform the following day. As he exited the novel-reading website, Hua Banxia had just completed her writing for the day. The two found themselves standing side by side at the double sink, brushing their teeth. Hua Banxia glanced at the tall figure of Shi Zheng, who was reciprocating her gaze. A shared, inexplicable smile emerged between them. "What is so amusing?" Shi Zheng inquired. "Nothing," Hua Banxia replied, perplexed by her own laughter. "And you?" "I'm not laughing at anything either." A prolonged silence ensued. Hua Banxia proceeded to apply her skincare products, and by the time she emerged from the bathroom, Shi Zheng was already settled in bed. As she lay down, she instinctively turned off the light. After ensuring she was comfortable, Shi Zheng wrapped his strong arms around her slender waist, drawing her effortlessly into his embrace, startling Hua Banxia into a gasp. "I can move myself." "You need not do this," she protested softly. With the pillow removed, she had yet to take any initiative. Shi Zheng's deep, resonant voice resonated with an unusual tenderness in the stillness of the night. I cannot." The warmth of his embrace rendered her face flushed. Shi Zheng chuckled, bemused by her thoughts. "Where did you wander off to?" "I meant for you to come into my arms." Hua Banxia fell silent, her mind wandering to less innocent thoughts. "Is tonight possible?" His warm breath brushed against her neck, igniting a ticklish sensation. "Perhaps," she replied, anxiety creeping in. "But I have work tomorrow. Just this once, all right?" His warm kiss, accompanied by an inquiry, descended upon her sensitive neck. Hua Banxia bit her lip in response. 2 hours later, Hua Banxia realized that the man's frequency was of little consequence. Rather, the essence lay in the duration. Her delicate, pale arms encircled Shi Zheng's waist, steadying her weary form, while Shi Zheng patiently tended to the foam upon her skin. Before slumber, Hua Banxia articulated her request. "You must not take so long in the future. No more than an hour at most." Shi Zheng chuckled, acknowledging the challenge of such a task, yet he maintained a positive demeanor. "Very well, let us sleep." With that, he embraced her tightly, for she belonged to him. Chapter 73. Attending the seminar in the office of the president. Shi Zheng instructed his assistant Yi to summon the individual responsible for negotiating novel copyrights and to also arrange a meeting with the head of the novel platform. "President, it's the first time you're overseeing the progress of a project so closely," Yi remarked. "However, considering it pertained to the second young lady. It was only fitting that the president, as her elder brother, took special care. It's nothing. I merely wish to review the author's remuneration, Shi Zheng replied. Understood. I shall ensure that the necessary materials are prepared. Additionally, coordinate with the entertainment company. The screenwriters and actors should be ready. Yes, President. Once Shi Zheng had no further instructions, he left the office. In his mind, Shi Zheng had already devised a plan. While preparing a gift for Shi Yi, he intended to elevate his beloved wife's literary work. Yet, he resolved that she must remain oblivious to his awareness of her identity as an author. Reflecting on her anxious demeanor when she denied it, he recognized that she wished for him to remain unaware. Thus, he would feign ignorance. Hua Banxia followed her routine diligently. Although the work was exhausting, it was a passion she cherished, filled with fervor. Therefore, when her supervisor approached her about attending a medical seminar in Haisher with Chang Zue over the weekend, she readily agreed. Such is the life of medical professionals. Weekdays are for routine tasks, while weekends are often dedicated to various specialized seminars. That evening, when Hua Banxia mentioned this to Shi Zheng, he exhibited clear signs of irritation. Why didn't you discuss this with me beforehand? He inquired. There was nothing to discuss. It's work, an opportunity for me to learn, she explained, assuming Shi Zheng was unfamiliar with her professional commitments. That's not. Shi Zheng faltered, unsure of how to articulate his feelings. This foolish woman, had she forgotten that Chang Zue was fond of her? He always took her along on business trips, and the department was not devoid of other doctors. Why must it always be her? Had she not considered this? It's just for this weekend. We'll head over Friday evening and return Sunday. You can dine out during these 2 days, Hua Banxia suggested, thinking he was merely concerned about dining arrangements. Shi Zheng realized they were not aligned in their conversation and decided not to dwell further on the matter. Very well, provide me with the hotel address and itinerary. I expect daily video updates, he asserted, leaving no room for negotiation. I'm not a child. I won't get into trouble. Under Shi Zheng's commanding gaze, Hua Banxia shifted her tone, obediently responding, All right, I'll video call you when I have time. On Friday afternoon, Hua Banxia and Chang Zue arrived in Haisher via the Intercity Express. After settling into their hotel, they proceeded to the buffet restaurant for dinner. We need to be at the convention center by 9 tomorrow morning. We'll leave at 8:30. Please manage your time accordingly, Chang Zue instructed while they dined. Understood. I'll set my alarm, Hua Banxia replied, filled with anticipation for her first nationwide seminar. Moreover, tomorrow my speech will coincide with your procedure. My pacing will align with your actions, so there's no need for you to feel overly pressured. It will be as effortless as our usual operations in the department. As for, the phone belonging to Hua Banxia, which lay on the table, suddenly vibrated, interrupting Chang Zue's words. It was Shi Zheng. This morning, he had insisted repeatedly upon escorting her to the hospital, urging her to video call him as soon as she arrived at the hotel. Regrettably, she had forgotten, and now he was calling, necessitating her response. I apologize. I must take this call. Chapter 74. He is quite strict with you. Well, Chang Zue, having settled down, resumed his meal. Hua Banxia, with her phone in hand, stepped onto the terrace outside the restaurant and pressed the answer button. Shi Zheng's bare torso instantly appeared on her screen, startling her into covering the phone with her hand. Are you not at the hotel yet? Shi Zheng, freshly showered and towel-drying his hair, engaged in a video call with her. I'm here. I'm sorry, I forgot to video call you. I'm currently having dinner, Hua Banxia replied, her voice sweet and her tone sincere in her apology. Observing her obedient demeanor, Shi Zheng decided not to hold it against her. Are you eating alone? No, I'm with Professor Cheng. Shi Zheng furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with displeasure. Why are you eating with him? This is a business trip. All expenses are reimbursable. So, of course, we must dine together, Hua Banxia thought, realizing that Shi Zheng, as a president, might not be aware of such matters. Eat by yourself. Your husband will reimburse you. It's not about the money. A smile graced Hua Banxia's lips as she recalled his demeanor when speaking with Shi Yi. This was a matter of business. Shi Zheng paused, a smirk gracing his lips. Learning from me comes with its own tuition fees. That's fine, Hua Banxia replied cheerfully. thinking that her royalty payments would soon arrive, allowing her to buy him a gift. A flicker of barely perceptible pride crossed Shi Zheng's dark eyes. Send me the hotel details and your itinerary for tomorrow. Okay. After ending the video call, Hua Banxia sent him the requested hotel information before returning to her meal. Your husband, huh? Cheng Zuisheng asked, feigning ignorance. Yes, Hua Banxia nodded, openly acknowledging it. He seems to be quite strict with you. A little. What does he do? Cheng Zuisheng inquired. Shi Zheng's family seemed to have extensive business interests. She was uncertain about the president's daily responsibilities and could only respond, just the usual work. Are you in a college romance? Not exactly. It was arranged by my grandfather before his passing. We directly obtained our marriage certificate. I see. Cheng Zuisheng understood. After 2 years of marriage, there should be some feelings involved. No wonder he is so protective. Is he afraid that I might whisk you away? Not at all. I haven't mentioned you to him. Cheng Zuisheng chuckled, unconsciously drawn to her. He had been so obvious in avoiding her presence in the department. How could she not notice? Indeed, you truly are oblivious. The director asked for you to join me for the seminar. Didn't you consider avoiding me? Is this not a hint? Hua Banxia panicked, frantically shaking her head in denial. I have not given you any hint. When the director approached me, I was genuinely focused on learning and gaining experience. I had no intention of suggesting anything to you. In my mind, you are Professor Cheng. To every student in the medical school, your name is revered, as if we belong to different worlds. Hua Banxia's words tumbled out in confusion, revealing her genuine fear of Cheng Zuisheng misunderstanding her intentions. She truly had not meant to imply anything. She is truly anxious, and I realize that I may be overthinking it. Huaxian does not wish to cause any unnecessary trouble. If her actions have caused you distress, she will be more mindful in the future. The intensive care unit operates as a cohesive team, and she is reluctant to let her momentary lapses in consideration affect the mutual trust and unity among them. Chapter 75. In the dead of night. Someone opens the door. Cheng Zue was taken aback by the unexpected intensity of Hua Banxia's reaction to his unguarded words. He could only respond with a calm demeanor, acknowledging, I misspoke. Please continue to be yourself. My feelings for you will not become a burden. Moreover, those sentiments are part of the past, and I have gradually moved beyond them. He lifted his glass, taking a sip of ice water, silently reminding himself that from now on, she would occupy a space solely in his heart, in the stillness of the night. His affection for Hua Banxia would remain his secret, hidden from the world. Hua Banxia gazed at Cheng Zue's serious expression, mirroring the earnestness he displayed when demonstrating the procedure for carotid puncture. This reassured her. In her realm, things were as they were, and she had never been adept at navigating such complexities. Thus, she resolutely informed Cheng Zue of her marital status, signifying that she would not reciprocate his affections. However, she recognized that her previous actions had inadvertently led to a misunderstanding. Professor Cheng, I will consider my responses more carefully in the future. I apologize for the confusion I caused. Cheng Zue understood Hua Banxia's nature. She was typically reserved, kind-hearted, and sincere. Possessing a simple disposition. Such qualities necessitated a formidable protector, lest she be taken advantage of in this intricate world. Our relationship will henceforth be that of ordinary colleagues. He continued, You may regard me as your teacher, and please disregard what I previously mentioned at the restaurant. Focus on your work. Your future is bright. Hua Banxia smiled, feeling reassured. Thank you, Professor Cheng. I will dedicate myself to my work and treat each patient with patience and responsibility. Now, eat up. Afterward, rest well. We have an early start tomorrow. Cheng Zue concluded, returning to his meal in silence. Once back at her room, Hua Banxia took a shower and prepared her attire for the following day, hanging it neatly to avoid any morning chaos. Sleep eluded her, so she spread out her bedding and lay on the bed, replaying their practice videos in her mind, meticulously simulating the procedures. As fatigue began to envelop her, she turned off the video, gathered her belongings for the conference, and finally settled down. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered, prompting her to rise and double-check her things. After a few rounds of this, she finally felt secure enough to lie back down, repeatedly assuring herself that she was merely anxious, everything was in order, and she should rest well. In the unfamiliar environment, Hua Banxia's sleep was light, and when she heard noises at the door, she jolted awake. Her heart raced uncontrollably, unsure of what to do. She had secured the door with a chain and locked before bed, yet someone was attempting to enter with a room card. The sounds persistent. Her heart pounded like a drum, and her clammy palms betrayed her anxiety. Uncertain whether the intruder would force their way in, and with no one around to help, she resolved to seek assistance. After considerable deliberation, Hua Banxia rose, took her phone, and stealthily hid behind the curtains. The heavy curtains enveloped her fragile form completely, rendering her presence unremarkable. She dimmed her phone's brightness to the lowest setting and located Shi Zheng's number in her contacts, yet her finger hesitated to press it. He was not here and could offer no assistance. She then found Chang Zue's number, recalling his words from dinner. In the late hours of the night, calling him seemed inappropriate. He likely would not answer. Even if he did, if the person at the door wielded a knife, Chang Zue would also be in peril. Thus, she resolved against reaching out to him. Ultimately, trembling, Hua Xia decisively pressed the 3 digits of 110. Just as she was about to hit the call button, her phone suddenly vibrated, causing her to startle and fumble, resulting in the device crashing to the floor. Chapter 76. The proper use of a marriage certificate on her phone. The name, Shi Zheng, flickered like a reassuring talisman. Hua Banxia picked up her phone and pressed the answer button. Before Shi Zheng could speak, she succinctly lowered her voice to narrate, "I am in danger. Someone is trying to open my door. I am preparing to call the police." A voice laced with amusement responded, "I know, it's me. I'm here to open the door." "What? At this late hour? Why is Shi Zheng here to frighten her? People can scare one another to death." Peering through the crack of the door, Hua Banxia saw Shi Zheng standing at the entrance with a small suitcase in hand. Her heart raced, still unsettled, as she opened the door to let him in. "What brings you here at this hour?" "Collecting tuition," Shi Zheng replied, while placing his belongings down. "Tuition? What tuition?" Hua Banxia was momentarily taken aback. "You promised me this afternoon," Shi Zheng reminded her. "You said you would learn how to speak like me, and I mentioned a tuition fee." "Oh, that? But I don't have any money right now. The tuition will have to wait. I didn't mean for you to make a trip for nothing." Suddenly, Shi Zheng pressed her onto the bed. His eyes were shrouded in mystery, and his voice resonated with a hint of desire. "Wife, is it that I haven't expressed myself clearly enough? Or are you pretending not to understand?" Having just endured a terrifying moment, Hua Banxia found herself pinned down by Shi Zheng, staring blankly at him. The innocence in her gaze stirred something within him, igniting an overwhelming urge to love her passionately. The surging affection culminated in a gentle kiss. "You're so foolish. It must be my lack of clarity. My tuition isn't about money. It pertains to here, and here." Shi Zheng's fingers delicately traced her lips, chest, and abdomen. After a few experiences, and with Shi Zheng's reminders, she finally understood. "Not now. I have a seminar to attend, and I must leave early." Hua Banxia pushed against his chest with her small hand, her refusal firm. "Oh." Shi Zheng gazed at her meaningfully. "Not now, but after the seminar today? That won't work either. I have another one on Sunday morning." "Then how about Sunday evening?" Hua Banxia nodded solemnly. Shi Zheng, however, smiled, revealing his white, even teeth. "Why are you so obedient?" Without waiting for her response, he turned to go. "I'll take a shower. You should get some sleep. It's past 1, and you can still sleep for several hours." "You drove all night to get here?" Hua Banxia asked uncertainly. "Yes, I missed you. Since I had nothing to do over the weekend, I decided to come." Shi Zheng's affection for her was always on his lips. "Wife, did you miss me?" His warm fingertip grazed her soft lips. "I did." A flicker of surprise crossed Shi Zheng's dark eyes. "How many times?" Like a student responding to a teacher's question, Hua Banxia replied, "Twice. Once before I went to sleep. I thought if you were here, I would sleep more soundly. The second time was just now when I noticed someone trying to open the door. I wanted to call you." "Ah, you're truly obedient." Shi Zheng gently brushed against her nose, saying he would go take a shower and then join his wife in slumber. After a brief shower of around 10 minutes, he emerged, his upper body bare and clad only in a pair of boxer shorts. He slipped into bed, enveloping Hua Banxia in his embrace. He placed a tender kiss upon her smooth forehead, whispering, "Sleep peacefully, my dear. I shan't disturb you tonight." nestled in Shi Zheng's arms. Hua Banxia inhaled his distinctive scent and drifted into a tranquil sleep. Indeed, with Shi Zheng by her side, her slumber was deep and restful. Upon awakening, she recalled her curiosity about how he had obtained the key card to her room the previous night. Shi Zheng revealed a red marriage certificate, stating, "This document serves as proof of our marital bond, thus granting me access to the key card." Hua Banxia was genuinely astonished to learn of such a practical application for a marriage certificate. Chapter 77. The immature men, after Hua Banxia and Shi Zheng tidied up, they proceeded to the restaurant for breakfast. During the meal, there was nothing particularly noteworthy to discuss, and both remained silent, simply savoring their food. Thus, when an unexpected presence appeared at the table opposite them, it immediately captured their attention. "Good morning, Professor Cheng," Hua Banxia greeted politely. "Good morning," Cheng Zue replied flatly. "And who is this?" Before Hua Banxia could introduce herself, Shi Zheng extended his hand, declaring, "This is my legitimate wife, Hua Banxia." He emphasized the word legitimate. Cheng Zue shook his hand, a smile that did not quite reach his eyes gracing his face. "Hello, although you appear slightly older than I had anticipated." Shi Zheng raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile playing on his lips. It's mutual. He was 30 years old, while Cheng Zue was 32, thus indeed older than him. Noticing the silence between the two men, Hua Banxia resumed her meal, feeling perplexed by the palpable tension. It was bewildering how such animosity could arise upon their first encounter. "Mr. Shi, since Dr. Hua is on a business trip, I will not reimburse your personal expenses," Cheng Zue reminded. Hua Banxia wished to clarify that Shi Zheng had booked a separate room, but he preempted her. "I'm a family member. I will consume my wife's share and sleep in my wife's room, which does not impose on anyone." Hua Banxia stared at Shi Zheng in astonishment. He was not acting like his usual self. Earlier that morning, he had already loaded her materials for the conference into the car. Now, as he intended to drive her to the seminar, Cheng Zue insisted she take a taxi with him, citing the need to travel together to avoid any potential issues. As the standoff continued, Hua Banxia proposed, "Professor Cheng, let us ride in my husband's car. It's not a good time to hail a taxi." Upon hearing her refer to him as my husband, Shi Zheng's fingers rhythmically tapped against the car door in triumph. Cheng Zue reluctantly placed his belongings in the trunk of Shi Zheng's car and climbed in. "Professor Cheng, I am merely taking my wife. Your travel expenses will need to be calculated separately," Shi Zheng stated from the driver's seat. "Please refrain from such talk," Hua Banxia remarked, bewildered by Shi Zheng's behavior today. Normally, when she worked night shifts, he would bring food to the department. Yet today, he insisted on charging for a taxi ride. Shi Zheng grinned mischievously. "If you call me husband, I shall waive your fare." Cheng Zue retorted sternly, "I will take my colleague's taxi. She has agreed to it." Shi Zheng countered, "I do not agree." Cheng Zue insisted, "Dr. Hua, let us go. We'll take a taxi." Shi Zheng commanded, "Buckle your seatbelt." Hua Banxia, seated in the front passenger seat, felt exasperated. These two older men were remarkably childish, leaving her no opportunity to interject. Upon arrival, both Hua Banxia and Cheng Zue were listed on the attendance sheet and entered seamlessly. However, Shi Zheng was halted by the staff. "Sir, you are not on the list. You cannot enter." Cheng Zue sincerely suggested, "Mr. Shi, you might as well wait outside. Dr. Hua and I will emerge after the afternoon session, and I will ensure her well-being." In a fit of anger, Shi Zheng took out their marriage certificate and presented it to the security guard, declaring, "I'm the spouse of Dr. Hua. This is indeed my husband. Look, here is our marriage certificate." The security guard, maintaining a professional demeanor, shook his head with a polite smile, reiterating his refusal. "You shall wait at the hotel. I will return to you once I finish my duties," comforted Hua Banxia. Reluctant, Shi Zheng insisted, "Darling, you go in first. I will join you shortly." Observing that time was of the essence, Hua Banxia had no choice but to proceed with Cheng Zue. Once Hua Banxia's figure vanished from sight, Shi Zheng discreetly pulled the security guard aside and exchanged a few words. The guard promptly made a phone call for confirmation. Upon ending the call, the guard donned a sincere smile and remarked, "Mr. Shi, please enter. The superior has arranged the best position for you. Please proceed." Before the guard could finish his sentence, Shi Zheng had already slipped into the inner area. Chapter 78. The doctor prefers to take the initiative upon entering. Shi Zheng followed the directional signs straight to the conference room for the medical seminar. In the spacious chamber, the host had already begun to outline the agenda of the event. Shi Zheng quickly spotted Hua Banxia, who was adorably wearing a surgical cap adorned with a blue Shiba Inu pattern, her round head captivating. She was seated in the second row against the wall aisle, with an empty seat conveniently behind her. Shi Zheng bent his body to maneuver towards the space behind her. Once seated, he extended his index finger to gently poke her shoulder. Hua Banxia turned around, her face lighting up in surprise upon seeing Shi Zheng. "How did you get in?" she exclaimed. Shi Zheng winked, replying cryptically, "It's a secret." That fleeting moment caused Hua Banxia's heart to skip a beat. Suddenly, Cheng Zui's voice interjected, "Dr. Hua, pay attention." It felt akin to being called out by a teacher for daydreaming. Hua Banxia's face flushed with embarrassment as she silently turned to focus on the host. Not long after, she felt another poke on her back, followed by a pamphlet for the seminar landing on her lap. In the blank space, Shi Zheng had written "wife." "Keep it up." A smile involuntarily crept across Hua Banxia's face as she retrieved her pen to respond. "Understood," completing her message with a cheerful, smiley face. By the time Cheng Zui and Hua Banxia took the stage, an hour had already elapsed. The audience below exhibited signs of fatigue, engaging in hushed conversations amongst themselves. However, when Cheng Zui and Hua Banxia stepped forward, Cheng Zui's calm yet penetrating voice resonated. "Good morning, colleagues. I am Cheng Zui from the Department of Critical Care Medicine at Shi Zheng University-affiliated hospital." Instantly, the room fell silent, followed by a wave of enthusiastic applause. Cheng Zui, a name synonymous with authority in the medical field, was indeed a distinguished figure. "I am accompanied by my colleague, Dr. Hua Banxia. Today we shall," as Cheng Zui elaborated. Hua Banxia began her procedures. Shi Zheng was profoundly captivated by her earnestness. He had never witnessed such a focused and dedicated side of Hua Banxia. Standing gracefully at the operating table, clad in her surgical cap and white coat, her gloved hands expertly maneuvered various instruments he did not recognize, executing her tasks with poise. Though this was not his first encounter with Hua Banxia at work, each instance brought forth a distinct feeling. In that moment, the world around him faded, leaving only her, radiant in her own light. The typically clumsy and carefree Hua Banxia transformed into a dazzling figure within the realm of her profession. Shi Zheng reflected that Cheng Zui was inherently passionate about medicine, yearning for a companion to walk alongside him in life. If only one could be a bit more straightforward, devoid of complexities, it would be even better. Thus, it was not incomprehensible that Cheng Zui had taken notice of Hua Banxia during her internship. The affection of an older man often carries a hint of practicality. As the fervent applause subsided, Cheng Zui and Hua Banxia returned to their seats. Yet the murmurs of discussion behind them persisted. Emerging from the affiliated hospital of Shi Zheng University, it is evident that formidable talents abound. That female physician is exceptionally skilled. Her proficiency is of such caliber that she could easily be featured in instructional videos. I had anticipated that Professor Cheng would be a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, yet he turned out to be surprisingly young. I have perused all of his research papers, and the meticulousness of his language is remarkably sophisticated. At such a young age, he has already attained the rank of associate professor. I wonder if he is married? Probably not, as he is not wearing a ring, suggesting he remains single. Suddenly, Shi Zheng turned to observe the discussions among the men and women behind him, noting that Dr. Cheng is unmarried and without a girlfriend. "Is that true, Doctor?" "Cheng is single. Do you have his WeChat? Could you share with me?" Shi Zheng replied with a sense of pride. "I do not, but lunchtime is approaching, and you can certainly ask him for it. Dr. Cheng is quite handsome. It would be a pity to miss the opportunity." He then added, "Dr. Cheng appreciates a more proactive approach." Chapter 79. At the self-service banquet hall prepared for the seminar, Shi Zheng, Cheng Zui, and another individual were dining together. Cheng Zui was constantly interrupted, as several people approached him repeatedly to request his WeChat contact. It was a continuous wave of interruptions. In truth, When Shi Zheng mentioned Cheng Zui's single status, Hua Banxia overheard, so it was likely that Cheng Zui had heard as well. With no other option, Cheng Zui gazed at Shi Zheng with a deeply affectionate expression, declaring his preference for men. The women seeking his contact information were momentarily taken aback, their eyes lingering between Shi Zheng and Cheng Zui, before leaving with an expression of understanding. Hua Banxia, observing their reactions, couldn't suppress her laughter and nearly choked on her food. Upon hearing her soft laughter, the two men instinctively turned to her in a rare moment of tacit understanding. Noticing their warning gazes, Hua Banxia immediately stifled her laughter, trembling shoulders as she bowed her head and resumed eating. During the seminar, there was a 1-hour intermission, after which the afternoon session would continue. Once Hua Banxia and Cheng Zui concluded their presentation, they overheard a different conversation. What a pity, such an attractive and knowledgeable individual. It is gay. Alas, good men are in short supply. When men come out, we straight women are left with no choice but to settle for those who are less appealing and less capable. After a day's worth of seminars, the news of Professor Cheng Zui, who was revered in the medical field, preferring men began to circulate in a limited circle. On the ride back to the hotel, Hua Banxia could distinctly sense Shi Zheng's buoyant mood contrasted with Cheng Zui's evident frustration. Later that evening, while Hua Banxia reviewed the seminar's discussions in their room, Shi Zheng lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling in boredom. "Wife, how much longer until you're done?" he inquired. "It'll be a while longer, why?" He sat up and wrapped his arms around Hua Banxia's neck from behind. "You keep busy here, I'll take a walk outside." Understanding his boredom, she replied, "All right. Go ahead." However, to her surprise, Shi Zheng closed the door to their room and knocked on Cheng Zui's door instead. Upon opening the door, Cheng Zui spoke gently. "Is there something you need? I'd like to buy you a drink as an apology for the trouble I caused you this afternoon," Shi Zheng replied. Cheng Zui pinched the bridge of his nose. "You two truly are inseparable. Just wait a moment." He unceremoniously shut the door, fetching his coat and phone before putting on his shoes and stepping out. The two men ventured to a nearby quiet bar for drinks, ordering mild beverages and settling into a corner. Shi Zheng initiated the conversation. "I know you have feelings for Hua Banxia. It's evident to the world, except for her." Cheng Zui replied, raising his hands in feigned innocence. "You cannot blame her. She tends to overthink. When faced with uncertainty in daily life, she first questions her own thoughts. You must be straightforward with her about everything. If you let her rely on her own feelings, she's simply one to perceive them." Shi Zheng defended Hua Banxia. "I confess my feelings to her. I know, I was right next door at your family's restaurant," Shi Zheng admitted candidly. Cheng Zui chuckled. "No wonder you were so hostile towards me during our first meeting. In her heart, you are merely a colleague, once a mentor. In truth, you are kindred spirits. You are enamored with her because she radiates brilliance akin to your former self. In Hua Banxia, you see a reflection of your past. Humans inherently cherish themselves. Thus, they tend to be drawn to those who share similarities with them. I am aware, as she confided to me, that during this visit, she did not overthink matters, focusing solely on communication and learning. After taking a sip of wine, she remarked, "She is wonderful. It is I who lack the fortune."